just calling to say I just calling to say I
On the 250th birthday of the United States of America and on the 80th birthday of President Donald Trump, the UFC once again makes history. 14 fighters become the only men to ever compete inside the octagon on the south lawn of the White House. But tonight isn't just about history, it's about legacy. Can Alex Pereira do the impossible and become a 3-division UFC champion? Can Sean O'Malley, Michael Chandler, Derrick Lewis, Bo Nickel, Josh Hokit deliver for America? And can Justin Gaethje, the highlight, arguably the fighter of his generation, pull off one of the greatest upsets in UFC history and shock the world against the seemingly unstoppable Ilia Topuria? Welcome to UFC Freedom 250. Welcome to History live on MMA Weekly. I am Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease. Of course, we're here for every major UFC fight. Been doing it since the pandemic. We are number one, biggest numbers in the sport because of you. And tonight, no matter how you feel about the UFC and Donald Trump and Dana White, no matter how you feel about the UFC setting up the octagon on the lawn of the White House, UFC Freedom 250 is here. Or is it? My name is Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease. As I said, at Jim Grease _ on social media, GRIES. And we are in a rain delay. Yes, we are. If you can actually believe the words that are coming out of my mouth, we are on a rain delay right now with the UFC. Words I never thought I'd speak. Look, we've all done events on the way up in this sport that were outside. All these fighters have fought outside. Every one of them has fought outside. They train outside. They fight outside on the way up in parking lots, at fairs, you name it. Outdoor events are a part of mixed martial arts. They're not supposed to be on the highest of levels, and it's not a normal thing, a usual thing anyway. But the UFC tonight, setting up the octagon, and you can see the spectacle that it is, the White House right there with the octagon. Say what you want about Dana White, but just looking at the octagon in front of the White House is enough for me. I absolutely love it. Again, Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, and we have got some storylines tonight. I touched on them in the open. Justin Gaethje, 27 wins, 20 by knockout. He has been the BMF champion. He has been the interim lightweight champion in the UFC. He was even the WSOF champion for a long time before that, and an Arizona State high school wrestling champion. But was Justin Gaethje ready to get another title shot? Yes, he was. With the win over Paddy the Baddy Pimblett, he finds himself in the same position he was in all those years ago, going all the way across the world to Fight Island to fight Khabib Nurmagomedov. Remember, in the empty arena in Jacksonville, he pummeled Tony Ferguson to win the interim belt, goes over to try to win, the undisputed belt from Khabib on Fight Island, and obviously that didn't go his way. All these years later, he finally gets another shot. Thought maybe the loss to Max Holloway in the BMF fight that cost him the BMF belt would have put an end to that. But no, the fan favorite, the future Hall of Famer, the man with so many performance bonuses, man, arguably the most beloved American fighter of his generation. The highlight, Justin Gaethje, fighting for undisputed gold at age 37, probably his last chance to do it. He joins a star-studded group of American fighters on the card. How about Sugar Sean O'Malley, the former champion at 135, looking to re-enter the title picture now that Piotr Jan's the champion. O'Malley has a victory over him. Doesn't have to fight Merab again to do it. He needs a statement performance, though. Sugar Sean does tonight, and that is going to be interesting to see if he can get that, as Sugar Sean O'Malley on this card as well. And we'll break down the fights as well in just a couple of minutes. How about Michael Chandler? Can't have a fight on the White House lawn without Mike, right? He doesn't get the McGregor fight. That's coming up in Vegas for Conor against Max Holloway. But the human highlight reel, Michael Chandler fighting to prove that he still belongs among the elite. This dude has knocked guys out cold since coming to the UFC. He's been knocked out cold. He's like the little engine who just keeps on plugging away. How about Derrick Lewis, the Black Beast, and Josh Hokit, both American guys? I don't know how many people want to claim Hokit right now. Is a weird dude, man, let me tell you. But this is the fight the president personally requested when watching Hokit and Curtis Blades last time out. So the president said, hey, I want Derrick Lewis to fight this guy. Dana White said, hey, all right. And then you got the three-time NCAA champ, Bo Nickel, who beat Josh Hokit for the NCAA Wrestling Championship when he was at Penn State. Hokit was at Fresno State. But the elite wrestling prospect keeping it going for the U.S. of A. Diego Lopez and Steve Garcia. The first fight, Garcia with 15 knockouts, man. Lopez with 13 submissions, beating everybody except Volkanovski and Holloway. Those title fights weren't kind to him, but, man, Garcia has won 7 straight. And then you talk about Bo Nickel and Kyle Dawkins. You got Michael Chandler and Mauricio Hufi. And then you got Lewis and Hokit. Then you got Sugar Sean O'Malley and Ayman Zahabi. And then, of course, you got the co-main event, Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane. Cyril Gane, the former interim champ, looking to become the first undisputed UFC champion from France. Vive la France. How do you say eye poke in French? How do you say double bowling ball eye pokes in France? How do you say cheater in French? I hate that this guy's on this card. I've mentioned it from the beginning since they announced it. It should have been Jones and Pereira as the main event, Topuria and Gaethje as the co-main. It was going to be Islam. Who knows what it was, but I love seeing Gaethje in this spot. Can he shock the world? And every odd we shall see. Meanwhile, Pereira looking to become a 3-division champion in the UFC. He won at middleweight, obviously being called into the UFC by Israel Adesanya. The guy was out of fighting, the 2-division Glory kickboxing champ who had 2 wins and 1 loss against Adesanya in kickboxing. Well, he beats him in the octagon, right? And then Izzy wins the rematch and Pereira wins the 3rd one. But what an unbelievable story that is. And how great will it be if he can lay Cyril Gane to waste tonight and win the undisputed, or the interim UFC heavyweight champ. Who knows what Tom Aspinall and Eddie Hearn, who knows what Jones is going to do. Thought we'd see John on this card. Maybe you'll see John fight the winner. Who in the world even knows? But Topuria, no doubt there, 17-0. I mean, he's got 7 knockouts and 8 submissions, or flip those, one or the other. Either way, 7-1 and 8 in the other. But Topuria has knocked out Alexander Volkanovski, Max Holloway, Charles Oliveira, 3 legends, 3 KOs. Gaethje, the former BMF, the future Hall of Famer. Unbelievable, man, against Topuria. Going to be an incredible night of fights once they get them started on the lawn of the White House. And I want to ask you, I see a lot of shamas in the chat right now as we get it going here on MMA Weekly. Smash that like, hit the subscribe, and tap that bell as well so you get alerts when we're coming your way with more content. I'm your host, Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease. Let me tell you a little something about MMA Weekly. MMA Weekly has been #1 on fight nights since the pandemic. MMA Weekly is the longest running, independently owned UFC and combat sports website and media platform in the world, and the largest independently owned MMA, UFC, and combat sports platform in the world. We have over 900K on YouTube, over 600K on Facebook, almost 200K on X, and counting and growing. That doesn't even count the website with the hundreds of thousands of hits and views and all that every single month. So thank you to the greatest fans in the sport for making it happen. And if you are not a follower and a subscriber of MMA Weekly, you should be right now on social media as well at MMA Weekly. I'm Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease. I've been with MMA Weekly for 6 years. I have Cage Side, which is Cage Side Grease, which is my other platform, which I've done for years. I did the first ever radio show on a major sports station in America covering the UFC called the Power MMA Show on Arizona Sports 98.7 in Arizona. Now I'm on ESPN Radio, UFC Insider as well. So, man, we have a lot going on here tonight. At Jim Grease _ Gries, at Jim Grease _ on social media, and at MMA Weekly. They're in a rain delay at the White House right now, and it's interesting, to see in the streaming era. They say, hey, Dominic Cruz and Michael Bisping and company, you guys, and Chris Weidman, the All-American with the American socks on tonight, you guys run with it for a while. And I'm interested to see, by the way, what happens with these fights tonight. There's so many things that could go into what actually is happening in the octagon once we get started with the bouts. And let's start with the main event, man. Ilia Topuria and Justin Gaethje. And again, we are in a rain delay. And before I get going, they say in about 30 minutes. So, hey, where are you at tonight? Let's do the roll call. Let's get it popping. Where are you watching us from tonight on MMA Weekly? Worldwide audience in the millions for these big fights. What we expect again tonight. And Conor coming up for the next one after this at International Fight Week. Where are you watching from tonight? That's right, around the world. People up in the middle of the night, early in the morning. The anticipation for this fight card has been through the freaking roof, man. And we talk about Ilia Topuria and his style and Justin Gaethje and his style. Look, both guys, Topuria is a black belt, Gaethje's a wrestler. Hasn't used the wrestling much in his UFC career, which, by the way, hits 10 years at International Fight Week. I remember Gaethje's first UFC fight was when they had 3 fight nights in a row for the UFC International Fight Week in 2016. All right, now this was all the way back 10 years ago, and I remember being there because I was there with Team USA embedded at the World Amateur Championships with UMAF at the IMAF Worlds, and I had my camera there, and I'm going back and forth between that and all the UFC events, and I remember the Alvarez title fight against Rafael dos Anjos when Eddie Alvarez won the belt in 2016. Of course, Conor would knock him out at MSG for it. Beautiful establishing shot of the octagon. I think we're going to get started here in just a couple of minutes. Wow, what a spectacle on the White House lawn, the UFC octagon. The fans are back in. The octagon is ready. I think the rain has passed, and I think everything is going to be all right here right now. But man, oh man, President Trump and Dana White walking out together onto the South Lawn of the White House. And no matter what you think about President Trump, no matter what you think about anything political, this is something, and we see everybody on the screen where you're from right now, this is something we never thought we'd see. Imagine the birthday of the president, the dun 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 playing, right? And there's Dana White walking with him. Dana White. I mean, it's almost absurd. If you've covered this sport from day one and been a fan from day one, as I have, not covered it from day one, but from the days when the Fertittas and Dana took over, remember how Dana White used to talk. We're going to be the #1 sport in the world. We're going to be on all corners of the globe. We're going to have the biggest TV deals. We're going to do the biggest events. Well, when you think about the Sphere and you think about this, he wasn't lying, man. Dana was not lying. He said it on the UFC Countdown show coming into this. He said, there is nothing we can't do, except for the cameraman walking backwards into one of the armed guards coming out as Dana and the president make their way out toward the octagon. And man, with everything going on in the world right now, and you send a message of toughness from America, right? You have the octagon on the middle of the White House lawn, and what a moment for Dana. I mean, for those guys to be walking, they're on camera the whole way. But I'd be walking like, remember how Vince McMahon used to walk out when he would like fight Stone Cold in the old WWE or WWF at that time? I'd be doing that. And so many military up on the roof, snipers, camera people. Oh my Lord, this is insane. And you see the flags going up. They're about to walk out that door and toward the octagon. The long walk for Dana and the president. The first fight of the night will start momentarily from what I can see and what I hear, but I really hope you're enjoying the spectacle of all this, the spectacle of it. Not the political end of it, not the, hey, we shouldn't be doing fights on the lawn of the White House. There should never be a trillionaire and all the stupid crap that we get weighed down with day in and day out. Not me, you guys get weighed down with, so many of you, not all of you. But man, it's nice to see the UFC. Let's just keep it with the UFC. Let's take the politics out of it. Forget who the president is, right? Obama used to have basketball games with LeBron and Dwayne Wade and Chris Paul and Carmelo Anthony at the White House, just not in front of a crowd, right? Maybe they should have. Maybe they should have thought of that, but they didn't, and here it is with the Octagon. And I remember shows they used to do, and Scott would remember this. We've done a lot of these, right? And they've done shows from Air Force bases and military bases and aircraft carriers and things like that. Remember the Tim Kennedy fight with Yoel Romero that was on the military base? Because I do. I remember that fight card. But nothing like the White House lawn, which is literally unbelievable right now. The President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, and Dana White walking out to the Octagon together, as they've done many times in New York, in Miami, and other places, right? But man, look at this. And you just see Dana White, look, smiling, grin from ear to ear. And why not? Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? As he gets set to make more history. And we got a big audience already hitting us here on MMA Weekly. Let's keep it popping all night long. Of course, we got International Fight Week. Big things. Keep it right here on MMA Weekly social media to find out what we'll be doing there as well. Going to be some fun things happening in Las Vegas that week. Zach Brown Band, a 3-time Grammy Award winner, is going to sing the national anthem. Happy 250th birthday to America. I'll say that. I don't care who the president is. I don't care what your politics are. 250 years. Unbelievable. And the anthem is going now. We're getting ready for the first fight coming your way momentarily. The rain has subsided and gone, and I hope that it stays away for the rest of the night. Smash that like, hit that subscribe, hit the bell as well. America's favorite fighter, Justin Gaethje, the highlight, headlining at the White House against Ilia Topuria, number 2 pound for pound, 2-division champion, currently the lightweight champion. Alex Pereira moves up to heavyweight, the former middleweight champ, the former light heavyweight champ, now going up to heavyweight to try to become the first 3-division champion in UFC history. He has to beat the former interim champion, Cyril Gane. No John Jones, but hey, this is the co-main event. Sugar Sean O'Malley, a former champ at 135, the Technicolor Gen Z superstar, as we like to call him. Probably have the red, white, and blue in the hair tonight, I'm guessing, for Sugar Sean. And it's an outdoor fight. It's windy. They're going to feel it in the Octagon. It's probably going to be a little slick in there. There's going to be bugs flying around. The planes are flying over. This is awesome. But again, let me reiterate to all the dummies out there who have been talking about this all week, like these fighters have never fought outside in their lives. They have. On the way up, when you're fighting as an amateur and when you start as a pro, there are outdoor events everywhere thrown by local promoters. The more local the event, the more likely that you fought on an outdoor card. And I guarantee you, if not all, almost every one of these guys fought outdoors at some point. I don't know if Bo Nickel has. He got the fast track. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. O'Malley did it pretty quick, but I guarantee you he fought outside. There's outdoor events that I've done, many of them that featured future UFC fighters. And look, I mean, when you're Justin Gaethje and you're from small town Safford, Arizona, and then you move to Denver, Colorado, it doesn't get any more American than that, than the highlight. Knockouts. He's a wrestler who doesn't wrestle. He wants to stand and bang. That isn't any more American than it could possibly be, is it? So I'm excited to see what Gaethje does tonight and how he represents America. And by the way, he's got a pretty big height advantage over Topuria and a size advantage. They both made weight. Gaethje didn't look real good making weight, meaning he looked a little worse for the wear when he was on the scale, but they got the Super Delta formation, the Blue Angels of the Navy and the Air Force, as well as Trump and Dana, wow, walking out to the Octagon. I mean, look, this to Dana is a crowning achievement in his career, and, you know, we have to appreciate him while we have him. Are we approaching the days when Dana White's no longer here? I don't even want to think about that day after everything he's done for this company and this sport and all of us, right? Joe Rogan says it at the beginning of every weigh, and Dana White, without him, none of this would be possible. And now look what they're doing. What not only was possible and what became possible has become reality, and it is about to be cemented into history. UFC Freedom 250 on the south lawn of the White House, and the president and Dana White getting closer to the octagon. The military's there, VIPs in DC, obviously the Trump family right there. Ari Emanuel is right there. He shakes hands with the president, and that crosses party lines. His brother was a Democrat mayor of Chicago, and you know what I mean? Hey, it just goes to show that Ari Emanuel speaks the only language that matters to him, the universal language of, wait for it, money. Money, 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 money. Ari will start singing the Trump song from the theme song from The Apprentice right now with all the money that they've been making. Although they say they're losing money tonight, you know what I'm saying? But listen, the championship teams for years, decades have come to the White House from the presidents. And I remember as a kid, Ronald Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Obama, you name them, the second Bush, all of them had championship teams at the White House, and Trump has too. And then, you know, presidents have had athletes kind of shooting hoops with them there, like Obama used to do with LeBron and all those guys. But, man, nothing ever like this. When you get that reverse angle from the cam that comes from the White House, and you see the monuments in the background and all the lights and the lawn off in the distance with all the fans who can't get in to the White House event and can't be on the lawn, but they're at the event. And there's big screens everywhere, and it's literally right across and in the shadow of the monument, the Washington Monument. Unbelievable, man. This is crazy. The fan experience was off the chart, and now the flash bulbs pop in, even though there shouldn't be any more flash bulbs with cell phones, right? That's not flash bulbs. That's lights that are around that make it look like flash bulbs. And now John Anik and Joe Rogan and Daniel Cormier will take it from here. We're almost ready for our first fight. What a moment for John, by the way. As a guy who's called a ton of fights, Joe in DC, as a guy who's done it a million times, I have to say, man, I'm happy for these dudes to do something like this. They've done the Sphere. It's bucket list, man. It's something that you never thought, you know, the Sphere. When we got into this business 30 years ago, we never thought there'd be anything like the Sphere. When we started being UFC fans, we never thought we'd see it on the White House lawn. If it weren't for Donald Trump, they might not have had a venue at all when they first bought the UFC. They had done all those years, 9 years of events, but not that many events, and they had pretty much run it into the ground. You know the story. Dana was a manager, managed Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz. He was fighting with that ownership group, you know what I mean, and the guys who are Davey and his group about, hey, you know, I need more money for my guys. And there's like, Dana, there is no money. And he said, what? He picks the phone. Lorenzo, Frank, I think we could buy this thing. And then the Ultimate Fighter happens 6 years later, 5 years later, completely flips it on its ear. You know what I mean? Griffin and Bonner. And then from there, you had Kimbo on the Ultimate Fighter show. And then from there, you had Brock Lesnar come in from the WWE and bring all those fans with him. And then from there, you had Rowdy Ronda Rousey and the women's side and everything she did from the sport. And then you had the biggest superstar in the history of superstars, Conor McGregor, who makes his return at International Fight Week after 5 years on the shelf. He will fight in less than a month, but nothing could have prepared us for the spectacle that we see tonight. Justin Gaethje trying to shock the world on the White House lawn. Imagine being as patriotic as Justin is, coming from small town USA. His parents worked in a copper mine, his brothers. That was his fate. You either make it out through wrestling and then, grace of God for him, fighting, or you end up in those copper mines like your family and their family before them and everybody in your bloodline. But no, he made it out of Safford, Arizona. What could be more American than that? Sugar Sean O'Malley coming from the West Coast, but obscure. Obviously, Sugar Sean O'Malley, not a guy who came, you know what I mean? Sugar Sean O'Malley, just unbelievable. His story, his background, and his path came through Arizona as well. You think about that, how Sugar Sean O'Malley ended up training at the MMA lab and now has his own gym in Arizona. But Sugar Sean O'Malley, the Sugar Show, the former champion, also has a chance. I mean, he's another guy who lived the American dream, coming up from small town USA, fighting out of Peoria, Arizona, but was born in, what was it? It wasn't Montana. It was South Dakota. Sugar Sean O'Malley was born in. And man, this is crazy. Gaethje and Topuria, we saw the face-offs. It got a little bit personal with Justin bringing up some things about Topuria and his ex-wife, but man, it's crazy. And Rogan ditched the black shirt for the night. Rogan usually wears the black jacket and a black shirt. He's got a silver suit. He's got a tie. $100 million plus a year buys you one hell of a dope suit. I will say that. There is absolutely zero doubt about that. And then you talk about Michael Chandler and Derrick Lewis. What better fighters to have on the card? Sean Strickland should have been on this card, by the way, an American fighter, saying he's banned by the White House for his views on Israel. Kind of lost his mind, but hey, we love Sean Strickland. 3.2 million views for his last fight against Khamzat Chimaev, shocking the world. Not me, if you remember my pick here on MMA Weekly, but Sean Strickland, I think, should have been on this card. But you got Gaethje, you got O'Malley, you got Lewis and Hokit, you got Chandler, you got Bo Nickel and Dawkins, and you got Lopez and Garcia. So we're guaranteed to have an American winner in 2 of the fights because 2 of them are both American. So no matter what, that's smart booking because you're guaranteed on the 250th birthday of the USA, you're guaranteed on the 80th birthday of the president and the leader of the free world to have 2 winners from America tonight. But some of the others facing long odds. O'Malley's a big favorite, but man, Topuria is like minus 480 over Gaethje right now. Chandler and Hoofy, it's just not, and obviously a really good thing right now for the American fighters. And, it would have been great to see John Jones and what he could have been doing last time. You remember he fought, he did the Trump dance in the octagon, and it'd be interesting to see how that would go. But, man, I am excited about this one. Let's see, Topuria and Gaethje, I see him at minus 525, as high as minus 525. And we've still got the music going here. We could just lower that just a smidge, Scott. Man, what a spectacle. The lights, the red, white, and blue, the flag, the octagon is always the shining star, as it is tonight. And again, no matter what your politics, no matter what you feel, no matter who you are, to be a part of an event like that, to even be able to watch it, the former 3-time Bellator lightweight champion Michael Chandler, they're showing what his walk looked like when he came in. And imagine the security and the clearance you have to get and the things that had to happen to make this event go. $60 million, apparently the cost. The budget for the Sphere was $21 million. Dana said they'd never top that. Supposedly $60 million. They're paying $700,000 just to fix the lawn after this fight card. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? $700,000 just to fix the lawn after this card. And the weather's looking pretty good right now. The weather is looking pretty good right now, and I'm excited to see what happens as a result of just Dana White just saying he's going to do something and doing it, man. That's a lesson to all of us in life. Just say you're going to do something and do it. All right, so let's see here. We'll keep it going here. All right, Alex Pereira. Let's see. Cyril, Gane, and Alex Pereira. Let me do this. Hold on 1 second. Let me just pull this odds up for you. Like, see that theme music right there in the background. All right, I got Topuria as much as minus 600. Gaethje plus 400. I got Pereira at minus 125. Cyril Gane minus 105. Both on the minus side. Sean O'Malley, the Sugar Show, minus 380. Ayman Zahabi is plus 260. Mauricio Hoofy minus 600. Michael Chandler plus 400. Hasn't fought in a long time. Bo Nickel minus 350. Kyle Dawkins plus 250. And Diego Lopez minus 200. And Steve Garcia plus 150. That's crazy when you think about it, right? Unbelievable. To make the first walk. The Marine Band is out there. They go back to John Adams. How about that? How about that? So Lopez and Garcia, Brazil and the USA. Nickel and Dawkins, both USA. Hoofy and Chandler, Brazil, USA. Hokit and Lewis, both USA. O'Malley and Zahabi, USA and Canada. Zahabi, the only Canadian on the card. Pereira and Gane, Brazil and France, the only fight without an American in it. Should have been John Jones. And Justin Gaethje and Ilia Topuria. The fight to make this year was Pereira and Jones. Number one, it gets masked by Conor coming back after 5 years. But how about this? Imagine making the walk for the first fight onto the lawn of the White House. Imagine being in that very first fight. That's the answer to a trivia question for the rest of your life. Former 2-time world title challenger Diego Lopez, man. Oof. This is going to be fun. This is going to be very, very fun right here, right now. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. Just making sure I got everything ready for this first fight here on MMA Weekly. While I do that, make sure you smash that like, hit the subscribe. You know what I'm saying? The rain delay's over. We're about ready to hit these fights. We are ready to hit these fights right now. And I am excited. I'll tell you what, really excited. As we get ready. Man, here we go. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. And there we go. Okay. Got it. Good to go. Topuria and Gaethje, of course, the main event. Pereira and Gane, the co-main. I mean, so many ramifications. Topuria, the two-division champ, putting the lightweight title on the line against Gaethje, the former lightweight champ, the former BMF champ, the former WSOF champ. Topuria also undefeated, putting that on the line. And then, of course, Pereira trying to become the first three-division champ. He won middleweight. He won light heavyweight. Now going up to heavyweight to face the former interim champ there. Cyril Gane looking to become a two-time interim champ with Aspinall still out after the eye pokes and the Eddie Hearn management. Good Lord with that one. And, of course, the former champ at 35, O'Malley, trying to get back to the top of the mountain in a crowded division, always at 135, and the champion there, of course, is Petr Yan with Merab, the number one contender, Umar Nurmagomedov, number two, Yan and Dvalishvili and Nurmagomedov, obviously Yan, the better matchup there for Sugar Sean O'Malley. And then we got the Hokit and Lewis fight. Hokit rapidly rising in the heavyweight division, giving up a lot of weight to Lewis, but he did to Curtis Blades as well, battered him. Huge fight, 5 rounds back and forth. One of the best heavyweight fights I've ever seen. His last time out, Hoofy and Chandler. Michael Chandler hasn't been in the octagon in a while, man. Michael Chandler looking to get back into the win column. He's lost 3 in a row. Hasn't fought since Paddy the Baddy in April of 2025. Lost to Poirier, lost to Oliveira, then got on the Conor McGregor train. Waiting. The waiting is the hardest part. Lost to Paddy the Baddy, and it's been a long time for him. Meanwhile, Hoofy has been just, he lost to Benoit Saint-Denis, but he beat Fiziev by TKO. King Green before that. Chandler, at least the old version of Chandler that we know for sure, is a guy who represents the toughest competition so far for him. And then, of course, you have Bo Nickel, and he tasted defeat in the octagon for the first time against Reinier de Ridder. TKO, knee to the body in May of 2025, came back with a Rodolfo Vieira win, a head kick at UFC 322 in November of last year, and he will take on Kyle Daukaus, and Daukaus, of course, is 16-4 in his UFC career, but he's got 6 wins in a row right now. Meerschaert and Pereira back-to-back. His last 2, the first fight of the night about to happen. Diego Lopez, the 2-time title contender, of course, lost to Volkanovski in 2 of his last 3 fights. Beat Ortega, beat Ige, beat Silva. Before that, he fights in the opener against Steve Garcia, who's won a ton of fights in a row. 7 in a row. David Onama, Calvin Kattar, Kyle Nelson, the last 3, as the Marines split the door and making his first walk of the night, the first walk of the night. Wow, imagine what's going through the mind of Steve Garcia right now. Smash that like, hit that subscribe. Let us know who you think's going to win this first fight, Lopez or Garcia. This is crazy, man. This is literally crazy. What a beautiful visual spectacle this is. Unbelievable, actually. Really great storyline. Scott, if you can hear me, that music is still rolling. I don't know if Scott's listening right now. Let me see. Let's see. There we go. Kill the music, he said. Kill the music. All right, here we go. All right, Diego Lopez, 27-8, 13 submissions, 10 knockouts. Steve Garcia, 19-5, 15 knockouts. So 25 combined knockouts between these guys. Way more submissions for Lopez, who is ranked number 4. And Garcia, as of right now, is ranked number 9. So let's see. Where is Lopez? Lopez is ranked number 2, and Garcia is ranked number 9. Excuse me on the rankings, but 7 straight wins for Garcia, 6 consecutive knockouts. A lot of bonuses for Lopez as Garcia comes out in the blue trunks, man. They're going to have blue trunks, red gloves, blue gloves. This is crazy, man. What an awesome, awesome fight night this is. Garcia to win plus 115 tonight. Let's see. Unbelievable. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease right here on MMA Weekly. All right, so for this fight here, and we're not going to give any specific odds, but Garcia, the second longest active win streak in featherweight division with 6, 7 fights overall, highest knockdown rate in UFC featherweight history, and finished 19 or 15 of his 19 wins, all knockouts. He is anywhere from a plus 120 to plus 135 underdog against the two-time title contender, Diego Lopez, minus 142 to minus 160 for him. But Diego Lopez is a guy who, obviously, when you're looking at him, he is someone who has a well-rounded game, and the two-time title contender, a big step up for Garcia, so you can see why he's the favorite, although not a big favorite because Garcia commands a lot of respect in his last 3 fights. Imagine you get into the octagon and you're at the White House, man. Talk about bucket list. Talk about the opportunity of a lifetime. If you make a highlight tonight that lives forever, imagine what that would look like on the lawn of the White House. The first American fighter is in the octagon. 250th birthday of America, the 80th birthday of President Trump. Look at the spectacle of the octagon. The claw that had to be built overseas in Germany, assembled in Philadelphia, and trucked to Washington, D.C. No idea why, but that's what they had to do. Unbelievable, man, as Lopez gets set to make his walk. Garcia, by the way, also competed in Bellator. He's from Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Also, Hokit's from New Mexico. 2 fighters from New Mexico on the card. Now, here comes Diego Lopez. By the way, Garcia is on Team Jackson Wink, but Lopez, man, Diego Lopez da Silva, 5'11", 145, obviously from Puebla, Mexico. And the Mexican fighter making his way to the octagon right now, getting checked out cage side, second-degree black belt in jiu-jitsu, but has 11 knockouts to go with his 12 submission wins. Made his way to the UFC through the Contenders Series. Of course, he is coming off his second loss in 3 fights to Alexander Volkanovski, both by unanimous decision. Neither one of them close. The second one a lot worse than the first one. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. So pumped to have you with me. About to start with our first fight of the night right here on MMA Weekly's YouTube. Smash that like, hit the subscribe. Our numbers tell us that the millions of people who watch us on this channel during the fights are not really our subscriber base. For the most part, they're here, but the number of new people is enormous. We only have 900,000 subscribers, and we get sometimes millions of views, right? So 23 of his 27 wins, he has finished. 15 of them in the first round, and a 5-0 UFC knockdown ratio, meaning he's got 5 knockouts, and he ain't never, and I said never, been knocked out. Very close to win outright anywhere in the minus low to mid minus ones for Lopez and Garcia, plus just over 1 as the dog to win by KO, TKO, just about even for both guys. Decision, same. To win by submission, though, for Garcia, plus 2250 and plus 425 for Lopez, because obviously he is a jiu-jitsu guy, and depending upon what book you're looking at, depending where you're getting your odds, and obviously we'll see there. So I'll keep you posted throughout the fights. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, the #1 watch-along show in mixed martial arts. The MMA Weekly live UFC Freedom 250 stream right here on YouTube. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, and we are just about ready to go. After all the pomp and all the circumstance, it's 5:51 on the West Coast, 8:51 on the East Coast, and UFC Freedom 250 is about to get started. Still cloudy as a you-know-what in the nation's capital. And, of course, Paramount's going to take their 7 million commercial breaks before we can get going on this. But, man, it is exciting to see this fight getting ready to happen. We've been waiting so long for this event. By the way, Lopez 31, Garcia 34. We'll give you the tail of tape when they come back in. But going to be interesting to see how this fight plays out. Garcia and Lopez. The first fight of the night on the UFC Freedom 250 card. 5'11" versus 6 feet. 31, by the way, Lopez, 34, Garcia. The weight, 146 each. The reach, 2.5-inch reach advantage for Garcia at 75 inches. 19-5, he's the plus 120 dog. 27-8 for Lopez, he's the minus 150 favorite. All the new graphics, the new belts. Buffer does not have the red, white, and blue on, but he's got stars all over the jacket. It's like a blackish gold. What a dope jacket Bruce Buffer has. He always has that. And what a thrill for him. I've ring announced a ton of fights too. So for him to be able to kick off the show like this on the lawn of the White House, right after he just opened up for the A's, who played their first game in Vegas, not at the new stadium, by the way, their first series. The new stadium will come next year. But man, Garcia and Lopez, they don't look too bothered by being outside. Neither guy's sweating yet. You got all the real fans off the lawn of the White House, not too far in the shadows of the monuments, but then you got the military and the VIPs and the politicos and all those people. Anyway, Garcia fighting out of Albuquerque to Burque. Shout out to all my boys and girls out there in the Burque. Love going out there. It's a great fight town, man. Great fight town, whether it's boxing, the late, great, legendary Johnny Tapia. How about Johnny Bones Jones? How about Holly Holm? How about Carlos Condit and Rashad Evans? And how about Michelle Watterson, the karate hottie? All the great fighters to train and come out of New Mexico, but extra special for the guys who are from there. Rio Rancho, where the UFC's done events, right outside of Albuquerque. Steve Garcia is from there, and tonight he kicks off the White House card against Diego Lopez. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but it is when they were 2 title fights and you lost both, right? Even Meatloaf would admit that, and I know I'm admitting my age when I say that, but I am excited here tonight. Jim Greashauber, call me Grease on MMA Weekly. Who you taking in this fight? How are they going to win? When they going to do it? Let's get it popping in the chat right now. We're excited. And by the way, smash the like, hit the subscribe, and ring the bell. If you love what we're doing here for you tonight, throw us a super chat. We don't mind. We love them. We'll count them up at the end of the night. And if you throw us a super chat, by the way, guaranteed to get on the screen. And how about Mike Beltran? Attaboy, Mike. I love Mike. You know, the ref with the long braids on the beard. Mike saluting the flag. He's a veteran. Thank you, Mike, for your service. Thank you to all the veterans for your service. And, of course, thank you to those who have paid the ultimate price for our country. It's the 250th birthday of America this summer. The celebrations are everywhere. The fireworks over Vegas. And here we go. Start the clock. Fight number 1 is underway. Lopez and Garcia. Have to admit, this is such a cool spectacle. We'll see if weather plays any more of a factor. We'll see if the fighters feel any different fighting outside. A lot of times the logos painted onto the canvas of the octagon, they get slippery, and it might get more slippery in the humidity of the Washington, D.C. summer. Up and down the northeastern U.S., there have been terrible weather patterns of rain and wind gusts, even tornadoes, lightning. There will be a shelter in place if there's lightning during any of these fights. Oh, nice left thrown by Garcia. Lopez is wearing white trunks with the red, white, and blue, and Garcia in the blue with the red and white. This is awesome. This is awesome. Red gloves for Lopez to denote the red corner. Blue gloves for Garcia. Just about the 4-minute mark of round number 1, they feel each other out. Oh, man, see, Garcia's already touched him a couple of times with that reach advantage, once with the left, once with the right. No real damage done. But again, Garcia, 7 wins in a row, and he's been laying dudes out. Chase Hooper, you know what I mean? Nordenbike, Costa, not Paulo, Mizakel, Chu Song Woo, Kyle Nelson, Kevin Cater, who took him the unanimous decision, and David Onama back in November of 2025. But he is facing his stiffest competition to date in Diego Lopez. You know, the unanimous decision win over Brian Ortega that led to the first Volk title fight, lost by unanimous decision. Then the Silva fight, TKO by spinning back elbow and punches. And then he got the other shot at Volkanovski again. Remember, Topuria vacated that. And so Volk the champion again, but Lopez losing both of those fights. Got to really watch this fight here, the contrast in styles. Lopez, so dangerous with the grappling. Both guys are knockout artists. Combined 25 knockouts between the two of them. Good leg kicks early on, too, from Garcia, ranked 9th. Lopez ranked 2nd. At featherweight, of course, Volk, the champion, Evloev, the number 1 contender. More on that later, but first, these two guys. And whoever wins this fight, look, you got Murphy, you got Aljo, you got Yair, you got Silva still, Arnold Allen. You got a lot of guys in front of Garcia. But if he can take out the number 2 guy in the division here tonight, he's going to move up quite a bit. Lopez is obviously, with that whole mullet in the back, got that Theo Vaughn haircut with just the stash and a little Fu Manchu underneath. But he's a tough cookie, man. He's figured out how to stay out of the range of those long pterodactyl arms of Garcia. And now Garcia coming in, eats a big right hand. Remember, he's got that dog in him for sure, coming from New Mexico. Both these guys do. Just about at the 2-minute mark of round number 1. First fight of the White House Freedom 250 card, live on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease, Gries, at Jim Grease _ at MMA Weekly on social media. Give us a follow, a sub right here on YouTube, I should say. Live on YouTube during every numbered event. Big boxing matches as well. We got a lot of those coming up. Just keep on coming back on MMA Weekly social media. Rushing in is Garcia. Got clipped on the side of the temple by a quick right hook from Lopez. Stumbled a bit. Probably not a knockdown, but you can already see Garcia standing in that southpaw stance and eating a lot of leg kicks coming from Lopez. And that's how you slow down the mean machine. Love the nickname, by the way. He's fought at lightweight, featherweight, and bantamweight. But he's standing in a southpaw stance, getting that lead leg blistered a little bit right now. Of course, Lopez, the orthodox fighter. This is crazy when you look at it, but a lot of feinting, a lot of quick movement from Garcia, as you would expect from a punching knockout artist, the likes of him. Lopez, more well-rounded, definitely shot a couple takedowns already, looking for the takedown. He's looking for the takedown and get the sub win, but he can stand and trade with the best of them. He's more than happy to do it. Tough fights against Volk, though. It shows you how good Topuria is to do what he does to Volk and to Max, who had never been knocked out, and to Charles Oliveira. Bang, bang, bang. 3 in a row. He headlines against Gaethje tonight, but Garcia starting to find the range with those combos. Less than 20 seconds left in round number 1. Lopez having a hard time staying out of range against the elite striker. His face getting messed up a little bit here as we're under 10 seconds in round number 1. I think it's anybody's round. Oh, spinning head kick attempted by Garcia, trying to put on a show. Nothing doing in terms of slickness inside the octagon, and round number 1 is in the books. Both fighters sweating profusely, by the way, and it is humid out there, but you sweat like crazy when you fight indoors too. Let's be real. Joe Rogan made his comments and his feelings clear, talking about how it should be in controlled environment. World titles are on the line, and obviously he made his thoughts clear. And fighters haven't fought outside since the very early days in their career. State fairs, county fairs, smokers, carnivals, you name it, outside at the gyms, when the gyms have events out in the parking lot, when fighters are just getting started out. You see all the time fighters fighting outside at the very early stages and the very tiny promotions as they get going. But never would you have ever felt like an event like this would be outside. WWF and what you call it? Why can I remember? WCW used to always do events outside. Remember WCW would do Bash at the Beach, right? Back in the 90s. And that was always outdoors. And you'd see like Hulk Hogan wrestling outside. You see a lot of that, right? WrestleManias have been outside over the years. So the quote unquote fake wrestlers know what we're talking about. As we get set for round number 2, Garcia and Lopez, very close round. I'll be interested to see how people score that. Garcia rushing in, eats a right from Lopez for his troubles. Each guy has gotten himself dangerously close to power punching range, and in it, briefly, close enough to get clipped. So you want to make sure, check it out. And we got Pereira and Gane coming up. We got Topuria and Gaethje. UFC Freedom 250 live right here on MMA Weekly. Keep it here. Subs. Hit the like button and the bell as well. Subscribe to the channel as well. We take the super chats. We love you if you think of us in that way, obviously. There's a lot of sponsors in that octagon tonight, too. Oh, shovel punch from Garcia lands, but Lopez punishing the body on the way out. Garcia, very unorthodox movement from that southpaw stance. And you see like the arms coming down and up and coming all over the place and shovel punches up, and very rarely just a straight combo or anything like that. It's all kinds of angles. It's a jab with an elbow behind it, things like that as a jab connects. And again, he's got the 75-inch reach, which is huge for the division, 72.5 for Lopez. But we've already seen Garcia using the advantage. Who do you guys think are winning these rounds? Let us know in the chat as we continue live here on MMA Weekly. 3.5 minutes left in round number 2 of our opening fight of the night, UFC Freedom 250 on the lawn of the White House. Both guys very active, but not a lot of stuff landing in this fight. I'd be anxious to see what's going on with the live scoring here. Let's see if I can find some live scoring. Let's see if I can find some live scoring here while we continue. Both guys still dancing around, throwing a lot of volume. Nothing really big landing. Nothing really big landing. Let's see. All right. Everybody's doing live updates today. And live analysis. Nice left from Lopez, connected a big hook. No damage really to either fighter's face. Lopez has a little redness and maybe a little swelling, but nice 1-2 combo, the jab and the big right from Lopez. He's got some pink. He's got a little swelling. Nothing on the face of Garcia. No takedowns for Lopez. Let's see what we got here. Very quick, both these fighters. Oh, big left hand lands on another one from Garcia. Big combos, and Lopez knocks him down with a left. Garcia on the ground getting pounded out by Lopez, and it's all over. Oh, Diego Lopez finishing Steve Garcia by TKO early in round number 2, climbing up to the top of the octagon, facing the White House. Imagine that picture that you have for the rest of your life. He should have turned around and faced the other way, but hey, maybe Gaethje will do that. Garcia, the first fighter to taste defeat tonight. He's on the ground on his back, knocked out. He landed a combo, landed a nice left, and as he delivered the left that landed, it was Lopez coming in tight and knocking him out. We'll give you the official time in just a moment, but wow, what a finish to fight number 1. What a finish for Diego Lopez, man. He's done everything and beaten everybody except the guy he needed to beat, obviously, right? And that was Alexander Volkanovski, but you can't fault the guy for that. You know, it's like when Max Holloway beat everybody but Volk, and they just couldn't fight again. You know what I mean? So I think the third one will be a ways away, but yeah, Garcia left himself in close range too long and just got clipped by a big left hook. And then he tried to stand back up, and he got clipped again by a big right that came in behind it. And then he stayed up. Yeah, a big right, then a big left. A left and then a right and then a left from Lopez. Beautiful combos, but that left and the right came through right after it. Got him right in on the corner of the eye and the nose, and then a left behind it straight on the button. So the left came through, grazed him. The right came through, tagged him right here. The left came back through, and bam, good night. And it was more of a straight left. Yeah, he tried to throw it like a hook, but Garcia walked into it like a straight. Unbelievable finish, man. Really, really great finish. Really great finish. Man, what an unbelievable start to UFC Freedom 250 put on by Diego Lopez. And the bonuses tonight, by the way, and that's an early leader. And you got Derrick Lewis coming, you got Gaethje coming, you got Topuria, Pereira, and Gane. You got a lot of guys who can do these things. But man, if Lopez wins a bonus tonight, they're like $400,000. But there's only one for each, you know, 2 performance bonuses, and then each fighter in the fight of the night. This ain't going to win fight of the night, but man, he's in line for a bonus. They're getting it from crypto. Crypto bonus is what they're getting. And so that is interesting to see. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Insane in the membrane. This is insane, man. What a start to the main card. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Smash that subscribe, hit the like. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease right here on MMA Weekly. I'm not sure who won the first round. It might have been Lopez. He was busier. I don't know, but Garcia landed a few shots as well. Lopez seemed more active, tried the takedowns, but I don't know. We shall see. What do you guys think? Diego Lopez with the knockout victory. So I think it was TKO. I don't think it was knockout. I think it was TKO. I think that it was a TKO because the ref jumped in and stopped it. Mike Beltran. They're calling it a KO. Interesting. He came down and hit him with a bunch of shots on the ground. 2:28 of the second round. I'm gonna have to wait for the official decision before this. That's not a KO. That's a TKO. Before I start reading what too many people put down. Right now he's sitting up on top of the octagon. There you go, Diego, with the White House in the background. Get that picture. Get that picture with the flag flying. You got that for life, baby. What an honor for these guys tonight. No female fighters on the UFC Freedom 250 card at the White House. Let's see. Let's get the official word from Buffer. All right. Bruce says Mike Beltran calls a stop to this contest. That's TKO, just so you know. 2 minutes, 42 seconds of round number 2, declaring the winner by knockout. He called it a knockout. All right. I stand corrected. Diego Lopez. And he gets the first interview of the night. Look at Rogan in the shirt and tie. Took the jacket off to go in there. Still has the Submariner, by the way, in spite of all that cash. Just the Submariner. I say just the Submariner, but I mean, the dude could have like a whole arm full of Rolexes if he wanted to. How crazy does this feel? It's unbelievable. Wow. I don't believe this happened. But yeah, this is happening, guys. I'm in the White House. I'm the Finnish guy. Take the great win here. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, 2:28 of round number 2, the win by KO. Finished 24 of 28 wins now, 12 knockouts and 12 submissions for Lopez. You know, he's number 2 in the division. And I mean, Ivloev is really only number 1 because he has to get the next title shot. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. You can't really sugarcoat any of that too much, you know? You cannot sugarcoat that too much. And a big summer for the UFC with International Fight Week coming up next, the Philadelphia show after that. And Lopez saying, if you come in the middle of the cage for a fight with me, sorry, guys, I knock everybody out. Nice sequence, though. Beautiful job. The left grazed him, the right here on the bridge of the nose and the eye combined, and then another left behind it. The right hook, bang right into here, and then the left behind it. And a right landed from Garcia, but it didn't land much. It reminded me of the McGregor-Aldo exchange, if you remember that. But, man, you got the Philadelphia show, UFC 330, coming up on August 15th. After UFC 329 on July 11th at T-Mobile Arena, the return of Conor McGregor. And those are the only numbered events that have been announced. The rest of them are fight nights, and they're going to Shanghai. They're going to Paris. They're going to Belgrade, Serbia. They're going to Abu Dhabi. They're going to Azerbaijan, wherever the hell that is. But Diego Lopez, man, I mean, you know, and it takes a special dude. You work your way your whole life. No one can touch you. You're killing everybody. You make it to your dream. You make it to your title fight, you lose. You go right back out and win your next fight. Very tough to do. Then you get another title fight, you lose again. To find the inner champion, to find the inner dog, to kill the inner bitch, to do the things you have to do to come off of a loss like that, not once, but twice, to come back out and perform like he has both times. Shout out to Diego Lopez, man. Shout out to Diego Lopez. You know, to come back the way he did against Silva and now the way he did against Garcia after the devastating losses to Volkanovski on the 2 biggest nights of his career and maybe his life. I don't want to speak for him. But, man, it's crazy, is it not? Crazy when you think about it. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. And how about Bo Nickel coming up next? The 3-time NCAA wrestling champion. Not long in the sport of mixed martial arts. Got the fast track. He might not have fought outside. Might be the only guy on the way up. But, man, it's crazy, you know? Insane, actually, when you think about what's going on for Nickel. The American hero, right? 3-time national champion in college wrestling from Penn State. He beat Josh Hokit, who will come up in 2 fights against Derrick Lewis in the final from Fresno State, the wrestler and football star in college. Hokit going to take on Derrick Lewis, the former boxer, in a fight personally requested by the president for his 80th birthday, and the president gets what he wants. At least from Dana, he does. You know what I'm saying? But we continue live here on MMA Weekly with your coverage of UFC Freedom 250. And we are proud to be here. We'll be here for UFC International Fight Week as well. Of course, next up, Bo Nickel and Kyle Daukaus is at middleweight. That one is at middleweight, and neither of them ranked. But the champion at middleweight, Sean Strickland, just got the belt back from Khamzat Chimaev. Our last show, we did 3.2 million views for that fight. Right? And Sean Strickland was saying, I should have been on the White House fight, and he went out and went nuts on social media. I've been banned by, what I said about Israel. Dana says we've never banned a fighter from anywhere. That's between our fighters and the government and the White House. And so here's the thing, okay? So Sean Strickland, charged with disorderly conduct. I don't know if he actually got charged. He could be facing a disorderly conduct charge. He actually snuck inside the Fan Fest and jumped into a WWE ring set up at the event. He wasn't arrested, but he is saying he could face a Class B misdemeanor, which is disorderly conduct, and that could be punishable by 90 days in jail and a $500 fine or both. He's saying, I may have been charged with disorderly conduct. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. Anyways, I just want to thank you, fans. I can't thank you guys enough after being banned. You guys riding, supporting me, it means a lot to me. He snuck in the night before. He snuck in last night. Unbelievable. Sean Strickland just does not give an F. He does not care. He really does not care. And you got to, appreciate on some level at least what he does there. Just kind of marches to the beat of his own drum, does his own thing. Trying to remember the name of where all these fans are right now. It is, I know the South Lawn is where the fights are. It's on the mall. Is it on the mall where the rest of the fans are? Oh, who the hell cares? Anyway. Bo Nickel, man, has competed for Team USA before in wrestling, obviously. Imagine Daniel Cormier, who was an Olympian in 2008. What if Henry Cejudo would have been on this card? An Olympic champion wearing the red, white, and blue. Just missed it. Nickel won the under-23 World Freestyle Gold Medal in Budapest representing Team USA all the way back in 2013. Even as a youth, he was a USA Wrestling Triple Crown winner. He won the U.S. Open title in 2019 at 92 kilograms. He tried to make the senior Olympic and world teams. David Taylor, Jaden Cox, he just wasn't able to get there. But Bo Nickel has worn the red, white, and blue on the international stage before, but maybe never quite like tonight. As he gets set to take on Kyle Daukaus. Daukaus is a tough dude, has a brother who fought in the UFC as well, Chris. These are literally ridiculously tough dudes out of Philadelphia, and they got the Philadelphia card coming up in a couple of months too. He's a purple belt in Muay Thai and a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu is Daukaus. But he's also got 2 knockouts, got 12 submission wins. Really going to have to watch the submission attempts here. But he's got 6 wins in a row. Gidron Ellis, Sean Connor Fallon, Keenan Patershuk, Michel Pereira, and Gerald Mearshart. Meanwhile, Bo Nickel coming off a 1 win. Rodolfo Vieira at UFC 322. Remember his head kick in November of last year in New York City? Bright lights didn't faze him at all there. But Reinier de Ridder did at UFC on ESPN, Sanhagen versus Figueiredo on May 3rd of last year. Nickel's got the longer hair now. Getting ready for this fight. This is going to be a lot of fun. Happy to have you with us here on MMA Weekly. Still to come, Michael Chandler and Mauricio Hufi, Josh Hokit and Derrick Lewis, Sean O'Malley and Ayman Zahabi. Alex Pereira trying to become a 3-division champion, the only one in history, taking on Cyril Gane, the former interim champ at heavyweight, in the interim heavyweight title matchup, the co-main event of the evening. And then, of course, the main event, Ilia Topuria, 17-0, the former 2-division champion, the former featherweight champion, and the current lightweight champion, defending his belt against Justin Gaethje, the former interim lightweight champ, the former BMF champ, and the former World Series of Fighting champ. As Kyle Daukaus makes the walk from the White House. This is the first of 2 fights tonight with both fighters representing the red, white, and blue. So Team USA will be victorious no matter what here tonight. In this fight, someone from the USA side will be victorious, and that'll happen twice this evening unless one of them ends in a draw. You know what I mean? Say, can't guarantee that. I mean, in the land of betting on sports and all the stuff that's happening in the college football world and the NBA world and James Krause in the UFC, you always have to make sure you mention everything as he walks out, man. Daukaus from Philadelphia. Now, I can tell you this. I'm from the Northeast, okay? People from Philadelphia and Pennsylvania in general, along with people from New Jersey, they love 2 things. They love fighting and they love America. And probably in that order. But some of the most patriotic people you'll ever meet come from the city of brotherly love. Of course, the Freedom Bell's there, the Declaration and all that was there. So much history in Philadelphia. So many amazing, epic 4th of July celebrations. Philadelphia is going to be one of the greatest cities in America for the 250th birthday of the US of A. As Daukaus makes his way out right now. Kyle Daukaus has 22 fights, 17-4, 1 no contest, 12 submission wins, 2 knockouts. Again, 6 wins in a row right now since he lost to Roman Dolidze and Eric Anders. And the Anders loss was in December of 2022. Hasn't lost since then. By the way, shout out to Eric Anders, the former middle linebacker at the University of Alabama. With all those UFC fights, I'm friends with his brother, Michael. What up, Durs? And met Eric before he ever stepped near the octagon when he was fighting in LFA. But, man, he just retired, so props to him. Daukaus has finished 14 of his 17 wins, 12 submissions. He has the 4th highest control time percentage among UFC middleweights, active at over 40%. And, again, a 6-fight win streak, a 4-fight finish streak. And if Bo Nickel were to decide, hey, I'm going to wrestle this dude, you know, this is what happens when the wrestler faces the jiu-jitsu artist. You know, Weidman had to be careful when he wrestled against Anderson Silva. So many times we've seen the great wrestlers, right? Brock Lesnar got tapped out by Frank Mir. Remember that one? We saw that and he got revenge in the second fight. But the great wrestlers have to be very careful against the jiu-jitsu artist because you can get tapped out at any time. It never stopped Cain Velasquez. It never stopped many of the great wrestlers like Chris Weidman, although he did stand and trade and beat Machida at International Fight Week in 2014 after the 2 Silva wins on the feet. But wrestlers against jiu-jitsu guys could end very badly for the wrestler. Could end very badly. When Bader got tagged, Ryan Bader, by Tito Ortiz, Tito not known as a jiu-jitsu guy, but he got the choke on Bader because Bader rushed in for the takedown. Bo Nickel has to be very careful using his wrestling here. Now, what if it comes down to striking? Daukaus can fight. He can box. He can throw hands. Probably maybe better than Bo Nickel. This is a very tough matchup for Bo Nickel from Rifle, Colorado. Does it get more American than that? Rifle. The name of the town is Rifle. Does it get more American than that? He was born in the home of the Second Amendment. The 3-time Division I champion wrestler, Bo Nickel, the look of pride on his face. I wonder how these athletes keep their focus with all this going on around them. You're walking through the Jefferson Room. You're walking out some of the doors where every world leader's been, where JFK and Ronald Reagan and George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and Eisenhower and both Roosevelts. I mean, I could go on and on and on. And you're walking through those halls to go to the octagon. Man, this is awesome. All right, where are you watching us from? What do you think is going to happen in this fight right here? Bo Nickel, who's no Bickle on Instagram, right? He just reversed the letters of his names, and he's fist bumping everybody on the way out. Looks loose, looks calm. Look, he's been competing on the international stage since he's a kid. Nothing going to faze Bo Nickel. Never made the Olympic team, but he gets to fight on the White House lawn at UFC Freedom 250, and this is just the second fight of the night. 5 more fights still to come from the nation's capital just before the 250th birthday of America, on the 80th birthday of the commander-in-chief and the leader of the free world, with a war going on, with everything happening in the world. The symbolism of the octagon is not lost. And I wish that there wasn't so much going on in the world right now. Would have been great if it were in peacetime. Always great if everything's in peacetime. We always love peacetime. But, you know, just incredible nonetheless to see the spectacle of the UFC. And no matter what you think of the UFC, think about when Art Davie and his group founded the UFC, Meyerowitz and all those guys in 1993, UFC 1 in Denver. And by the way, Bo Nickel and Justin Gaethje both fighting out of Colorado, the home of UFC 1, right? Then the sale to Dana White and the Fertittas in 02. The Ultimate Fighter saving the sport in, what was it, 07, maybe 06, Griffin and Bonner. And then we talked about Kimbo Slice. And then we talked about Brock Lesnar. And then we talked about Ronda Rousey. And then Conor McGregor, the Golden Goose. And then it gets sold for $4.2 billion. But the valuation keeps going up. It gets sold again for over $8 billion. McGregor had fought Mayweather in between. You know what I mean? And it just has continued to grow and grow and grow into the sphere and now the lawn of the White House. What else can you do in your career, Dana White? What else is there? Please don't stop. We love you. But man, what else is there? What else is there? So Bo Nickel against Kyle Daukaus. Nickel's done with his walkout. Both weighed in at 186. The reach even at 76. Daukaus an inch taller at 6'2" and 3 years older at 33. Nickel 30 years old and 6 feet 1 inch tall. Is Bo Nickel, who has worn the red, white, and blue on his shoulders as much as, if not more than anybody on this fight card here tonight. There's a guaranteed winner in this fight representing the USA if it doesn't go to a draw or a no contest. And Buffer doing his thing right now. We're getting set. And again, you really got to watch it if you are Bo Nickel with your wrestling here. I mean, he wants to be in title contention. He's a minus 350 favorite. Daukaus a plus 250 underdog with the 6 wins in a row. This is crazy. I don't know what. This is one of the ones where I'd have taken a flyer on Daukaus here, man. A plus 250 underdog with 6 wins in a row. He was great, Nickel against Rodolfo Vieira. But, man, is he going to be able to impose his will? Which style will win? And who will be able to impose his style more? And then if it turns into a striking matchup as a result of scrambles or takedown attempts gone bad or whatever it ends up being, who will be better on the feet? 8-1 Bo Nickel. 8-1. Not a lot of experience, man. Daukaus has way more. 3-year layoff for Daukaus, 2 straight finishes in a row. And I don't understand. And I don't understand why everybody thinks that that Bo Nickel can just control this fight on the ground. He's anywhere from a minus 305 to a minus 360 favorite. Daukaus plus 245. I'd have gone with the dog in this one. And we are ready for fight number 2. The fighters facing each other across the octagon. And here they come for round number 1. Blue gloves, white trunks for Daukaus. Blue trunks. And they're not really trunks. They're the tight, almost like the boxer brief version for Bo Nickel. And the red gloves fighting out of the red corner. And, man, it's a tough matchup for Nickel if it goes to the ground. I mean, everybody just thinks he's going to control him on the ground, but I'm not so sure about that, man. Daukaus, the black belt in jiu-jitsu. Nickel missing with an overhand right. Picks him up, scoops him, and takes him down right away. Clearly, he's not going to abandon his wrestling, Bo Nickel. The 3-time national champion out of Penn State talks a lot about his faith in God and Jesus and how it got him here on this platform. Daukaus on his back, Nickel on top, and Daukaus has the body triangle locked around him to try to keep Nickel where he is and not allow him to pass that guard. But Bo Nickel looking to use that leverage the way a wrestler does. And he's really got to watch the arm bars, and he's really got to watch things like that. And the chokes from the bottom. He's got to watch everything that Daukaus does from the bottom. Bo Nickel still in that same position. Of course, he wants to pass the guard and posture up. But obviously, neither guy ranked in this fight. Should be the only one on the card. Yeah, because Hoofy and Chandler are both ranked. Malley's ranked. Yeah, the only one on the card between 2 unranked fighters. And with 3 minutes left in round number 1, Daukaus has a cut above his right eye. It might have been Nickel's head. He's got that short hair, that buzz cut grown out, and just kind of cut the hair that he had grown fight week, and he has that head rubbing into the forehead of that cut with Daukaus. It might have been from a punch that he threw, might have been an accidental headbutt. We'll get you clarification on that. MMA Weekly's live coverage, UFC Freedom 250. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. Fight number 2 after Garcia was knocked out by Lopez in round 2 at 228. And our first fight of the evening. If this were a normal card, the 5 main card fights would be coming up next. And look at what we have here. Bo Nickel controlling from the top. And Daukaus, that jiu-jitsu hasn't been a factor yet. So now at the 2-minute mark. And look, actively defending is Daukaus, and Nickel actively punching and looking to posture up. And they're both working, so no chance here for the ref to really stand him up, although you'd love to see it. No one wants to see a fight like this on the White House lawn, just like the BMF fight with Oliveira and Holloway, right? I mean, big elbow from Nickel. A couple of big elbows right into that cut. So I'm thinking that the elbow might have been what caused the cut to begin with, but the takedown, the ground and pound, Nickel now a minute and a half left in the round has now dragged Daukaus all the way across the octagon from the center all the way up against the cage. And the camera's right there, but he's going to stand him up. I don't know why they're standing him up. That's Herzog. I don't know why Herzog's standing him up there. Interesting. They were both working, but Daukaus with a big cut above that right eye, standing in that southpaw stance. Nickel, of course, the orthodox. He's the younger brother, of course, of Chris Daukaus, also been a UFC fighter. Daukaus looking to land on the feet against Nickel. Did not want to get taken down. But, of course, he does fight out of the southpaw stance. But Daukaus, the jiu-jitsu ace. 40 seconds left in round number 1. Spent a lot of this round on his back. Nickel's takedown, very effective in round number 1. Probably won him the round, right? You would say for sure. Nickel, you got to watch those kicks. His kicks have gotten better. Nickel lands a big left. Bo Nickel with the elbows on top, and it is all over. Shout out to Mike Goldberg, my guy Goldie. Bo Nickel electrifies the crowd in Washington, D.C. with an unbelievable shot. And Kyle Daukaus bites the dust, and then ground and pound from Bo Nickel to finish it off, man. 4:29 unofficially of round number 1. Nickel hops up top, and now he's coming down and shaking President Trump's hand. And imagine you'd say happy birthday, saying thank you for having us here, what have you. But what a thrill for Bo Nickel. He didn't get to do it on the Olympic stage, but he does it on the White House lawn, and he gets that finish. So Lopez gets the win over Garcia. Our first American fighter is victorious tonight. He is Bo Nickel. Now, whoever won this fight, the winner was going to be American, but absolutely unbelievable performance by Bo Nickel. He got the takedown, maintained top control for a long time. The ref stood him up, and then he lands a kick straight up the pipe, and it's to the right cheek of Daukaus, who already had a big cut above his left eye, and then Nickel pounded him with a left. The straight kick right up the middle, and the big left hand. Oh, man, crazy. And then a right behind it, and then he goes down. See if they're calling this a knockout or a TKO. The elbows from the top from Nickel, and that was a wrap. But, man, the kick straight up the middle caught him here, the right, and then the left behind it. Just crazy, 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 crazy. So Bo Nickel is in line for that bonus as well. I don't know if it's a better finish than Lopez because there's only 2 tonight. There's only going to be 2 performance bonus winners outside of the fight of the night, which would be 2 more, right? They're going to get $400,000 plus each, and I think $400,000, maybe more than $400,000. But Red, White, and Blue by Godsmack, the music of Bo Nickel. Look at those ears, man. Nature's warning signs, the fangs of a wolf, the claws of a polar bear, and like the ears of a wrestler. Bo Nickel used that wrestling tonight and just opened up the cut on the forehead of Daukaus on the ground. So living up to that huge, huge line for Bo Nickel. So an easy win for Nickel. And by the way, you see where we had it here. If you had Dun, 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 dun. Boom, 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 boom. Hold on 1 second. Where are we at here? Okay, if you had Bo Nickel by KO or TKO, it was plus 205. It was plus 205. So nice pull there. Nickel was a minus 230, but if you had the foresight, you know what I mean? You'd have been all right here. You would have been all right. So a great job by Bo Nickel. Of course, the 3-time wrestling champion, and he picks up his second win in a row following the hiccup against Derrick. And I wonder what will be next for him. Will he be ranked after this? I don't know. We'll see. But for Daukaus, the 6-fight win streak comes to an end, as all good things do. The quote-unquote main card gets going next. I have a friend who's on the lawn of the White House right now sending me pictures and little videos. All right, here comes the official word from Bruce. Shout out to all my friends who still work for the UFC, from security to media relations, by the way. See a lot of them standing in there right now. 4 minutes, 34 seconds to the very first round. The winner by TKO, Bo Nickel. And now Joe in there. Oh, Bo fakes the single leg on Joe. 4:34 of round one. Not sweating. Obviously, the outdoor conditions haven't hurt anybody so far. And I see Mike Brown standing behind Bo Nickel. And he knows what he's doing. This just in. Of course, that's American Top Team out of Broward County, FLA. Nickel saying he has so much respect for President Trump and the balls it takes to put an event like this on. There you go. He said he visualized 100 different ways to finish the guy, and that was one of them, and it worked out. So Bo Nickel, obviously the years and years as a wrestler, an individual athlete at the highest of levels, that front kick right up the middle. Think Michael Chandler against Tony Ferguson. That kind of kick with the left leg comes up, pops his head back, lands a right, kind of grazes him, and then a big left, and then comes down, elbows from the top till he gets the TKO finish. Born in Rifle, Colorado, moved to Wyoming. And, I mean, you grow up wrestling bears. That'd be the American version, right, of what the Dagestanis do. Looking better and better by the day, though, with the striking, Bo Nickel. And to be able to have the confidence and just take a jiu-jitsu guy like him down right away, I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy to do. But a finish in round one for Bo Nickel. First round finish of this card, by the way. Bo Nickel tonight. 2 minutes, 42 seconds of round number 2 for Lopez over Silva with the KO by punches. And Bo Nickel, the TKO, punches and elbows, 4:34 of round number 1. Up next is Mauricio Hufi and Michael Chandler, Josh Hokit, Derrick Lewis, Sean O'Malley, Amin Zahabi, Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane, Ilia Topuria, and Justin Gaethje for the lightweight championship. Gaethje, of course, the 2-time interim champ at lightweight. Just this last time against Paddy the Baddy. And there's no way Paddy Pimblett should have been fighting for an interim belt. I'm just going to say it. He'll probably never get that close again, which is probably why they did it. Hufi and Chandler coming up next, by the way. The team taking a picture in the octagon. Big win, and nice for the gyms, too, to get that kind. It's called American Top Team, for crying out loud. Shout out to Dan Lambert and everything he's done for the sport and his athletes as well. So Bo Nickel, the second fighter to win on this card tonight. Hufi and Chandler coming up next. Interesting to see the people on the White House lawn. I don't know who any of them are. I don't know if there's any MMA media in there or not. I'm not really sure. Not really sure, but we are getting set for the third fight of the night. Right? Good point, Lee. Yeah, no, Ilia is not the same height as Justin. That's Justin's biggest advantage coming in tonight. What a spot to be on the lawn of the White House. Got to be a big sponsor to get in there. Are those Dana's kids? Or them? You know what I'm saying? Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. We got a big night of fights still coming your way. And very excited to see what happens the rest of the night on the UFC Freedom 250 card from the White House. Before the Gaethje fight was finalized, we thought it was going to be Islam Makhachev and Topuria in the main event. Imagine if you had two, like the main event and the co-main event, the two top fights on the card without an American fighter on America's birthday. Already no Jones in the heavyweight fight. Should have been John Jones. He's the greatest of all time. A win by Pereira tonight. Dana White says that makes him the best. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I don't know how you feel about that, but to me it doesn't. Not unless he would have beaten John Jones, which, by the way, should have happened. And they talked to him about it. Hunter Campbell did the negotiating, and Dana said John Jones will never fight on the White House card, and he lived up to his word. And you get the Zac Brown band out there playing. I'm not a country music guy, but hey, what says America more than country music? Most of the country loves it. Oh, big night out there in D.C., to say the least, right? And a big night for us here on MMA Weekly. Smash that subscribe, hit that like button, the bell as well. Again, Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, UFC Freedom 250 live from the White House tonight. The first fight of the night was Lopez by KO. Real nice job with a combination of lefts and rights, hooks, and Garcia walking right into him. He landed as he was being hit. So that one was at like 228 of round 2, 434 of round number 1. Bo Nickel finishing by TKO his fight against Kyle Dawkins. And now we wait for the next one, which is coming up now, which is obviously Michael Chandler. Look, he waited for Conor McGregor for a long time, a long time. And now he finally gets his shot. Not against McGregor and not in any kind of fight like that. And I wonder if the UFC made it right with him somehow, or is going to make it right with him somehow. I don't know. I really don't know. You're in the chat tonight. Let us know what you're thinking, how you're feeling. UFC Freedom 250. Let's take a look at this next one coming up. And Mauricio Hufi, man, oh man, he is dangerous. He knocked out King Green, TKO over Fiziev. He beat the crap out of Rafael Fiziev. I always forget it's an R. It's not Brazilian. Rafael Fiziev. Benoit Saint-Denis beat him by a face crank submission at 256 of round 2 in Paris. And Saint-Denis, the French Special Forces soldier, right? But this is a big step up in competition, you would think, for Hufi. You would think, right? He's out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Fights representing the fighting nerds now, though. Everybody loves the fighting nerds. Michael Chandler, you know his history, right? The multiple-time Bellator champ came into the UFC beating Dan Hooker. Lost 2 in a row to Oliveira and Gaethje. Second UFC fight was for the title when it was vacant. Lost to Dubronx. Lost to Gaethje in a fight of the night in New York City. Beat Tony Ferguson with the front kick KO. You know what I'm saying? Dustin Poirier, Charles Oliveira, and Paddy Pimblett beat him after that. Poirier by third round submission, rear naked choke. Oliveira by unanimous decision. And Pimblett, Paddy the Baddy, by TKO with elbows and punches. Still the biggest win of Paddy the Baddy's career. And now he gets a shot on the White House lawn against an up-and-comer in Hufi, who's 29. And by the way, both these guys are ranked. Both these guys are ranked. Michael Chandler and Hufi. Hufi is ranked number 9, and Chandler is ranked number 13 at lightweight, where Topuria is the champ, and Gaethje is ranked number 1, with Arman Sarukian number 2, and Charles Oliveira number 3, Max Holloway number 4. Holloway, of course, headlines against Conor McGregor at International Fight Week coming up in less than a month. Can't wait for that one. Wait until you hear and you see all the things we got coming your way for that one. Big summer coming your way on MMA Weekly. Check us out all over social media at MMA Weekly, whether it be subbing here on YouTube or Facebook or X. You know what I'm saying? You will find us all over social media. Long time between fights after the delay tonight with the rain. They dodged a major bullet with the rain going over the White House before the fight card began. Crazy. So Michael Chandler gets a chance to come back in. And, look, the Paddy the Baddy fight was in April of last year, so it's been over a year for him. For Hoofy, his last fight was in February of this year. Most of the fighters on this card haven't fought this year. Going to be interesting to see. And so far, by the way, the outdoor conditions haven't been a factor. I haven't noticed anything bug related. The rain held it up for a while, about 30, 35 minutes, and that was that. They got it going. Dana walked out with Donald Trump, and they got it started. And, of course, you had the Diego Lopez TKO of Steven Garcia in round number 2, 228. And you had the TKO, Bo Nickel, after the takedown and holding Kyle Dawkins down for most of the round, opening up a cut above his eye with elbows. He caught him with a beautiful combo after a front kick, straight up the pipe, like the Chandler Tony Ferguson kick. Snapped his head back, and then a combo, right, left, right, bang. And then some elbows from the top. Goodbye by TKO. Obviously, the former champ Sean O'Malley on the way. Hokit and Lewis before that. Alex Pereira, looking to become a 3-division champ, is coming up against Cyril, Gane, a former interim champ, in another interim heavyweight championship fight. And the interim champ Justin Gaethje, the unified champ, undisputed, I should say, Ilia Topuria, undefeated, 17-0. In the main event coming your way not too long after. First 17 more Taylor Sheridan promos. Lord. There we go. Center the shot a little bit more. I am Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease at Jim Grease _ GRIES. And of course, at MMA Weekly on social media. And we are having fun here tonight. Imagine being in DC. You get rained on, all those things. But no, you could just be with us here on MMA Weekly. 2 fights already in the books. We got 5 more to go, which would be the equivalent of the start of the main card. I don't know how I'm going to go that long without peeing. We got to figure that one out. But we shall see. Coming up now is Hoofy and Chandler. And then you got some big-time fights coming up on the heels of that with Hokit and Lewis, O'Malley and Zahabi, Pereira and Gane, Topuria and Gaethje. Again, the main event. This next fight coming up is going to be interesting. Hoofy and Chandler. Hoofy's a big favorite, by the way, as much as minus 600. See. Yeah, I mean, anywhere from minus 520 to minus 800 is Hoofy. Chandler plus 390 to plus 575. I'll say this about Chandler. He's never been one to let being an underdog get in his way of delivering an outstanding performance. We've seen that many times with him. The most famous address in America, the White House. Man, crazy. And look, the UFC embodies the fighting spirit of America, does it not? I mean, the things that the UFC has had to do to overcome everything and get to this point. It's not the wildest, craziest crowd as you'd imagine for these fighters tonight. They're making a trade-off. The whole place goes dark as we await the walkout of Michael Chandler and this next fight with Mauricio Hoofy, the rising Brazilian. Who do you have in this fight, guys? Who's winning this one? Give us a sub. Smash that like button. Oh, Tyson Fury. Look at Tyson Fury walking out. He has a hat that says Donald Trump for Prime Minister. I don't know why he's walking out. What is he doing there? The Gypsy King, legendary heavyweight boxer. I don't know what he's doing there. He's not American. It's not a boxing event. But he's being paraded out, walking out on his own. Interesting. Huh. Oh, well. I mean, they're just doing whatever they can to make a spectacle out of it. I'd prefer the next fight over a Tyson Fury walkout, but that's just me. I don't know how you feel about that. Against the backdrop of the White House, they're having all kinds of problems over in England as well, as you know. He's wearing a jacket that says Gypsy King all over it and a big, giant, diamond-encrusted cross with no shirt on underneath it. Tyson Fury. Things he's overcome in his life, man. Unbelievable. The depression, the substance abuse, alcohol, drugs. He just really, I don't want to take any of that away from him, but I just don't know what he's doing there and why they're parading him out like that. Interesting. And Anik's going to interview him. Wow, what a size difference, John Anik and Tyson Fury. Why are you thrilled to be joined by Tyson Fury? Huh. Interesting. Oh, well, hey, why not? Why not? And you know, by the way, he's going to fight Anthony Joshua later in the year, and we'll be here live for that one on MMA Weekly as well. All right, Jim Greasehopper, call me Grease. Keep it popping here on MMA Weekly. Where are you watching from tonight? Let us know. What do you think is going to happen in this fight? Do you care about this fight? Do you care about Michael Chandler? Do you care about Mauricio Hufi? Let's hope it happens right now, but very soon. Maybe fourth quarter potential fight in August, or maybe at the end of the year it happens, but potentially some involvement. He said, that's why they paraded him out. Okay, Dana White is going to promote Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, and Dana White wasn't going to miss this opportunity on the lawn of the White House, sitting right next to the president, to have Tyson Fury come out and talk about it on the UFC Freedom 250 card. So there you have it. Zuffa Boxing being built in real time. I'm surprised there wasn't a power slap event for the prelims. Oh, my Lord. Can you imagine if there had been a power slap event on the White House lawn? I don't think people would have been all right with that. Anyway, we're here live on MMA Weekly, UFC Freedom 250. Can they please be done with Tyson Fury so we can get this next walkout and get this next fight going? That would be great. That would be great. Maybe someone can hear me if I say it enough times. The first responders getting some love there. Got some veterans there on the White House lawn as well. Troops there. Standing ovations for people. And it's nice, I have to admit, to not have to see like this celebrity or that celebrity. Look who's here. Who gives a crap? Just like the NBA Finals games. Look at Ben Stiller and Timothée Chalamet. And oh my God, who cares? Taylor Swift. Monica McNutt was right. Monica McNutt was right. What was Taylor Swift doing there? Taking up 3 courtside seats, not even a basketball fan. Come on, you know? But at least this is for the right reasons, right? At least if the regular people were going to be kept out, it's for the right reasons. Long break in between fights here at UFC Freedom 250. And you're already pushing a little bit later back on the East. It's 9:51 on the East Coast already. But a lot of patriotism on display for America's 250th birthday, as you might imagine. The whole entire mall in D.C. is decked out. that street in between that and the White House is closed. You got all the fans on that mall with the big screens and the stage. Not a ton, though. Not as many as you would think. Look at Megan O'Leary from the steps of the White House. What a career achievement for her. Shout out to Megan and Joe Benavides. Oh, man. Yeah, they got to speed this thing up a little bit. Production lag. Let's go. We need another fight. We need Hoofy and Chandler to go now. Chandler and Hoofy, number 9 and number 13 at lightweight, coming up next. Seems like for an eternity now. Michael Chandler has waited a long time. I mean, think about being Mike and waiting for Conor McGregor, the Ultimate Fighter season, all the things that they talked back and forth. He thought he was getting his Conor McGregor red panty night, and he never got the red panty night. Never did, but he does get a White House night. He does get a White House night. Now, you can't ever replace that McGregor money that he didn't get. And who knows what kind of deal they made and what they gave him as a result of sitting out fights and waiting for McGregor, taking that calculated risk. But, you know, at the same time, probably saving a little wear and tear. He had fought a lot over the years, and, you know, he has taken damage over the years. And you think back to Bellator. Michael Chandler made his Bellator debut, God, I mean, in 2010. You know what I mean? But, I mean, his battles against Pitbull and Alvarez and Primus and Will Brooks. And Will Brooks beat him twice, and he never got to avenge those. Brooks eventually came to the UFC and didn't do all that much. But Primus is in PFL now, I think, still. But, man, yeah, lost to Primus, beat Primus to get his belt back. Came to the UFC in January of 2021. Beat Dan Hooker. Second fight was a title fight against Oliveira. Remember his first UFC, when he first signed with the UFC at Fight Island, he was the backup for Khabib and Gaethje. Remember when Gaethje was the interim champ the first time fighting Khabib for the belt on Fight Island? Chandler was the backup for that fight, having never stepped foot into the octagon. So Mike with a long history, man. He's lost 5 out of 6 and 3 in a row, though. You know, 3 wins in a row, including his first UFC fight. He beat Outlaw, and then he beat Benson Henderson. And then Dan Hooker wins his first UFC fight by beating Hooker. And it was a TKO in round 1, but then the TKO lost to Oliveira when he actually dropped Charles in the first round. Then the unanimous decision to Gaethje. Then he beats Tony Ferguson, who had lost like 12 fights in a row. But then Poirier, Oliveira, and Pimblett beat him. So Mike Chandler is 2-5 in the UFC. And I used to say all the time, man, I wish I had that magic lamp that Mike Chandler had, because he was getting fight after fight after fight after fight after fight. And you've seen the results. The last one against Patty, the baddie, Pimblett, who Gaethje, I think, exposed. And I don't think Patty's ever getting close to an interim title fight again. But Patty got Chandler in the 3rd round by elbows and punches, a TKO. And now he's got to face Mauricio Hoofy. The 2024, he made his debut. On the Contender Series in 2023, but he beat Jamie Malarkey in May of 2024 at UFC 301 by TKO. And he has wins over King Green and Rafael Fiziev, sandwiched around a loss by face crank submission to Benoit Saint-Denis. And here comes Mike Chandler. Thrill of a lifetime for him, I'm sure. He's a big, big USA guy. Another pretty religious fighter who's always talking about God and always giving credit to his faith. He was a Division I All-American wrestler all the way back in 2009. Proud to wear the red, white, and blue around his shoulders, as he always does, but now at the White House. And he's walking out with American heroes. And he's got a captain of the Arlington County Fire Department and Captain Royce Williams, a Medal of Honor recipient, walking out with him. I think it's cool that they have like regular American heroes walking out with the fighters. So Chandler with the warm-up, air boxing. It's a nice ramp coming down when you come down those steps of the White House and you hit that little stage, and then you hit the ramp coming down. It's an LED ramp, really nice. And Mike Chandler at the bottom, about to get checked out on his way into the octagon. What a cool experience, man. It's nice. The novelty is not wearing off. And by the way, check out the smash that like button and hit the subscribe and hit that bell as well so you know when we're coming your way with more content. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC Freedom 250 tonight. Still 5 fights to go, and we're barely getting started here. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. 2 fights in the first hour. Mike Chandler, of course, the Division I All-American wrestler out of Missouri, had the front kick KO, one of 12 in UFC history against Tony Ferguson. I remember the one that Machida hit Randy Couture with, beat Ferguson by TKO at UFC 274, and has finished 18 of his 23 wins, 11 knockouts, and 7 subs for Iron Mike Chandler. And really, it's, Iron Mike Tyson, but we won't tell Mike Chandler that. It's been a long time. Fighting out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, obviously. And then Nashville MMA. Originally from High Ridge, Missouri. He's 40 years old now. What kind of bizarro world am I living in? What universe is this when Mike Chandler is 40 years old and Gaethje's almost 40? And oh, man, another changing of the guard. Let's go Brazil, says Nicolas Pedro. Let's hear you in the chat. Where are you at? What do you think's going to happen in this fight? Michael Chandler, the college wrestler turned elite striker, loves that damage. To inflict it has also taken a lot. The fighting nerd, Mauricio Hufi. He was born Mauricio de Lima Santos, the Brazilian lightweight orthodox fighter, the fighting nerd. Of course, he won his way into the UFC on Dana White's Contender Series. Won his first 3 UFC fights after that, and then lost to Benoit Saint-Denis by face crank submission and beat Rafael Fiziev. He's 13-2, 12 knockout wins. So we know what he's coming to do. He's coming to throw some leather with Michael Chandler. And he starts his walk. He's 29, rising star in the lightweight division. 12 of his 13 wins by KO. 4.19 significant strikes per minute. Michael's not the hardest target to hit. He absorbs about 4.52 significant strikes per minute. Doesn't make that much of an effort to avoid damage. His significant strike defense just 43%. Roofies is 59. So much heart for Chandler, but he's been criticized for his fight IQ. And obviously, Hufi is an enormous favorite on this card. Let's see where he's at now. Anywhere from, let's see. Yeah, about minus 750. Chandler plus 500. He's the biggest underdog on this card. Biggest favorite is Hufi. Topuria is even minus 500. O'Malley minus 425. Hokit minus 425. But Hufi minus 750. Ton of big favorites on this card tonight. Everyone but Lopez and Pereira. Lopez minus 150 coming in over Garcia. Easy second round. I call it easy. Hufi, of course, has the legend Alexander Volkanovski in his corner. Hokit and Lewis next. O'Malley and Zahabi after that. Pereira and Gane, and Topuria and Gaethje. UFC Freedom 250 on MMA Weekly. Smash that subscribe. Hit that like, the bell. You know how we do. We're here for every major fight card the UFC throws your way, the numbered events, and the big boxing ones as well. Fury and Joshua, Dana White promoting that one. Tyson Fury, the Gypsy King, walked out of the White House to announce that. Now we know why, because he's promoting Dana, who's promoting the event. Hufi has one of 16 wheel kick KOs in UFC history. Chandler has one of 12 front kick, right? Defeated King Green by first round TKO at UFC 313. He's been He's got 4 knockouts and has not been knocked out. But he's got a lot of buzz around him right now in this division. Because you think about Topuria, let's say, Topuria is able to get this win over Gaethje. You got Saruki in there, and he's done a lot with Raf lately. Oliveira's there, but I don't think anybody wants to see Oliveira fight Topuria again, or Holloway for that matter, who's number 4, or Saint-Denis. The one thing is, if Conor McGregor, I don't even want to say it. Everybody's going to want that fight. If Conor McGregor wins at International Fight Week, everybody's going to want McGregor. How long would it be before McGregor gets a title shot? There's so much to think about when it comes to what could happen next. And I know the funny thing is Topuria, he's only so big and there's only so much he can do. You know what I mean? There's only so much he can do. And of course, McGregor and Holloway are fighting at welterweight. I don't think Conor would ever be able to fight Topuria. I don't know if Topuria would go up to 170 or not. Probably not, but Chimaev's there. I mean, the fight you'd want to see would be McGregor against anybody who strikes, not another wrestler like Khabib. Hoofi at 13-2, the -500 favorite. Chandler 23-10. It'd be interesting to see. Buffer with the official intros right now. The biggest number that stands out on the tail of the tape is that Hoofi is 11 years younger. Chandler's 40. Hoofi is 29. And 5'11 versus 5'8, 75-71 on the reach for Hoofi. Michael Chandler fighting out of Deerfield Beach, the +385 underdog. The biggest underdog price of his UFC career for Mike Chandler. By the way, that's to win outright. To win by KO, TKO, Chandler's +850. I might have taken a shot at that for $50. I'm just saying. To win by KO, TKO, Hoofi is -220. Someone's winning by KO or TKO here. This fight's not going the distance. I don't even want to announce the rest of the odds. I'd be looking at the over 1.5 rounds or the under 1.5 rounds. -110 on the over, -120 on the under. Hoofi's been the favorite in all 6 of his UFC fights. Only lost against Benoit Saint-Denis. He's wearing the white trunks and the red gloves out of the red corner. Chandler with the blue trunks and the blue gloves out of the blue corner. And Hoofi, just making sure I get this right. I've said it a few times. Ranked number 9. Chandler somehow still ranked 13. The ring girl's wearing like shiny red, white, and blue American flag, like the blinged out dresses. And we are getting ready finally, my lord, for another fight to start. Let's go. Come on, Paramount, speed it up. All eyes have been on Hoofi in this division. Start the clock. Here we go. Round number 1. Chandler, of course, always active, always busy, always moving. Hoofi with the elite striking. People comparing his striking to Conor McGregor. The way he stands is almost identical. His stance, the way he moves, very, very similar. But he knows Michael Chandler is going to be coming at him. And for Chandler, you're just going to want to land something here, man. You can't let Hoofi sit back there and pick you apart with the boxing. Mike going to want to look for takedowns when he can. Hoofi going to be very aware of that. Again, big money on Chandler to win by KO, TKO. If you got that, stay tuned. Edge of your seat, right? Both guys with great movement early, as you might have expected. Chandler cutting off the center and taking control of the octagon. Already looked for a couple of takedowns, but Hoofi easily getting out of harm's way. So one thing he wants to avoid here, doesn't want to end up on his back no matter what. Chandler, by the way, looks great for a 40-year-old. He just ate a huge kick to the back of his lead leg, that left leg. But so much movement from Chandler. He's become a really good boxer over the years. I don't hate Michael Chandler, for those of you who think I do. Mission says the ring girl unis suck. Interesting. Brazilian flags flying everywhere in the chat. Keep them coming. Hoofi almost landed with a big right. Chandler ducking down. Very good at becoming even smaller when he turtles up and crouches down. Chandler already only 5'8". You know what I'm saying? He uses that to his advantage. Got super powerful legs. Loves to keep it moving. Hoofi just missed him with a big left hook that buzzed the front of the nose of Mike Chandler, who, when he gets in, he's got to get out real fast. He's trying to come in. Now, here's Mike Chandler trying to rush in for either a takedown or a punch here and there and doing anything he can to avoid being caught by Hoofi, whose reach advantage and height actually look more pronounced than what it said with the tail of the tape. But hey, Who am I to call the tale of a tape a liar? 3 minutes, round one. Not much so far. A lot of dancing. Oh, front kick. Right. Oh, you know what I'm saying? The kicks of Hoofy are elite. He's got the hands down by his side. Chandler could rush in, though. Chandler could rush in. We've seen it before. Yeah, he's no way. He's only a couple inches taller. He's way taller than Chandler. Spinning wheel kick toward the midsection. Chandler goes no, shakes his head. Mike still with the big time movement. Again, the outdoor weather doesn't look. Oh, Chandler kicks off the cage, throws a Superman punch. Doesn't land, takes a couple rights for his troubles. Not much there, under 2.5 minutes, round number one. With the third fight of the evening, Diego Lopez won by KO at 2:28 of round number two. And by TKO, it was Bo Nickel at 4:34 of round number one. Lopez beat Steven Garcia, of course, the first American fighter on the card, and he's from Mexico, Lopez. And the second fight was two Americans, Bo Nickel and Kyle Dawkins. Josh Hokit and Derrick Lewis coming up next, also both American. And then, of course, it's Sean O'Malley and Justin the Highlight Gaethje headlining UFC Freedom 250. Chandler's defense been very good so far. I haven't seen much land, if anything, from Hoofy. Oh, and a big right hand changes that in a hurry. Chandler ate it like a champ up against the cage. That was a powerful right from Hoofy to the temple of Mike Chandler. Now Hoofy's got Chandler pinned up against the cage. Big height advantage, big reach advantage, a big spinning head kick. Chandler blocked it, but even when you block it, man, that still hurts. Chandler shooting in for a takedown. He gets it, but right back up is Hoofy. I'm not sure if they scored that a takedown or not. Chandler rushes in for another takedown. It's a big uppercut, sends him ass over tea kettle all the way across the octagon. Big shot lands from Hoofy. Now he's got Chandler against the ropes. 1:10 left. Mike Chandler takes a big right to the body and a big one to the face. Lands a jab, but eats another left hook as he comes in for a takedown. Big shots landed by Hoofy. We got under a minute left in round number one. Michael Chandler has eaten 3 big shots already in this round. I don't know how much more he can take. Now he lands a left of his own, cut on the nose, dripping down on Hoofy. Chandler trying to make it out of the first round. 40 seconds. He's got a long time to go. Hoofy with another spinning head kick. Oh, and Chandler eats a right on the way down. That head kick was blocked, but oh, Chandler gets up to his knees and eats another right. It's over. Mauricio Hoofy ripping Michael Chandler with a right hand while he was on his knees. Chandler, dazed and confused, doesn't know where he is. He gets finished in front of the president on the White House lawn. He deserves better, no doubt, after all that time off and never getting the McGregor fight. But, man, to fight a guy like Hoofy like this on the White House lawn, couldn't pass on the opportunity. And a lot of people thinking Justin Gaethje has the same fate waiting for him later tonight, as Melania has joined Donald on the lawn watching the fights. But, man, Hoofy with a devastating finish of Chandler. And he connected with 2 of those spinning head kicks, the wheel kicks, twice to the side of the head. Blocked them both times, Chandler did, but those still really hurt. And you got your hand tight to your face. It still jars the brain, and it still hurts like hell. And then you're getting blistered by combinations, and then you fall down, and you try to get up, and you get up on your knee, and you just get blasted. So that heel and that kick just completely stunned him the first time, and then Chandler coming in for a takedown, ate a big left and then a right, stumbled backwards, flipped over, like I said, ass over tea kettle, and then ripping the body up against the cage was Hoofy. And then again with the spinning wheel kick up top, the head was hit on the side by that kick, and Chandler falls down again. He goes to get up, the right hits him, then he's on his knees, and a big right blasts him, and that's it. Maybe a bit of a late stoppage even as well. Not my job to criticize the ref on one like that, though. That's I got no idea when it comes to that. I mean, when it's obvious and when it's egregious, different ballgame. But what an unbelievable finish. What an unbelievable sequence from Hoofy. Elite. Now, against a 40-year-old Michael Chandler, if I'm Mike Chandler, I think seriously about retiring now. He never got the red panty night, wanted that huge payday late in his career, had to say yes to the White House card, probably got the favor being put on the White House card by saying, hey, I never got the Conor fight. Just speculation on my part. But you know what I'm saying? Let's get this chat going, guys. What do you think? Let's get this chat going. Throw your comments up. If you super chat, we'll throw your comment on the screen. We take super chats here. You smash that like, hit that subscribe, ring the bell, as we continue on MMA Weekly, UFC Freedom 250 from the White House tonight. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. We've been doing this since the pandemic. Number one in the sport. We love having you here. Thank you for being here on MMA Weekly. Give us a follow on all platforms of social media. This would have been the first fight on the main card, and Buffer is in the octagon to make it official. Still to come, Hokit and Lewis, who wasn't looking, but that's going to be amazing, right? And by the way, the leaders in the clubhouse, Lopez and Nickel, and now this finish from Hoofy. So Lopez or Hoofy, who had the better finish? It's not going to matter if Lewis or Hokit delivers one, and then you got Pereira, and then you got obviously Gane, and then you got Gaethje and Topuria. 4 minutes, 29 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by TKO. Our second TKO of the night, Hoofy, is the winner. And for Michael Chandler, you got to wonder if he's going to continue his career. I don't know if you retire on the White House lawn. I don't know if you make that announcement there. Interesting. Man, oh man. Mike Chandler was overmatched in that fight. Shot for the takedowns, had one briefly, and right up was Hoofy. But man, just a beautiful sequence to get the finish, the spinning kicks, and then obviously the hand game after that. 13 of his 14 wins have been finishes, all knockouts for Hoofy. And again, I said before the fight, to win by KO, TKO, he was minus 220. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that doesn't happen by accident. You know what I'm saying? Not at all. He's got his family. He's got his wife there. Thanking Dana and Hunter and everybody. Saying he's so happy. Quoting a Bible verse, John 3:16. And we all know that one. Man, crazy. Great timing from Hoofy. Really great striking, but the timing impeccable, right? I mean, and you have to think like he was toying with Chandler at this point. The speed, no way Chandler, could do that. Played with him, just kind of played with his food a little bit. So I think Chandler drops out of the rankings. I don't know if he stays in the sport. I'm not saying I want him to retire, but that spinning kick up top with the head, Chandler clearly wobbled by the second one. They both kind of hit him, even though he got the hand up to block it. Then Chandler shot for a takedown. Boom, uppercut, knocked him back. He flipped over. Like I said, ass over tea kettle. Another spinning heel kick. Unbelievable, man. And then on the way down, he hit him. Chandler trying to get up. He grazed him. Trying to get up again. He hits him right in the temple. Trying to get up again. Pounds him in the jaw, and it's over. Chandler took brutal punishment in this fight. Absolute brutal punishment in this fight. And if this is the end for Michael Chandler, again, made his Bellator debut 16 years ago, man. 11th loss for him. He's got 23 wins in his 34th fight. He gets TKO'd. So he says the world title is on the line in the main event of the evening. You're one of the most exciting contenders. Give us your thoughts on how you fit in here. Again, he's got the translator in there. So we'll see. Come on. No one cares about the Portuguese. Let's go with the English version. But it's kind of cool. Either way. I should learn Portuguese. It'd be a lot of fun. Coming up next, Lewis and Hokit. You don't want to miss that on MMA Weekly. Knockout artist Derrick Lewis on the tail end of his trajectory in his career. You know what I'm saying? But, man, a big opportunity for him against Hokit. And imagine prime Black Beast Derrick Lewis. Imagine some of his bigger fights having been here. Imagine if we had gotten to see Jones and Cormier on the White House lawn. He says he wants to be the champion of the division, Hoofy. He believes he's next up for the title shot. And I don't know if they're going to interview Chandler here or not. I would think that Joe might. But for Hoofy, he goes to 14-2. 4:29 of round number 1 with the TK spinning wheel kick and punches for Hoofy on the TKO. Climbs up top, sits on top of the octagon with the flag and the White House in the background. Even if you're not an American, what a thrill that's got to be, right? So Hoofy goes to 14-2, and Chandler goes down yet again as we await the start of our next fight. How about this one? Josh Hokit and Derrick Lewis, man. This is absolutely unbelievable. I've been waiting for this one for a long time. I don't know why there's comedians on the White House lawn, especially idiots like that one. Hokit and Lewis. Now, remember what Hokit did to Derrick, to Curtis Blades, I should say. Now he gets Derrick Lewis. And this was personally requested by the birthday boy tonight, Donald Trump. And you know what I mean? This is a spectacle. It looks amazing, the octagon does, sitting there in the middle of the lawn on the White House. South Lawn. Man, Poatan, Alex Pereira, beefed up for heavyweight. Weird seeing a little bit of that extra around the waist of Alex Pereira. Imagine the history he can make tonight. The history the UFC is making is one thing. How about the history that Pereira can make? How about the history that Justin Gaethje can make? How about Justin Gaethje with a chance to become an undisputed champion at 37 years of age, probably his last opportunity, and he gets to do it on the White House lawn. He did an event for Trump in 2020 with Henry Cejudo and Ali Abdelaziz and those guys. And here he is back there today. Derrick Lewis, number 9. Hokit, number 5. Remember, Lewis was a title contender for a long time. He's 29-13 with 1 no contest. Hokit's 9-0. Hokit on the fast path, baby. Hokit got his start at Bellator. So I would say that as a pro, he has never fought outside. Maybe as an amateur. He played at Fresno State football and was a wrestler there, went to the national championship against Bo Nickel and lost there. He was a tight end and a fullback on the football team. Great athlete. You know, I mean, his shtick and his craziness, whatever you think. But Hokit has finished 8 of his 9 wins, 5 KOs, and 3 submissions, looking to take down the Black Beast tonight, or maybe just put him out, right? Fighting out of Clovis, California. You can see Cyril Gane getting his hands wrapped in the background there. 125 tackles as a linebacker, 820 yards with 8 touchdowns on offense as a running back. As a senior in wrestling, he peaked at number 3 in the country. Walked on at Fresno State. Unbelievable, man. 9 rushing touchdowns as a senior. Team captain, senior in wrestling. All-American. Unbelievable college career. Was signed by the 49ers as an undrafted free agent. Waived in the final roster cuts in 2021 and was on the practice squad. Waived in August of 2022. Signed by the Cardinals after that, waived 5 days later. But in 2023, goes to Bellator and starts his MMA career. Living the dream. Josh Hokit. Meanwhile, Derrick Lewis, you know his story, man. He's been fighting forever. Was a boxer out of Houston. George Foreman changed his life, went to jail. You know the story. Lost to Waldo Cortez Acosta in January of this year. Cortez Acosta, a rising star in the heavyweight division. Before that, Gelton Almeida beat him by unanimous decision, but had back-to-back wins in between over Nacimiento and Taliesin Teixeira. Rogerio de Lima before that. It's been a long time since Lewis was at the top of the division. I mean, we're talking all the way back. And he fought Daniel Cormier in November of 2018 for the title after winning the title eliminator in October of 2018 over Alexander Volkov in Las Vegas by punches. And I remember I was at that fight. This was at UFC 229. That was obviously the biggest card in the history of the UFC. McGregor and Khabib. And Conor's coming back next month at International Fight Week. But at that point in time, it was the biggest fight card. It was on the main card of Conor and Khabib. Everybody thought it was going to be a great fight. Volkov dominated the fight until the last 30 seconds when Lewis turned it on and literally knocked him out with 15 seconds left in the fight. 11 seconds to be exact. And from there, it was the title fight against DC where he got dominated and mauled and submitted. Then Junior Dos Santos TKO'd him, but then 4 wins in a row over Ivanov, Latifi, Olenek, and Curtis Blades. Remember when Curtis Blades went for the takedown in February of 2021? And then, boom, Derrick Lewis dropped down with him and came up with an uppercut / hook, a shovel punch. The names of the heroes who are walking out with the fighters are on the canvas of the octagon as well. They're showing Topuria make his walk in to the building. Finished 15 of his 17 wins, 7 KOs, 8 submissions for Ilia Topuria. Pound for pound number 2 behind Islam Makhachev. Yo, what a crazy night of UFC action. Happy to have you with me and us here on MMA Weekly. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. Justin Gaethje making his walk in. Didn't look so great on the scale yesterday. He's got the Freedom 250 jacket on. Man, what an awesome experience to be walking through the halls of the White House. Imagine how he must feel. Just to put that aside, the hopes of a whole entire country on his shoulders right now. Freedom 250, second fight of the main card coming up, Hokit and Lewis. What a spectacle. After the rain postponed it, it looks like everything's fine and going to be fine from a weather standpoint the rest of the way. The fighters are walking to the octagon from the White House. Today, of course, is Flag Day. Happy Flag Day to everybody out there. Think about the history of the flag, 250 years. Regardless of how you feel about what's going on now or what politics you have, you know. By the way, Justin and Ilia is coming up. We still have 3 fights before that one. Josh Hokit against Derrick Lewis. And you know, Josh Hokit, obviously huge right now. Putting that undefeated record on the line. He fought in Bellator, and then he fought in the Bellator Champions Series, then 3 LFA fights. You know what I'm saying? Bad timing in Bellator in 2023 and 2024. Then 3 LFA fights, not right to the UFC. And then Dana White's Contender Series in August of 2025. They didn't give it to him. Even though he had 2 Bellator wins, they made him earn it with 3 LFA wins and a Contender Series win against Guilherme Uriel. And then Max Jimenez, Denzel Freeman, and Curtis Blades. Now, the big step up, obviously, at UFC 327 to fight Curtis Razor Blades. This is the 3rd fight of the year for Hokit already, and it's just July. He's obviously undefeated. He is TKOing everybody. The Curtis Blades fight was just back and forth. They both took a tremendous amount of damage. I don't know how Curtis Blades was still standing in round 1 and some of the other rounds of that fight, especially round number 1. But he made it all 5 rounds. One of the greatest, most action-packed heavyweight fights I've ever seen in my entire life. Hokit proved a lot to me that night. He took punishment galore from a man 30 pounds heavier than him, and that'll be the case with Lewis too. And a lot of people think Lewis is going to be like a heavy bag here, just standing there stationary, taking shot after shot from Hokit. So it's not necessarily the weight here. It's the, he's a 230-pound heavyweight. Did you see that BKFC just introduced the iron weight division, which is like, what, 205 to 225? I wonder if that would be where Hokit would be, because he could probably cut down to lightweight, truth be told. But still at his college football weight. The linebacker and, of course, running back, fullback from Fresno State. I was a linebacker and a fullback, man. You got to be a tough SOB. I got my ass kicked, and Hokit loves it. Wrestler, fighter, crazy ass, whatever it is, man. He tried doing stand-up comedy. Pereira saying he might be cut, Hokit, after this fight, which would be crazy, right? It'd be absolutely insane in the membrane. Yes, it would. But Derrick Lewis, I mean, did you think we'd see Lewis again after that loss to Cortez Acosta? Dana White called him at home, by the way, right after Hokit beat Blades that night. Called him at home and said, yo, I don't know if he said yo, but he said, hey, the president's right here, and he wants you to fight on the White House card. Are you interested? Hell yeah, I'm interested. You've seen the video, right? I think that's awesome. Derrick Lewis has always answered the call for UFC fans. Remember when he beat up Travis Brown? But he's always been there, man. He's always been there. And you think about the years of Derrick Lewis, and if this is the end for him, and we don't know if it's the end for Michael Chandler, but the Black Beast, Derrick Lewis, man, he's 41 years old. Chandler's 40. Gaethje, 37. The old guard is on its way out, man. It's on its way out. And Hokit represents the new. Man, that Blades fight, they're showing highlights of it now. He just pounded him. What do you think of this fight? You got to be just loving this, man. You got to be so excited for this. Hokit and Lewis here on MMA Weekly Live. It's going to be a lot of fun. The fireworks in the heavyweight division as we inch toward the main event. Gaethje and Topuria, and the co-main Pereira looking to be a 3-division champ. Hokit a big favorite, as much as minus 425. Lewis plus 325, the dog. But this is American against American. I know a lot of people are rooting for Derrick Lewis. Who are you rooting for in the chat? Who are you rooting for? Who do you have? Hey, the best comments, we'll throw them up right there on the screen. If you super chat, we'll throw that up too. Don't forget International Fight Week coming up. July 11th, we'll be here live from McGregor and Holloway. Conor coming back to fight at 170 pounds. Can't believe Conor's coming back. It's actually real. Paddy the Batty and Benoit Saint-Denis is the co-main. Corey Sandhagen and Mario Batista. Shout out Mario, one of my AZ guys. Brandon Royval against Kavanaugh. Gable Stevenson makes his UFC debut on that card. He's been wrecking dudes. Of course, the wrestling legend. Rob Whitaker headlines the prelims against Nikita Krylov. Cody Garbrandt, a former champ, on there. Tracy Cortez against Wang Kong. She and Brian Ortega going back and forth on podcasts. The X's. Man, Derrick Lewis with so many memorable finishes, though, in his career, right? Who could ever forget setting the record for knockouts, right? 24 knockout wins for Derrick Lewis. His last one came against Taliesin Teixeira. Before that, it was Nascimento. Those were in May of 2024 and July of 2025. Before that, it was Marcos Rogerio de Lima in July of 2023. Has not knocked anybody out in a year, just about. Derrick Lewis was knocked out, TKO'd by Waldo Cortez Acosta. And, of course, he has been TKO'd by Sergey Pavlovich and by Tai Tuivasa. Knocked out Chris Daukaus, was TKO'd by Cyril Gane. Curtis Blades by KO. Volkov by KO. Tybura by KO. Shamir Abdurakhimov by TKO. Roy Nelson beat him by split decision. KO'd Gabriel Gonzaga. Lost by KO to Matt Mitrione. KO'd Travis Brown. Beat Francis Ngannou by decision. Can't forget that one. That was the one before the Volkov fight. One of the worst fights I've ever seen. Ngannou and Lewis, the one where you thought it would be the greatest. And it was absolutely awful. Yeah, man, crazy. Derrick Lewis, he looks pretty good making the walk to the octagon right now. How many UFC fights is this for Derrick Lewis now? This is, geez Louise, he's back at UFC on Fox, Verdum versus Brown, August 19th of 2014. That's 31 fights by my count in the UFC. Ten losses. So 21-10 in the UFC. Crazy. Came up. I guarantee you he fought outside on Fight to Win or Worldwide Gladiator or Global Fighting Alliance. Second most wins in UFC heavyweight history with 20. Most knockouts in UFC history was 16. Finished 25 of his 29 wins with 24 knockouts. Even more of a decorated knockout artist than Justin Gaethje when you think about it from the sheer numbers standpoint. And he's a big dog. Tell me what it's like to be the big dog. He's a big dog against Josh Hokit tonight. Stephen Hipp says Lewis by KO. Lewis by KO. Lewis leaned up for the White House card in the red trunks and the blue gloves. They had their choice of white, red, or blue. And I don't know how they worked all that out, to be honest with you. So the president's own U.S. Marine Band is playing, of course. We await the arrival of one of the craziest, I swear to you, one of the craziest people we've ever seen in the UFC, Josh Hokit. We had some crazy ones. I mean, you're talking about Diego Sanchez and talking about, some guys like that along the way. Conor McGregor with his hype Chael Sonnen, Colby Covington, but no one quite like Josh Hokit. I mean, just the things he says, the cringe, the way he goes about things. But hey, who am I to say? You know what I mean? Who do you have winning this? How and when? Hokit at 6'1", by the way. Lewis is going to have at 6'3", a nice height advantage here. But Hokit doesn't care about the weight. He's just going to come out firing on you. He's going to throw bombs from the second he walks out. He's a linebacker and a fullback and a wrestler and a fighter. Linebacker, fullback, wrestler, fighter. Tell me your resume. You know what I'm saying? 2 Bellator fights, 3 LFAs. That's it. That big of a prospect coming out. And he's 9-0 now with 5 knockouts and 3 submissions. Jackson Wink fighter. Got another Medal of Honor walking him out with him, and someone from FDNY. They needed to be in NY when the Knicks won. People ripping that city apart, man. Crazy. First championship in 53 years for the Knicks. I'm 54. That was a year when they won it. I would go another 53 if I make it that far and they lose that many years in a row. I'd be happy. Why not? Here comes Josh Hokit to the octagon. He's got the bandana, the red, white, and blue. He's wearing sunglasses. Quite the character, man. He had the wrestling headgear on over the bandana as he was warming up in the back. He's about to be, and he's nothing but cordial to the people who are walking him out and really honored to be there, obviously, and behaving himself as of right now. But Lord only knows what he'll say on the mic. They banned Sean Strickland, supposedly, if you listen to Sean. He says Sean does that he might get a disorderly conduct for crashing the fan day yesterday. He's been there the last couple of days, Strickland, even though he was supposedly banned. Always with the entertaining content, Sean Strickland. Yeah. Crazy to see Hokit and Lewis. And after what Hokit did against Curtis Blades, 5 rounds of punishment, delivered and absorbed. If you're looking at this one, the odds of it to go the distance are not that good. To win by KO, TKO, minus 110 for Hokit, minus 450 for Lewis, probably his only path to victory. To win by decision, plus 2250 for Lewis, plus 600 for Hokit. So the best odd in this whole fight is Hokit to win outright is minus 475, but only minus 110 to win by KO, TKO. So a lot of people thinking this might go to decision. So plus 600 for Hokit to win by decision, plus 250 to win by submission. Tough to get a sub against Lewis. Most significant strikes in a 3-round heavyweight fight in the UFC, 177 for Hokit in the Blades fight. Interesting odds for Hokit. He looks good, man. He's a small heavyweight at 231 pounds. That's what he walks around at. So we'll get to this fight in just a second, man. Thank you for being here on MMA Weekly live coverage of UFC Freedom 250. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. So pumped. We're here at every major UFC event since the pandemic. We have been here. Of course, both fighters in the main event weighed in at 155. It's a title fight. Pereira and Gane, they're heavyweights, 251 and 248. O'Malley and Zahabi, 135 and a half to 135. And then Lewis at 265, Hokit at 231. Dead on with that 231. So 34-pound weight advantage and a 5.5-inch reach advantage, 79 to 73.5 for Lewis. But again, Hokit faced that against Curtis Razor Blades. It didn't bother him at all. It did not bother him one bit. Yeah, big underdog Lewis in this fight. Power, durability, movement of Hokit would have been tough for Lewis in his prime. And Lewis tends to get stopped when he's outworked. We'll see here. I mean, as he gets older at 41, not the same Black Beast, and it's going to be hard. Hokit by KO, TKO, I would say here. I don't know how you're feeling about all this. All right. There we go. All right, Jim Greasehopper, call me Grease. Smash that like, hit the subscribe, ring the bell. You know when we're coming your way with more content. Keep them coming with the comments here on MMA Weekly. Hi, Yuli Nong. Good to have you. Strange, too, having a Sunday night fight card, man. I know it's Flag Day, it's Trump's birthday, but this should have been last night. It would have been so much better for everyone involved. Hokit and Lewis ready to get it going on MMA Weekly. Let's go. Man, the biggest difference is in the age, obviously. Hokit is 28 and Lewis is 41, but Lewis has a huge reach advantage, and Lewis has a huge height advantage. And Hokit walks to the center of the octagon and flips off Derrick Lewis in true Hokit form. Herb Dean, the referee. Round number 1 about to get started. Hokit and Lewis standing and staring and just awaiting the start from Herb Dean. Second fight on the main card still to come. O'Malley still to come. Pereira and Gane. And then, of course, Gaethje and Topuria as we start round number 1. Hokit in the white, Lewis in the red. Big kick to the middle of the body to start from Hokit. Huge size difference and advantage for Derrick Lewis. And, of course, he still packs that tremendous heat. Almost everyone in the world rooting for Derrick Lewis, trying to put an end to the hype train of Josh Hokit. I don't see this one going out of the first round. Not at all. Oh, big spinning kick right for the head from Hokit. Lewis backs up out of it. But again, another straight front kick into the abdomen of Lewis and another one right into the leg. Hokit loves to stomp the fronts of those legs like John Jones does. Hokit throwing crazy kicks. Falls down. A jumping kick. And Lewis, nice and calm and cool, staying behind those hands, waiting for an opening, hoping to see that head of Hokit land in that range where he can make contact with it. Going to be hard for him to hit Hokit, I think, in this fight. Derrick Lewis against a younger, faster Josh Hokit, who's outweighed by 34 pounds. Now, Lewis has a 5.5-inch reach advantage. So all those numbers favor the Black Beast. But again, he's always tired out relatively quickly. He throws heat. Hokit wanting no part of that, turning in, ducking the shoulder, getting away from it. Hokit with his traditional, moving back and forth, hands everywhere. Nice right from Hokit. First one lands of the fight. Number 5 in the division against number 9. Where would Hokit go from here with a victory? Got to be careful coming into striking range of Derrick Lewis, though. You ain't going to win anything like that. I mean, Cortez Acosta's in front of him, Pavlovich in front of him, Volkov, Cyril gone. Heavyweight division, a little worse for the wear these days. Oh, Hokit with a takedown. How about that? Ducked under a punch and raced in very quickly. Lewis with no chance. It was a quick, explosive takedown from Hokit. Remember, an NCAA finalist in wrestling with Bo Nickel having beaten him. And Lewis just laying there on his back and Hokit landing punch after punch. Lewis not even really stopping him. He's turtled up. He's got his arms up like this, and Hokit's still on his feet. Now he looks and comes down with him, looking for side control. Lewis puts the knee into the midsection to block that. But Lewis has always had good luck against guys who are trying to maintain control on the ground, unless his name was Daniel Cormier. But he's leaving the face wide open, and Hokit's landing at will now. 2:15 left in round number 1. Lewis better be careful. President Trump asked for him specifically. Man, another left and now an elbow from Hokit. Lewis taking some punishment. The face in the head, now trying to sit up and avoid it a little bit into the chest of Hokit. Why I wouldn't want to pull him down here and just hold him. into him with 2 minutes left in the round. Hokit's got Lewis up against the cage. Hokit's on one knee. Lewis is sitting up with his back against the octagon, trying to lean forward into the chest of Hokit to avoid the punishment. But Hokit has no fear of Lewis on the ground at all, no fear of any jiu-jitsu, no fear of anything in that regard. So obviously that's huge for him, and he's held Lewis down for a couple minutes. Now Lewis gives up his back. He's bleeding. It looks like the blood's coming by the left eye of Lewis, the 41-year-old. Man, he just does not look like the Derrick Lewis of old at 41, and Hokit really looking good so far. 120 left in the round. Gives up his back. It could be an easy chokeout for Hokit. And Lewis looking to get up. He gave up his back again. He's so massive, his shoulders and his head, it's really hard to get a grip on him. But the blood's starting to trickle out all over the octagon now from Derrick Lewis. Hokit with an left arm elbow, and now standing up and raining down a couple of big punches on Lewis. Under a minute left in round number one. Can Derrick Lewis hang on? Josh Hokit grabs him by the back and rips him right back down, puts Lewis on his back, almost in the center of the octagon, the blood gushing from above the right eye of Derrick Lewis. More shots to the Black Beast from Hokit. Under 40 seconds left in the round. Oh, Hokit's got the armbar locked in tight. Let's see, Lewis, man, that's really stretched. Lewis on his back, trying to pull away from it. Hokit really stretching it out. Really stretching it out. 3 career wins by submission for Hokit. 18 seconds left in the round. Lewis just has to survive. Man, 14 seconds. Now 10. No tap. 7, 6, 5 for Lewis. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. No submission. No submission. Wow, that was in tight. Hokit really looking good. Man, I don't know what that armbar would have done to Derrick Lewis. See if he stretched it out or whatever. Meanwhile, we're here on MMA Weekly. Smash that like, hit the subscribe, and hit the bell so you know when we're coming your way with more content. That's a nasty cut above the left eye of Derrick Lewis. It's this is my left eye. It's a big gash, man, and you could just see like almost to the bone as they work on him in the corner, sweating profusely as he usually does in between rounds. The Black Beast Derrick Lewis, 41 years old, personally requested by Donald Trump to be on this card, did nothing in round number one. He's got a 5.5-inch reach advantage. He's got a 34-pound weight advantage. He was held down like nothing after Hokit shot through for the takedown. Hokit went for the submission at the end of the round. Smart move by Hokit with all those strikers coming up on the card. Round 2, start the clock, because that could be a submission of the night bonus, although I doubt anyone's giving Hokit a bonus on that. I don't know. But Derrick Lewis looking to avoid an embarrassing loss here, but Hokit very quick, landing a couple of jabs early. He loves to box. He loves to throw bombs like he did against Curtis Blades, but he's got to watch the big right hand of Derrick Lewis, who's done this before. He's pulled victory out of the jaws of defeat in his UFC career a couple of times. The Volkov fight, the biggest one, as Lewis swings and misses with a head kick. Big kick from Lewis. Now comes in and misses by a mile with a right hand. Hokit just way too quick for him, man. Hokit comes in for the single leg, goes to pick him up. Lewis stuffs it. Oh, and he hits him with a couple of big shots. Hokit better be careful. Don't want to eat that leather. Many have tried and many have failed to survive the right hand of the Black Beast Derrick Lewis. And they clench up. Hokit quickly backing away. He, of course, wants to use his speed, use the distance to his favor, and keep making Lewis move. Make him sweat, tire him out even more. It's humid, you're outdoors, it's the weather, it's the rain, the sweat, obviously all those things. 340 in the round and counting. Hokit going to be looking for another takedown, comes in with a big right hand. He's safe going in there chest to chest against Lewis as they kind of dance in that position all around the octagon. Lewis looked for the inside trip, couldn't get it. Hokit throws him away. 3:20 left in round number 2. Scheduled for 3 rounds. Josh Hokit And Derrick Lewis, number 5 and number 9. Hokit lands a nice combo. Lewis moving slowly, but it's calculated for him too. Oh, big right hand from Hokit sends Lewis back in another one. I don't know how many of these shots Derrick Lewis can eat like Curtis Blaze did, but Lewis lumbering in there, not looking quick at all. His punches looking to lose a lot of steam. Behind him, Hokit continuing to move all around the octagon. Lands a nice combo and then a left. Oh, and then a right to follow it up. Another big right pushes him across the octagon. 2 rights in a row and now a combo. Hokit's got him in the clinch. Does he want to throw a knee here maybe against the midsection of the Black Beast, Derrick Lewis? Take more of that breath away. Maybe some inside of the thighs work here. Hokit and Lewis clenched up. Hokit pushing Lewis up against the fence, throws a left knee, and then a left-right combo. 218 left. Another big combo from Hokit, and Lewis is reeling, stumbling, 215 and counting. Another big right from Hokit. Derrick Lewis eating big shots from the former college football linebacker and fullback and wrestling superstar. Lewis throwing wild punches, missing by a mile. Oh, comes off the... Oh, man. Came off the cage and just missed Hokit with a big right. Lewis moving very slowly. I can't tell if he's hurt or tired or both, but Hokit lands a knee. 83% on significant strikes for Hokit now. 140 left in round number 2. Might we see another second round finish? We already have one. Lopez already beat Garcia in the second round. We have 2 first round finishes on the fight already as well. Hoofy over Chandler. And Bo Nickel over Kyle Dawkins. Derrick Lewis really tired. Inside a minute and a half left in round number 2. Live here on MMA Weekly. Keep it coming in the chat. We are just a couple of fights away from our main event. Ilia Topuria, number 2 on the pound-for-pound list against Justin Gaethje, against impossible odds. Or are they looking to become the undisputed champ just once in his illustrious career? Oh, Hokit with a beautiful 3-punch combo. Right, left, right. Oh, and another right and another left. Lewis getting crushed. Oh, he's down. He's crouched over. Now Lewis goes down to the canvas. Hokit on top, raining down blows. They got to stop this one. It's all over. It is all over. Josh Hokit does it again. Another one by finish. Every fight but Curtis Blades has ended this way for Josh Hokit, and the hype train does not get derailed for the young fighter out of Albuquerque. Clovis, California to begin with, but fighting out of Albuquerque. And Derrick Lewis lying on the ground, all beat up. This is 2 huge guys in a row, 265-pound heavyweights. Curtis Blades and Derrick Lewis, who have been just stomped out by Josh Hokit. Some big shots, a left, a massive right hand lands on Derrick Lewis. And then Lewis trying to come back, throwing jabs. Hokit with the jab getting through, and another big right. He hit him with 4 or 5 massive right hands, kind of like Craig did Debo in Friday. Had to keep hitting him. Lewis was coming forward, ate a jab that stumbled him. Hokit with another left and another right. Lewis falling forward and landed a right of his own, but not by much. His hands had dropped. He had no quickness left. He crouched to a knee after a big shot hit him. Now he falls down and backward, and then Hokit just gets on top of him and pounds him out for the TKO win. Very impressive for Josh Hokit. Derrick Lewis on the ground. What an honor for him still, but wow. Josh Hokit getting a chain from his crew. They're not going to let him do an interview? I'm wondering what's going on here. He's going over to shake the president's hand. He's got the bandana and the sunglasses, grabbed a chain from his corner guys. I thought they weren't going to let him do an interview for a second there. That's not UFC style. Let's see, what do we got for the official time here? We'll get it actually from Buffer in a minute. But again, Diego Lopez KOs Steve Garcia, second round, 242. Bo Nickel over Kyle Dawkins, TKO, round 1, 434. Mauricio Hoofy, TKOs Michael Chandler, spinning wheel kick and punches. It was punches and elbows for Nickel. Punches for Lopez. But first round, 429 for Hoofy. And now, Josh Hokit and Derrick Lewis, a second round TKO for Hokit. Third KO or TKO. Man, oh man. It'll be the third straight TKO is what I meant to say. Herb Dean has the fighter's arms, and we get the official word from Bruce Buffer. 4 minutes, 9 seconds of round number 2. The winner by TKO, Josh Hokit. The Incredible Hoke. And he has been incredible. He goes to 10-0, man. Usually it's, the heavyweights or the flyweights who come up quickly when no one can mess with them on the way up. They get it here quickly. He's no different. 2 fights in Bellator, 3 in LFA, the Contender Series, now the Octagon. 10-0. The longest active win streak in the heavyweight division. Shout out to Trump for having the balls. Hokit put a necklace around, a gold chain around the neck of Donald Trump. Dana was checking to see what it is. Talking about his Lord and Savior, Jesus. He's definitely out there. He's definitely out there. And you don't know how much of it is shtick or how much of it is he's really out there. You don't know how much punishment you want this guy to take. But he tells Alex Pereira he wants to shama on his mama. Man, if Pereira wins, do you have to make the Hokit fight? Already, Pereira's coming in undefeated, right? Undefeated. I'm sorry. Coming in a 2-division champion, unranked. Coming in unranked to the heavyweight division, right? Aspinall's the champ. He's probably never fighting here again. Who knows? With Eddie Hearn doing his contracts and the eye damage and all that. But you have Pavlovich, you have Volkov, Cortez Acosta. Does anyone really want to see that? Triple H and Roman Reigns taking up space in there when it could be MMA fans. Oh, man, all these athletes from other sports when it could be MMA fans in there. It is what it is. But, man, oh, man. Freedom 250. Hokit a winner. Hokit is the winner. And Derrick Lewis, as did Michael Chandler before him. Look, when you're over 40 years old, man, come on, When you're over 40 years old. We're getting closer, though. We are getting closer to the main event. Justin Gaethje looking to beat all the odds and shock the world on the White House lawn, taking on Ilia Topuria, undefeated at 17-0. The number 2 ranked pound-for-pound fighter in the world, just keeps getting better. He can kill you on the feet. Great with the hands, obviously, with that murderer's row of Holloway and Volk and Oliveira, but so great on the ground as well. And you got Amin Zahabi, 8 first-round finishes, 7 and 305 are left. It's the only Canadian fighter on the card, taking on Sugar Sean O'Malley in the Sugar Show on the White House lawn. How about that, the Sugar Show? O'Malley, a big favorite, by the way. A big favorite in this fight. Sean O'Malley is as much of a minus 425 and Zahabi plus 325. And if you recognize the last name, you think of Firas Zahabi, the coach for George St. Pierre. So think about that. Again, Jim Greasehopper, call me Grease live on MMA Weekly on the YouTube. Give us a sub, smash that like, hit the bell so you know when we're coming your way with more content. Also, you know what I'm saying? If you want to do a super chat, we've been number 1 in the sport on these big fight nights from day one. It's a different world these days at a Sunday night card. Look at Sugar Sean with the blue and red hair. They talked to Tim Welch. I just saw Tim a couple of months ago. I did a fight card in Phoenix. And shout out to North Star Productions and Phoenix Fight Club. Tim cornered one of the fighters on the MMA card of that fight, and he was about 3 feet away from me. And he looked over at me when I said in just a couple of months, he'll be cornering Sugar Sean O'Malley on the White House lawn. And here he is now. Hell of a ride for those two guys. I've had a front row seat being an Arizona guy. Sean O'Malley, of course, with the Snoop Dogg commentary with Uriah Faber on the Contender Series. Who could ever forget that? Man, it doesn't seem possible that it could have been that long ago, man. July 18th of 2017. Kasakian got KO'd. And, I remember when he fought Sukumtath and had the injury and still held on and won that fight and finished it on one leg for a long time without getting finished. The loss to Marlon Vera when he got hurt against Cheetos, never should have lost that fight. Way back for O'Malley, but then he ripped off the big win streak the accidental eye poke in the Munoz fight, but the 3 in a row before that, the 3 in a row after that, beat Petr Yan, a fight no one thought he was going to win. Bad stylistic matchup for him. Now Yan's the champion again. With Merab looking at the rematch, you got Aljamain Sterling. He TKO'd Aljamain to win the title, defended it against Chito, then lost twice in a row to Merab. Decision win over Song Yadong. Very tough Song Yadong, by the way, in January of this year. And now he gets Zahabi. So Ayman Zahabi is the brother of Firas Zahabi. He's the renowned head coach of the TriStar Gym in Georges St. Pierre. He's the younger brother of Firas. Their father is Ismat. Their father was adamant about mixed martial arts, saying that they needed to learn to defend themselves on their way to school. So I'd say that move paid off, wouldn't you? I would say that move paid off. But man, Derrick Lewis gets pummeled by Josh Hokit. So Lopez a winner, Bo Nickel a winner. Mauricio Hufi over Michael Chandler, and then obviously Hokit over Derrick Lewis. And now we get to the final 3 fights of the evening. Sean O'Malley and Zahabi. And then you have, obviously, Pereira looking to become a 3-division world champion. And then you have, against Cyril Gane, and then you have the main event, Gaethje and Topuria. I've been looking forward to seeing Sugar Sean get back in there for a while. Meanwhile, for Zahabi, he's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's 38 years old. Been fighting in the UFC since February of 2017. He's on a 7-fight win streak. Beat Chito Vera by split decision last time out. Unanimous decision over Jose Aldo in May of 2025. Pedro Munoz by decision before that. A lot of decisions for him. And you know Sean O'Malley's going for the bonus on the White House lawn. You know for a fact he's going for the bonus. So UFC Freedom 250, they come off the steps of the White House. You can see the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Monument and the Jefferson Memorial and all of them. It's pretty cool. It'll probably never be done again. Although now that the UFC's done it, maybe in the future someone will try to copy it. You know what I mean? Especially if the other side ever wins again, they might try to do something to up it. But I doubt they will, so we might not have to worry about that. We'll see. Who knows where this thing's going? But I do know where this card's going. O'Malley time, baby. The Sugar Show to the White House lawn. You got to love that, man. You got to love that. 19-3 with 1 no contest for O'Malley. 14-2 for Zahabi. Number 3 and number 6 at 135. Winner moving closer to that title shot. The Technicolor Gen Z drip of O'Malley. He, in this era, I could say on many levels was becoming the Chael Sonnen / Conor McGregor in terms of talking. Colby Covington up there as well. It was great on the mic, great at building brands. Not quite as out there as those guys, but really good at getting attention. And then his style, man, that long, lean build, but the striking and the elite striking, the pinpoint striking of O'Malley. Just walk-off bomb after walk-off bomb. I'll never forget the one in 2020 during COVID when he got the Eddie Wineland KO punch. UFC 250, that was a big night. I'll never forget that night. That was the first pay-per-view when the UFC was in the Apex, right? Or the second one. The first one was Amanda Nunes in June. This one, I was up there. I was one of 10 media members in the world in the media tent. And I'll never forget it, man. It was incredible. And it was at UFC 250. And it was, DC, and it was the first pay-per-view. 251 was the second one. It was DC and Stipe. And DC's last fight, as a matter of fact. But, man, Amanda Nunes and Felicia Spencer. Amanda dominated that one. Cody Garbrandt had the walk-off knockout of a Sun Sao. And O'Malley had the one on Eddie Wineland. So on the same main card, O'Malley in the first fight and Garbrandt in the co-main, they both had walk-off one-shot kill shots. O'Malley on Eddie Wineland and Garbrandt on Rafael Assunção, both at bantamweight, by the way, and they were talking crap to each other all the way through, and they never ended up, but crazy when you think about where we've come since then. So many events and fights, but it seems like yesterday going to Fight Island and all that stuff, and Sterling and Sandhagen, somehow Sterling got that choke in the first round against Sandhagen. Aljamain disrespected so much. Good champion he was. I mean, really good fighter for a long time. Didn't have the belt a ton of time. O'Malley caught him. Aljo might have psyched himself out a little bit on that one, but the 2-fight losing streak to Merab, kind of like what Diego Lopez had against Volkanovski. Didn't look good in either fight. Unanimous decision, at the Sphere. And then Merab Dvalishvili beat him again on June 7th of last year in Newark in a rematch for the championship. So he's beaten everybody, except, Chito, and that was when he got hurt. But straight up, really, beating everybody but Merab, kind of like Lopez, right? Losing twice to Volk, or like Max had done. But what are you going to do? They were so convincing, you can't put him back in there against him anytime soon. And you're kind of hoping you don't see that tree match, so to speak. The third fight between them, the trilogy. UFC Freedom 250 on a Sunday night. More spectacle than anything. The UFC just hoping to make back half the money that it spent putting this on. It looks incredible on the White House lawn. I mean, the actual structure of the claw, it dwarfs the White House. It's way bigger, way taller. So anyone looking at Washington, D.C., no matter where they are, from a plane or whatever, they're definitely seeing that tonight as we get set for O'Malley. And how about Sean O'Malley? Think about this for a young kid. And he'll be making his walkout in a minute as Ayman Zahabi, one of 4 ranked Canadian UFC fighters. O'Malley on the Sphere card, headlining that, and now on the White House card as well. Imagine that. One time at the Sphere, one time at the White House for the UFC. Sugar Sean on both. Is he the only fighter on both? Let me just double check that. UFC 306. Wasn't that long ago. September of 2024. That was one of the tough nights I had in my career. I got invited in a suite by my buddy Kane Myers, who, by the way, is in there tonight on the lawn. On the lawn, actually on the South Lawn where the Octagon is. He invited me into his suite at the Sphere that night, and I was working. I was live on ESPN Radio, I believe, that night. Crazy. Oh, there we go. We got it. So let's see if none of these other fighters were on UFC 306. I always have to double check. Oh, yeah, Lopez was. That's right. Lopez beat Ortega on that card. So O'Malley and Lopez both on both. The only 2. How about that? Where else are you going to get that information? Right here on MMA Weekly. Let's get it cranking in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this fight? This is a big one for Zahabi. Longest active win streak in the bantamweight division was 6. 7-fight UFC win streak overall. He's got huge, significant strike defense, 70% highest in bantamweight history. 6 wins by KO, 2 by submission. So he's got great striking defense. He can knock you out. Let's see if his defense is good enough to stop the Sugar Show, Sean O'Malley. But man, Zahabi, the only Canadian fighter on the card. Everyone in Canada right now is like, oh, bro, you got to win this fight. You got to win this fight. He's got to use all of his weapons tonight. Doesn't want to chase, according to Daniel Cormier's keys to the fight for him. And we are awaiting the arrival of Sean O'Malley. But Zahabi, the brother of Firas Zahabi, Ayman Zahabi, excuse me. But again, to DC's point, he can't chase O'Malley around. He doesn't have that level of striking, but he does have jiu-jitsu. And obviously with his bloodline and his brother and everything, he can make things happen. One of his UFC fights was at a catchweight, 140 pounds, when Draco Rodriguez missed weight. He made his featherweight debut against Aldo at UFC 315 in Montreal. Of course, wanted to fight on that. That's his home city, right? And then in Vancouver, BC, beat Chito Vera in October of last year. Now he does it on the White House lawn. And of course, these guys are indeed both ranked. O'Malley at number 3 and Zahabi at number 6. Be a nice jump for him with a win here. Definitely not a gimme for Sugar Sean O'Malley. And look at the video boards of O'Malley. He and Lopez, the two fighters, the Sphere and the White House in the same career for O'Malley. Imagine that. He's been a champion. He has a title defense. He has a knockout on the Contender Series, worldwide, virally called by Snoop Dogg. And now he's at the Sphere headlining, and now he's at the White House. Absolutely unbelievable. For an American kid fighting out of Arizona, actually, obviously. But Sugar Sean O'Malley is from Helena, Montana. I had it right the first time in the first place. Helena, Montana. Out of Glendale, Arizona, the MMA lab. He's Irish American. His grandfather immigrated from Ireland. So many proud Irish Americans. So many. Well, some of them are my good friends. And Sean O'Malley carrying that flag for all of them. And USA tonight against Zahabi. And you look at the Americans so far. Garcia lost by KO to Lopez in the opener. Lopez also fought on the Sphere card, by the way, but not representing America here. Bo Nickel beat Kyle Dawkins in a fight between two Americans. There had to be an American winner there. Mauricio Ruffy defeated Michael Chandler by TKO, so another American fighter lost. Josh Hokit TKO's Derrick Lewis. So two fights on this card with two Americans. Bo Nickel and Josh Hokit won those two. No American fighter has beaten a fighter not representing the USA tonight. The former bantamweight champ, the highest significant strike accuracy in UFC bantamweight history, over 60%. Again, a charmed life, man. The viral call of his knockout on the Contender Series by Snoop Dogg. He gets the title shot he beats Petr Yan in a very close fight. A lot of people thought he lost. Little stroke of luck there. Beat Sukum Tath on one leg, survived that fight. Even against Chito, he was injured, so that didn't kill him too much. Defends a belt. Fights at the Sphere, fights on the White House lawn. He's got to control the distance, and Joe Rogan says he's got to hit the front kicks, and nobody's better than O'Malley at counters. O'Malley's a great counter fighter. He's a great striker. Coming off the unanimous decision win in January over Song Yadong. Look at Sugar Sean right outside the octagon. The Sugar Show on the White House lawn. Very, very small. Temporary bleachers set up, a tiny crowd for the UFC. No gate tonight, really, to speak of. Taking a bath financially, but it's not about that. Dana called it a huge night for the brand and for branding the UFC. We're almost set for O'Malley. And Zahabi. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease right here on MMA Weekly, over 25 years as the voice of mixed martial arts. I mean, think about how long that is, over 25 years, independently owned still, while everybody else sold out, while everybody else went corporate. Not us at MMA Weekly. Millions of views and people watching and on these shows and, elsewhere. O'Malley 19-3, minus 480 favorite with the 1-no contest, 14-2 for the 350 dog. Zahabi, O'Malley with a 3.5-inch reach advantage, 72 to 68.5. 3-inch height advantage at 5'11". Also 7 years younger at 31 compared to 38. Let's see here. All right, there we go. Buffer making the announcements right now. Here it comes. The Sugar Show about to make it real on the White House lawn. Minus 400 favorite, 295 is the plus 295 Zahabi. 7-fight win streak, obviously huge advantage for O'Malley in height, reach, speed, power, accuracy, as well as 7 years younger. Not a dominant grappler as Zahabi, and I think O'Malley should control this fight from start to finish. By the way, to win outright, minus 450 for O'Malley, plus 165 to win by KO TKO. There's your money right there. Plus 1150 for Zahabi. We're getting ready for the Sugar Show on the White House lawn. Shout out to Tim Welch up there on the coach's platform. And I love this sport so much because you see the guys coaching the local fighters, and then they come and they get the big fights as well. O'Malley's got the red and blue with pink in the middle. Always has the pink, right? No white, but he's got the pink in the middle, red on his right side, blue on his left side. Not much like a Sugar Sean intro. He commands the scene. He commands the room. He's got the float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, Muhammad Ali tattoo on his left side. Loves to strike, loves to box. He's a counter fighter. He's pinpoint accurate with the punches, with the kicks, with the elbows, with the knees. Zahabi, they say he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but he's not a dominant grappler, not great with the takedowns. He's got great defense, striking defense. So we'll see. Something's got to give as they come to the center of the octagon, and here it is, the co-main. Sugar Sean O'Malley and Amin Zahabi, number 3 and number 6 at 135. O'Malley, as he usually does, takes control of the octagon, and now working around the outside, trying to stay away at distance, is Zahabi. You're not going to tire Sean O'Malley out. He's thin, he's lean, he's mean, and he has got some serious power in those long, lean limbs of his. Very good at working the body with the hands is O'Malley. Very good at kicking the legs. But again, he's had some history of injuries with the lower body, so he's got to be a little bit careful there. I mean, I don't know if he still feels that way or not, but I would say that the historical context is worth mentioning there. Nothing really doing yet for either guy as we hit the 4:10 mark of round number 1. O'Malley in the white boxer brief style trunks and the red corner gloves, the blue corner gloves, and the red trunks with the slits up the side for Zahabi. O'Malley looking to land a counter. Zahabi blocks the left on the way out. All over the octagon is Zahabi tonight. If you were fighting O'Malley on the way up, and I've seen him in LFA and other fights on the way up, but I remember when he knocked out an Arizona kid named David Nuzzo who was beating everybody. O'Malley just crushed him. But it's hard to stay away from Sugar Sean. Even as a 135er, he looks huge and long in there. And a lot of guys do. I mean, imagine fighting him on the way up in a smaller cage. The octagon's huge, but a smaller cage, just like a lot of the outdoor fights on the way up, right? What a disadvantage, but what an advantage to be in a big octagon against O'Malley. Under 3.5 left, round number 1, and all Zahabi's done is run away. That's all he's done. 3:15, round 1. He's just literally been backing up and going side to side and staying away from the Sugar Show. But that reach advantage looks a lot bigger than 3.5 inches as Zahabi ducks under the first big right of the night for Sean O'Malley, who loves to duck down, change levels, and fire combos at the midsection, working the body. When you do that, you got to watch the uppercut on the counter, obviously, or an elbow swinging across even a knee. But Zahabi right now looks a lot more focused on avoiding the Sugar Show striking attack than doing any attacking of his own. 2:40 left in round number 1. It's Greece. It's MMA Weekly. Give us a like, a follow, a sub. Smash that bell. If you want to do a super chat, we love that as well as we inch closer to the co-main in the main. Pereira and Gaethje looking to make history tonight. Cyril Gane looking to become an interim champ again against Alex Pereira, looking to become a 3-division champ as Pereira. Gaethje looking to add to his career resume of a BMF, 2 interim lightweight championships, and now a chance to be undisputed tonight as we approach the 2-minute mark of round number 1. All Zahabi's done is run. I mean, insert your Canadian joke here. Just kidding. Come on, man. It's Flag Day, and they're at the White House. The dude could at least fight. He's literally just backing up and running the whole entire time. This makes Jake Paul against Anthony Joshua look like he was standing and trading. Literally. I mean, all the dude's doing is moving and running. O'Malley, to his credit, staying patient. 140 and counting. O'Malley lands a nice right to the side of the body. Now Zahabi throws a couple of kicks toward O'Malley. But the defense, the striking defense of Zahabi, we talked about it. It's elite, near the top of the division, historically. So far, so good for him with that. 115 and counting in round number 1. O'Malley being patient, landing here, landing there, pecking away. Peck. He's really worked on that and gotten better, so much better with that throughout his career. Hard to believe that Contender Series knockout was 9 years ago. Damn. Crazy, man. And Justin Gaethje comes full circle tonight, began his UFC career. Came in after being the WSOF champ for all that time against Michael Johnson. They had 3 fights in 1 week at UFC International Fight Week. One was at MGM Grand Garden Arena, and the next 2 were at T-Mobile Arena. The one at MGM Grand Garden Arena was Alvarez over Dos Anjos on a Thursday night, on a fight night for the lightweight title. He would not hold on to that. As you remember, McGregor starched him at MSG in November in New York, and Connor's coming back in July, obviously. O'Malley lands a right, but the second night was Joanna Jędrzejczyk, and Gaethje was on the prelims. And then the third night was obviously International Fight Night. It was supposed to be Jones in D.C., and it ended up being Brock Lesnar and Mark Hunt, and it ended up being Nunes and Miesha Tate. That was when John Jones got popped. End of round number 1. Not a whole lot doing between Zahabi and O'Malley, but Sugar Sean clearly won the round on points. Didn't even break a sweat. Didn't really force the action too much. Just not going to play Zahabi's game, and I guess it'll be a battle of wills from there. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC Freedom 250 on a Sunday night, a rare Sunday night for us. We never go on Sunday nights. It's always Saturdays. And obviously on a Sunday night, people have work tomorrow. A lot of people traveling for the summer travel season in full swing, so be safe, be careful out there. Yeah, the outdoor conditions don't really look to be affecting anybody too much, although Zahabi looks really tired. He's sweating pretty bad. He's breathing a little bit heavy because he's been running. He hasn't done anything. He's thrown a couple kicks, but he's been running away from O'Malley for an entire round. So 5 minutes of running for Zahabi and 5 minutes of patience for O'Malley. Don't forget, Alex Pereira still to come against Cyril Gane in the interim heavyweight title fight. Alex Pereira looking to become a 3-division champion in the UFC. He'd have to win 2 fights to do that, obviously. But the interim would still be nice. Zahabi backing up still. O'Malley rushed at him and tried to land a combo. Zahabi threw a counter kick to keep him off. Oh, O'Malley rushed in, landed a jab. Zahabi coming right back at him. So when O'Malley comes in, now O'Malley switches southpaw. Whenever O'Malley rushes in, Zahabi's strategy is to run back at him and keep him off. Well, O'Malley's got the reach. He's got the height. He's got the range. He's got the accuracy. He's got the power. Zahabi looking to punch into kicks and switch stances as much as he can. O'Malley finding success from the southpaw stance back to the orthodox now. Sean O'Malley drops the hands a little bit. Zahabi runs at him and hits a kick to the right leg of Sean with the left leg. Approaching the 4-minute mark of round number 2, Zahabi, all kinds of combos of kicks and punches. O'Malley dead set with that gaze, focusing, looking to land big shots, and wants that bonus, man. It's still wide open. Lopez with a nice finish, Hoofy as well, but nothing like a one-shot kill shot O'Malley style that would be worth $400,000 right about now, unless Pereira or Gane and Gaethje or Topuria both took him away. I think the bonuses are wide open right now. They want the big names to get them. Zahabi really hitting the legs hard. Oh, nice left counter from O'Malley with the hook as Zahabi rushed in. A little bit of blood trickling down the nose, from the bridge of the nose of Zahabi. Sean O'Malley at 3:21 of round number 2. Looking like he's winning this fight on points, but you never know what the judges are seeing, especially in a place like D.C., right? You just don't know. Unfamiliar judges, but it's not a state, so interesting what the commission would be. O'Malley with a left hook blocked by Zahabi. Elite striking defense on display from Zahabi under 3 minutes of round number 2. O'Malley lands a nice right. Oh, a nice spinning wheel kick from O'Malley. Just misses. Flies across the bridge of the nose of Zahabi. Another leg kick from Zahabi. He's hit a lot of leg kicks on O'Malley, and that's the way you slow down a powerful striker. O'Malley steps into a right to the body. Zahabi missing with a kick as O'Malley backs away. Now he lands one with the right leg, and O'Malley has to switch back to southpaw. He did not like that kick that hit him in the back of the left leg. Now Zahabi hits the other side with a kick. So many leg kicks from Zahabi. Huge strategy for him so far tonight. I wonder if this bout's going to be even in between round 2 and 3 if it stays like this with Zahabi hitting so many leg kicks in this round. Something food for thought. Mighty Mouse thought that his second fight against Henry Cejudo should have been decided by his leg kicks. He even said afterwards, famously, I didn't know they don't count leg kicks anymore. O'Malley, the double jab with the right behind it. Under 2 minutes left in round number 2. No damage done by either guy so far. A little bit of blood trickling from Zahabi as, a couple of left hands from O'Malley come in, and he ducks right under a right hook from Zahabi, who keeps changing stances, coming in with kicks and then punches to keep O'Malley off him. A kick to nullify the power and then coming with a punch right after. What O'Malley's doing is waiting for the kick now. He's timed it up and then rushing in right after that kick and little teeps and little stomps to the knees. But a lot of kicks to the legs of O'Malley absorbed from Zahabi here in this fight. Clear strategy number 1 for him, other than running for all of round number 1, but nowhere near as much in this round. O'Malley with a nice double jab and a right splits the guard, popped him in the cheek. Now Zahabi wildly rushing forward, O'Malley out of the way. I'm really impressed with the patience and the strategy of Sean O'Malley, who connects with a big left, knocks him down. He gets up, knocks him down again. And that is all she wrote. 1 shot, 2 shot, kill shot for the Sugar Show. Sean O'Malley knocked him down. He got up and then he put him down. 1 shot, 2 shot, kill shot for the Sugar Show on the White House lawn. Amin Zahabi feels the pain of eating the canvas. This might be the knockout of the night so far, as Sean O'Malley meets President Donald Trump and shakes his hand after another stunning performance. Now that is a knockout from Sean O'Malley. The Sugar Show rolling on. He's already ranked number 3. Where will he go from here? But knockout number 13 for Sean O'Malley. First time in a long time. He hadn't finished anybody by knockout in a long time, since Thomas Almeida in March of 2021. Had 2 TKOs. Paiva in December of 2021, and then August of 2023 is the last time he finished a fight against Aljamain Sterling, but he saves it for the biggest stage of all on the White House lawn. And remember, he was on the Sphere and lost to Merab. Kind of like Lopez to Volkanovski, losing twice to the one guy he can't beat in the division, seemingly. But man, the left hand straight through. Zahabi just didn't get the right. He timed Zahabi perfectly on a counter. And Zahabi got knocked down, tried to get up, and O'Malley just crushed him with a right hand. So the left hand splits the guard as Zahabi was throwing the jab. Perfect timing. Just as he went like this, O'Malley pops through with his own jab. Zahabi stumbles back, falls right on his butt, looks to get up as the jab hit him right in the middle of the face. And as soon as he gets up, O'Malley raced over right on top of him before he could even get to his feet and crushed him with the temple. Salutes Donald Trump on his birthday. Salutes everybody at the White House. He's the first American fighter to defeat a foreign fighter tonight. He's in the front in the catbird seat for a bonus. And Sugar Sean O'Malley, win number 20, knockout number 13, and Bruce Buffer coming in to give the decision. What a feeling it must be for Sean O'Malley on the White House lawn to do what he just did. So Amin Zahabi, not much of a chance. And O'Malley was a huge, huge favorite. And remember I said O'Malley by KO. Obviously. I mean, not much of a I mean, that was an easy one. A very easy one to pick O'Malley. And that was plus 165. So you bet 100, you won 165. And my picks have been pretty dead on tonight. I had Lopez, I had Nickel, I had Hoofy, I had Hokit, and I had O'Malley. So, I mean, this card full of favorites, you know what I mean? The only odds that were close were Lopez and Garcia for some reason, and that was just bad odds making based on Garcia's win streak and finishing everybody. But Lopez is a stud, man. Come on. Diego wins by KO punches. Second round, 242. Bo Nickel over Kyle Dawkins, who had won 6 in a row. TKO punches and elbows, round 1, 434. Mauricio Hoofy ends Michael Chandler, round 1, 429. TKO spinning wheel kick and punches. Josh Hokit, a TKO over Derrick Lewis, round 2, 409. And Sean O'Malley Remember Snoop Dogg? O'Malley. TKO unofficially. Round 2, 402. McGregor coming back. UFC 329 International Fight Week coming up. We'll be there with MMA Weekly. We'll be live that night as well. Here's Buffer with the decision. 4 minutes, 2 seconds of the second round. Herzog calls the stop. Winner by TKO. Wait a minute. Sugar Sean O'Malley. I don't know if that's a TKO. Okay. Well, I mean, the ref stepped in and stopped it, and I thought the first one was a TKO. So that's 4 TKOs in a row. O'Malley, the biggest one. I'd say he's the front runner for the bonus. Historical first walk-off salute, says Joe Rogan. How good does that feel, the KO? He says, it's hard to put it into words. Manifestation is a real thing. I've seen this before. It's wild. What your mind can do if you use it. You saw the walk-off KO with the salute. Yeah, that was the plan. He says, I said it on interviews. I'm going to knock this guy out. And he got it done. Aljamain Sterling leads the UFC most wins in bantamweight history with 14. O'Malley is on his heels, man. That's the first time he's finished a fight in a long time. I mentioned August of 2023, almost 3 years since the fans have seen a finish from O'Malley, but beautifully timed with the counter. Waited until Zahabi. Look, Zahabi kept coming in with 1-2 and then throwing a kick. And O'Malley ate a lot of the leg kicks, but he timed it eventually. And as soon as Zahabi threw the jab, O'Malley, bam, crushed him straight through with the jab, and he ran right into it. So when you're running into it, it's like a pitched baseball hitting a swinging bat, right? Or 2 football players running into each other. The force from both sides creates more force overall, right? And he sniped him. And then when he got up, didn't even give him a chance to get to his feet and just crushed him. He wants Petr Yan. He wants him to fight him next. And that's the champion. And he already has a win over him. So I could make an argument, but Merab, you know? And Merab's pretty banged up. And he's been pretty banged up, obviously. Unbelievable. So, wow. He says, I felt the energy in here. I truly felt the energy in here from the troops. The Sugar Show, exit stage right. Got to get a photo with the team and Joe before they clear the octagon. Oh, man, the crowd reaction went crazy when Sean O'Malley connected, and he's got a lot of fans. Ton of people love Sean O'Malley. Ton of people. We got the co-main and the main event coming up, man. How about that? We got Alex Pereira. Imagine if he becomes a 3-division champ. The interim belt doesn't count, right? The interim belt doesn't count. But still. Jim Greasehopper, call me Grease on MMA Weekly. Big night of fights at the White House. UFC Freedom 250. The president's birthday, Flag Day, all that right now. Alex Pereira, 13-3. Has anybody done more in fewer fights? I mean, remember Cain Velasquez when he first started, but there's Max Crosby on the White House lawn. Unbelievable, man. 5-time Pro Bowler for the Las Vegas Raiders. Conor Benn and Tyson Fury. Boxers. WWE guys, Triple H and Roman Reigns. And I don't know, man. It's ridiculous. Should be more UFC fighters. If I'm a UFC champion or fighter and I couldn't get on there and they got all these guys in there, I'd be pissed. And I'm probably starting shit right now, but I would definitely be pissed. No doubt about it. Interim heavyweight gold on the line next. 13-3, though, when you think about Poatan. That's pretty insane, right? When you think about this. He's 13-3. And people are talking about him being the GOAT, being the biggest legend in the history of the sport. All this time bulking up to come to heavyweight since his last fight. He last fought last October when he TKO'd Magomed Ankalaev in the rematch after he lost the decision. His only losses in the octagon to Israel Adesanya and Ankalaev, but He won his first 4 UFC fights, the third one against Sean Strickland, the current champion at middleweight. But man, and of course, unbelievable run for Alex Pereira. But he helped Sean Strickland get ready for that Hamzat fight. So he beat Andreas Michailidis, who was a grappler, and a tough test for him in round number 2 of his first UFC fight. A decision over Bruno Silva. KO over Sean Strickland, first round, 236. Adesanya, a TKO to win the championship. I mean, think about it. Not many fights. Not many fights. His 4th UFC fight was for the belt. The rematch was his 5th fight. Izzy KO'd him. And they're 1-1. And then Błachowicz, he beat him. Prochazka, Jamal Hill KO'd him. Prochazka TKO. Roundtree TKO. Ankalaev lost the decision. And then Ankalaev beat him. But it's crazy when you think about the number of fights he has. 4 fights before the UFC. So 12 UFC fights. 10-2. And they're talking about him as the greatest of all time. But in that, I mean, you think about this, right? He won the middleweight championship, lost it right back. Debuted at light heavyweight, won the light heavyweight belt, defended it 3 times, lost it, and then won it back. So crazy. He's won 6 title fights and lost 2. I mean, he has 12 fights. 8 of them have been title fights. I think it's crazy. I mean, he's older. He was a 2-time or 2-division glory kickboxing champ for sure. But imagine just coming into the UFC and fighting 12 times, and 8 of them are for titles. And now 13th fight is also for a title. 9 of your 13 fights have been for titles. Alex Pereira. And with a win here, he takes a step closer. And the interim, obviously, to become a 3-division champion. But he's got Cyril Gane in the way. Bon Gamin. And I remember doing these shows way back in like 2021 when he was beating Rosenstrike and Volkov and then Derrick Lewis. And I'm just thinking, man, Cyril Gane's on the fast track to a title. Lost a decision to Francis Ngannou in January of 2022 when Francis had the bad knee and wrestled him. Francis's last fight in the UFC a few days after my birthday. Then he KOs Tai Tuivasa. And then, not quite a year later, a bunch of months later, but the different year, in March of 2023, John Jones just completely destroyed him. And then he beats Sergey Spivak by TKO. And then a split decision win over Alexander Volkov. And then against Tom Aspinall, the no contest for the eye poke in round number 1 at 435. And it wasn't an eye poke, man. It was, I'm not even going to say the phrase that just came into my mind about it. But I am going to say right now that it appeared to me that Cyril Gane went dirty on that one. And by the way, Joe Rogan interviewing, and it was obviously pre-taped because he's wearing a black shirt, but Joe with an interview with Conor and Max Holloway, he says he's going to come out of this bout unscathed, Conor does. He's wearing the hat that says, "Shut the fuck up." They're going back and forth trying to sell the fight. He says, "This is my child. Welcome back, blah, blah, blah." I don't know. Max, and they fought a long time ago at 45. This is years and years ago, over 10 years ago now. Crazy, right? July 11th. He says, "A bunch of gloves going to get laid on that pretty face. Keep it clean for me." Conor was in Ireland, Max in Honolulu, training for their fight. Max didn't say much, but McGregor Holloway too. July 11th coming up. It's sold out in less than a half hour. Insane in the Membrane. They got the big stage on the National Mall. They got fans all over DC watching this fight. You got planes flying over. You got all sorts of things happening. Military show. The B-1B Lancer. Only 104 ever produced, designed during the Cold War. Introducing the B-1B Lancer. The flag flying. It's Flag Day. UFC Freedom 250 at the White House. The co-main event, Poatan, Alex Pereira, and his opponent, of course, Cyril Gane, the former interim champion. beat Derrick Lewis by TKO to win the interim championship all the way back in Houston in August of 2021, and that was in front of Derrick's home crowd. But a dominating performance by Gane. Gane's got a lot of great movement. The Muay Thai can really give you fits. I mean, he's probably, do I want to say he's the best striker Pereira has faced? Man, that's a tough one. What do you guys think in the chat? Who do you think's going to win? How? Where are you? Where are you watching from here tonight? But Pereira, I mean, he's fought some pretty good strikers, right? Yuri Prohashka, Jamal Hill, Khalil Roundtree, Jan Błachowicz has the kickboxing background. I'd say the best striker he fought is Izzy, but he already beaten him twice in kickboxing. 1-1 in the UFC, 2-1 in kickboxing. What a rivalry between those two guys. And Izzy's really faded while Pereira's become the face of the sport. Actually had a better career in the UFC than Izzy. Who would have ever thought? He would have never been here if Adesanya hadn't kept calling him out. And every time Izzy would win in the UFC, Alex Pereira would put something up on social media. I beat this guy twice. And then Izzy started, anytime you want to come get some, and he did. He came and beat him, and then Izzy beat him in the rematch. I mean, just unbelievable. The stuff of fairy tales. Look how O'Malley got there. Manifestation is real. See yourself where you want to be, and you'll be there. That's what Izzy did. That's what Pereira did. That's what O'Malley did. And look at O'Malley, along with Lopez, the only two fighters who are on the Sphere and the White House. And O'Malley making up for the loss at the Sphere, his first finish in 3 years. A big TKO win for Sugar Sean O'Malley. In fact, KO to open the card, Diego Lopez over Steve Garcia around 2-242. Bo Nickel, Mauricio Hufi, Josh Hokit, and Sean O'Malley, all TKOs. Punches and elbows, spinning wheel kick and punches. TKO and TKO both by punches. No fight has reached the third round here at UFC Freedom 250 on the White House lawn. The main event coming your way with Gaethje and Topuria. And now you see the belt. They made these beautiful podiums with the UFC Freedom 250 logo. And, of course, those championship belts. This is for an interim belt. Tom Aspinall is still the champion at heavyweight. Tom Aspinall still the champ. As we said. But Poatan, Alex Pereira, 9th title fight in his 13th UFC fight. He doesn't have the huge body of work. He put on the heavyweight physique. And if he beats Cyril Gane, this is where I disagree with Dana. He says if Pereira wins this fight, he's the greatest of all time. 9 title fights in 13 bouts, and he's won 8 of them. I'm sorry, 6-2. He's won 6 of them. 6-2 in title fights. Multiple defenses at light heavyweight. After winning it at middleweight and losing it, moves up. Lost it back to Izzy. Izzy, of course, lost it back since then, long time ago. But every time the UFC has needed someone to step up and literally save an event over these last few years. I mean, UFC 300. 303 was another big one. International Fight Week. International Fight Week 2024, UFC 300 in April of 2024, he saved both of those cards and did a great job. First won the title in New York City at Madison Square Garden. Think of the big fights, right? International Fight Week over Strickland in 2022. Adesanya in New York later that year. Fights Izzy again in Miami and lost that one. Light heavyweight debut, he beats Jan Błachowicz, the former champ. Wins the vacant light heavyweight championship again in New York over Yuri. April in Las Vegas, defends it. International Fight Week, defends it again. Khalil Roundtree in Salt Lake City in October that year, defends it again. Vegas in March of 25, lost it to Ankalaev. And then, obviously, there was an injury factor there. And then Ankalaev got it back in October of last year in Vegas. But again, Cyril Gane, man, this guy is elite. He's an elite striker. He's quick. He can move. He has tended to shrink in big moments at times. And, obviously, Bone Gamin against Ngannou got out-wrestled in that matchup, got, shrunk against Jones. Maybe the specter of standing across the cage from those two guys got to him. I don't know if it will. He's 6'5". He's always huge in there. Alex Pereira seems to be at his natural weight that he should be. 6'4", 251. Gane, 6'5", 248. The 81-inch reach for Gane. 79 for Pereira. But again, Pereira, the multiple division glory kickboxing champ as well. Not the biggest talker, but he says, while they talk, I look to win. Alex Pereira looking to be a 3-division champ. He's got to win this one to get there. He's got to win this one to get there. And this one is very close in terms of the odds makers. Seen it anywhere from minus 115 for Pereira to minus 105 for Gane. Both of them in the minus. So you didn't have to spend much to get your money back if you're betting either one of these guys. 115 to win 100 or 105 to win 100, but certainly not a lot in terms of value there on that card. On the betting card, I should say. As Gamin will make his way out now. The blue corner fighter. To win outright, they're both at minus 110 the last I saw. So this is a pick 'em. We'll see what the UFC puts up for the odds. But to win by KO or TKO, Gane plus 325, Pereira plus 160. To win by submission, plus 975 for Gane, plus 2400 for Pereira. The over 2.5 is minus 190 for the over and plus 145 for the under. As Gamin, the Frenchman, he would like to become the first undisputed French UFC champion. Again, each guy would have to win another fight after this. And I don't know what they're going to do about the Aspinall thing. That's not a topic really for tonight. Cyril Gane's a massive dude. And he's got tremendous striking in Muay Thai. Wanted to get you in the clinch, throw those knees, those elbows at you. Will he shrink from the moment? It appeared that he did against Jon Jones, and it appeared that he did against Ngannou. And I remember watching both those fights going, this is not the real Cyril Gane. And against Aspinall, what happened there with the eye poke? So those are his 3 biggest fights, right? And so we don't know about this dude other than, I mean, obviously the Muay Thai career was stellar. He had been, beating everybody like a drum in the UFC, lost to Ngannou, lost to Jones, but beat everybody else, man. He's 13-2 with 6 knockouts and 3 subs. But again, the 3 biggest fights we've seen him in, Francis Ngannou, unanimous decision. He lost by wrestling to Francis, who can't even wrestle. He didn't take advantage of Ngannou's knee injury at all, shrunk from the moment. Against Jones, it was like he didn't even show up, choked out in 2 minutes of the first round. And then Aspinall, the eye pokes. And they weren't eye pokes. They were bowling balls, man. He stuck his fingers through the sockets of Tom Aspinall's eyes, on both eyes. I was against him getting a spot on this card from the beginning. I've never liked it. I thought this should have been Jones, and I'm still going to keep saying it. I don't care. People say, oh, just get over it. Forget about it. Keep mentioning it. Why don't you? Well, yeah, I am going to keep mentioning it because it should never have happened. It should never have ever happened. But we'll see. And, I mean, can you call Pereira a 3-division champion in the UFC if he wins tonight? It's an interim belt. It's made up. It's fictitious. It's not for the championship. Interim belts are fictitious. Promotions decide when to make them and when they don't. It's not a legitimate title fight. It's not a legitimate title. You know what I mean? Gaethje's a 2-time interim champ. I don't want to take that away from him. But when he won it the first time, he said he wanted to throw it away. These fighters don't care about that. They want the undisputed belt. And either one of these guys wins tonight, they're not the undisputed champ. So Pereira's not a 3-division champion. Gane would be a 2-time interim champ. But again, Pereira would be a middleweight champion, a light heavyweight champion where he, besides Jon Jones, might be the GOAT. At heavyweight, this is his first fight. Look, he doesn't have anywhere near the number of title defenses as Jon Jones at light heavyweight. And he, to win a 3-division championship run or to go on a 3-division championship run in 13 fights would be incredible. But again, not the real title. So Dana, being the promoter that he is, he's going to say that makes him the best. But you know what would make him the best? A win over Jon Jones on this card would have made him the best. Maybe not. Jones still has so many defenses, and you know what I mean? Then he goes up to heavyweight and wins that too. Jones could never compete in 3 divisions. It wouldn't be possible for him, so you can't hold that against him. 4th highest significant strike differential in UFC heavyweight history for Cyril Gane, and the 4th significant strike accuracy, fourth highest in UFC history. Both of those going to get tested tonight against an elite kickboxer. Kickboxer against Muay Thai. Now, this is what the UFC was meant for. Styles make fights. When the UFC first came out, remember, it was this against that and that against this. And now everybody can do everything. And, I think Pereira might actually have better takedown defense than Cyril Gane here. But still a massive human with incredible skill. Bon Gamin, the leader of the French Revolution, as they called him on UFC Countdown. We've already had one Canadian, and now we have one Frenchman. Zahabi from Montreal, where everything's in French. The street signs were in French when I used to go there as a kid. I had to go to the Laurentians to ski in Quebec and spend time in Montreal. My dad used to take me. Bon Gamin. Cyril Gane. The eye-poking Cyril Gane. Bon Gamin means good kid. I wonder how Tom Aspinall's feeling right now, thinking, man, this should be me. It should be me and Jones. I wonder how John Jones is feeling right now. Turning down $30 million is what they say. Can you imagine turning down $30 million to be on this card? And they weren't even going to make money on this card. They're barely going to make back half. And it doesn't matter to the UFC. They got so much money from ESPN and then Paramount, Fox before that. They got the shareholders now with TKO and WWE. I mean, it's a different world and a different level. They have so much money. So to do something like this, it's strictly for, they did a partnership with the government. Who knows what kind of handshake agreements they have. Trump bought stock in the company. Who even knows? I just know that I'm looking at the bonuses right now, and you can tell when the bonuses are huge. As Alex Pereira makes his walk, and he's red corner in his first heavyweight fight. He's the only fighter to win the light heavyweight and middleweight titles. I thought Anderson Silva could have done it back in the day. Wanted to see him fight Jones. Remember, everybody wanted Silva to fight GSP. Super fights weren't a thing as much back then. But then they started happening. But I'll tell you what, Poatan looking good at heavyweight, man. He's got that little belly, but heavyweights do. You know what I'm saying? Heavyweights, they do. Still to come, Topuria and Gaethje, the interim champ against the undisputed champ, Justin Gaethje, trying to shock the world against huge odds. But people said Holly Holm wouldn't beat Ronda Rousey. By the way, I did. I bet on Holly Holm that night. I still have my ticket somewhere. I showed it to her when I went to interview her at Jackson Wink, and she loves me for it. Her brother, Weston, owns a distillery in Arizona where I live. I've met Holly many times. Love her. Awesome, awesome, awesome girl. Now boxing still for MVP. The legendary Holly Holm, but they said she couldn't win, and she did. They said Michael Bisping could never beat Luke Rockhold, and he did. Right? The biggest upsets in UFC history. This certainly wouldn't be one of them, Justin Gaethje. It wouldn't be the biggest. That's for sure. Matt Serra knocking out GSP at UFC 69. Juliana Pena over Amanda Nunes as a plus 775. Juliana was the biggest, actually. Holly Holm was the second biggest. How about TJ Dillashaw over Henan Barrow? Sean Strickland just beat Hamzat, and he beat Izzy. And, of course, my favorite, Chris Weidman, the All-American, the Hall of Famer, going in this year against Anderson Silva, International Fight Week, July of 2013. And now Weidman goes in the Hall of Fame in July of 2016. So does my guy Kelvin Gastelum for his fight against Israel Adesanya. That fight goes in as well. And I'll be up there in Vegas doing an event with Kelvin that week. So stay tuned for more on that. At Jim Grease, GRIES _ at Cageside Grease on social media, at MMA Weekly. Smash that subscribe, hit the like, ring the bell. Man, someone just put $500K on Polymarket to win $1 million plus for Pereira to beat Gane tonight. $500K to win $1 million plus. I mean, you got to have just insane money. Insane in the membrane. Shama. Remember Shaba ranks? Shaba. Now this is Shama. Now remember, the 9th title fight in 13 trips to the octagon for Pereira. He's 6-2, a 2-division champ, 3 defenses, and he won it back at light heavyweight. So he won 5 light heavyweight title fights, 1 at middleweight, lost 1 at light heavyweight, and 1 at middleweight. 1-1 at middleweight with Izzy. 5-1 at light heavyweight, man. And Jones, obviously undefeated at light heavyweight with way more title defenses. So I don't think this makes him the greatest. I don't think when a guy could never have been a 3-division champion that this makes him the greatest, right? It's kind of like saying that LeBron's better than Michael Jordan because he had more assists and rebounds when that wasn't really Jordan's game. It's so tough to compare. How do you compare? How do you say who the greatest? But the greatest striker ever faced by Pereira is Israel Adesanya. He's faced Blachowicz, who is a kickboxer. He's faced Jamal Hill, who's a scrapper. You know what I mean? He's beaten Ankalaev, who's more well-rounded. I'd say that Gane is probably the second best striker. And again, at 250 pounds, bigger, and at 6'5", but not a better striker than Izzy. Pereira, the third highest significant strike accuracy in the history of the UFC, 62 plus. Second most title fight knockouts with 6. A former 2-time UFC light heavyweight champion with 3 defenses. And the former middleweight champion would be the first ever 3-division champion. And I don't think with a win tonight that makes him a 3-division champ. Obviously, would have to go on and win the actual belt, and Aspinall still got that. But if Aspinall doesn't want to come back and fight, Eddie Hearn said he'll never fight on his current contract, and Eddie went and signed him right away as soon as Dana took Conor Benn, who's now on the White House lawn, and Aspinall's not. Boxers in WWE are. UFC fighters aren't, as Poatan hits the octagon for the first time as a heavyweight. Alex Pereira staring across at Cyril Gane. I love it. 6'4" against 6'5". These two tower above the octagon. Muay Thai against kickboxer. Poatan with the death stare across at Cyril Gane. Wow, I can't believe this is actually happening. I really wish this was John Jones because then we could have a real conversation. But, I expect Pereira to really just pounce all over Cyril Gane here. I don't think Cyril Gane's going to be able to do much. He disappears in big fights, and that's my biggest factor. He's had 3 huge fights in his life. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not, so you can't. I just said it for a fact. He shrunk from the spotlight in the Ngannou fight, got out-wrestled by a guy who can't wrestle on one leg, had a bad knee. Francis Ngannou is what it is. Got smoked by Jones just over 2 minutes of round number 1. 38 is Pereira, 36 is Gane, both listed at 6'4". 251 Pereira, 248 Gane. The actual heavyweight is lighter than the guy moving up. The reach for Gane, 81-79 for Pereira. But again, the 2-division champion in glory, Alex Pereira. He was an amateur boxer in Brazil. 25 wins, all by knockout, 3 losses as a boxer. Kickboxing, 40 fights, 33-7. Mixed martial arts, 16 fights, 13 wins. His 9th title fight in 13 trips to the octagon in the UFC. Wow. Just wow. I mean, the accolades, the fighter of the year. I mean, I just keep on going. And Cyril Gane would look like fast track to be an undisputed champion. When he beat Derrick Lewis for the interim in Houston in August of 2021, but then when it was for Francis on one leg, he lost by takedowns, man. And then against Jones, he shrunk, and against Aspinall, he had the eye pokes. This is maybe the biggest fight of Cyril Gane's life. But not really. Man, I think the Jones fight was bigger. Yeah, the Jones fight was definitely bigger. That was for the vacant UFC heavyweight championship in Vegas in March of 2023. But man, it was not on the White House lawn. But still, I think that was the biggest fight of his life, and he completely shrunk against Francis and against Aspinall at the eye poke. So again, this is one of 4 huge fights, maybe the second biggest, maybe the biggest, depending on how you look at it. You'd have to ask him. They introduced Cyril Gane right now, Buffer does. But a history of shrinking in the big fights and a history of cheating when things aren't going his way. Sticking fingers deep down in eye sockets for Cyril Gane. Fighting out of Danbury, Connecticut, my home state. Shout out Connecticut, CT, baby. Alex Pereira, Glover Teixeira MMA, and of course, Glover, the product of Chuck Liddell. So Pereira from the Chuck Liddell tree. And the Iceman, a legend. Can you imagine the Iceman back in the day fighting on the White House lawn? Chuck and Tito on the White House lawn. How about that? That would have been incredible. How about Rampage and Rashad on the White House lawn? How about Ronda Rousey on the White House lawn or Brock Lesnar on the White House lawn? Man, Tyron Woodley on the White House lawn, Weidman on the White House lawn would have been insane. Oh, here they come to the center of the octagon. They are massive. Wow, Cyril Gane, he does not look like he weighs 251. He's huge. He looks bigger in the upper body, not by much, than Poatan. Wow, the stare between these two guys. I'm scared, and I'm thousands of miles away watching on TV. We are ready for the heavyweight interim championship matchup. The earth is shaking on the White House lawn. Cyril Gane at 6'5", Pereira at 6'4", both men over 250 pounds. The interim heavyweight championship is on the line. Pereira looking to take one step closer to being a 3-division champ, first one in UFC history. Gane looking to win the interim belt again, and here they come to the center of the octagon. Oh man, the Muay Thai, the kickboxing, the styles, they make fights. Both these massive men. Oh, Pereira goes upstairs right away with a head kick and misses. Both of them look quick. Pereira looks quick and agile at heavyweight, man. Cyril Gane is always moving everywhere. He's a tremendous athlete. We don't want to take that away from him. He looks composed. He looks poised out there as usual. Pereira's going to love to work the body. The kicks are just as lethal as the punches, if not more. He's an elite striker, as elite as they come, but he's got great takedown D as well. And again, this fight almost even. Almost even. One of the two on the card besides Lopez and Garcia, and that was just bad odds making. But this one, who knows? Guys moving up, putting on all that weight, had to make 185, then had to make 205. And man, Cyril Gane and Alex Pereira just kind of dancing around each other a little bit. Gane more bouncy with his movements and switching stances a little bit more. Poatan more calculated coming forward, just looking to read the eyes and the movement of Gane, who gets through with a jab with the right hand at the 345 mark. Cyril Gane and Alex Pereira, his first fight at heavyweight, 9 title fights and 13 fights in the UFC for Pereira. Headlined a couple of the biggest fights in UFC history, but nothing like the White House lawn. You'd have to ask him. I don't know, just saying. But wow, not much action so far in this fight. And Cyril Gane will, be patient. Pereira, again, looking upstairs. They must have seen something on the tape that he's going upstairs. Gane likes to throw those leg kicks to the insides of the thighs with both legs, and he just caught him with one there. Remember how Pereira looked when they went to the White House before this? And people were like, yo, man, this dude's not, he's not going to look good at heavyweight. He looks really good. His heavyweight physique is definitely there. He's got a little bit of a gut hanging down. He probably should have cut a little bit of that and been about 230. But I don't know. It's hard for me to say. He wanted the power over a little bit more quickness. Gane looks like the quicker fighter, but again, he's moving a lot more. So I wouldn't say that he's quicker. I just say he's got a different approach right now. Topuria and Gaethje, the main event coming up next here on MMA Weekly. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, Gries, Cage Side Grease as well, at Jim Grease _ and Cage Side Grease on social media, at MMA Weekly. Give us a follow on all the platforms. And hey, how about a sub right now? Smash that like, hit the bell. Super chats, we love you. Thank you for all those tonight as well here on MMA Weekly. Eddie Hearn gave a request for a release on Tom Aspinall. As you know, it's not going to happen. He's the champion in the heavyweight division. No one's walking with the belt. Although Ngannou did. They let their active champion walk at heavyweight. They'd do it again, man. And Aspinall doesn't draw ants to a picnic anyway. Neither did really Ngannou, honestly speaking. They always needed that other guy to draw for them. 141 left in round 1. No real damage done. Cyril Gane's landed a bunch of leg kicks. I don't think Pereira's really throwing a ton here. Cyril Gane trying to throw combos, nothing landing. Both these guys absolutely huge. Pereira not afraid to walk right into range. Under 130 left in round number 1. I think the round's there for the taking if you're Poatan. But Gane's definitely been the more active fighter here early, and he misses with a big right. Pereira ducks out of the way of a left to follow. Approaching the 1-minute mark. Poatan throwing some little leg kicks. Definitely fought some big dudes at light heavyweight. Long guys like Jamal Hill. Beat Prohashka, knocked him out. All knockouts in title fights at light heavyweight and middleweight for Pereira, who just missed a head kick up top to Cyril Gane. He's going to have to watch that. He's getting closer every time. I think Gane just landed with a left. Nobody's hurt yet. 40 seconds left in round number 1. Cyril Gane coming in chest to chest, pushes off and throws another punch. Nothing landing there. Cyril Gane looking quick and athletic, though, explosive. I think he's gaining more confidence against Pereira here. Oh, Pereira just misses up top again. Now downstairs with the kick. Nothing doing with a kick from Cyril Gane with the left foot. We got under 20 seconds left in round number 1. Pereira definitely aiming upstairs with those kicks. Definitely. Saw something there with Gane dropping the hands. He wants to keep those hands up too and keep the kicks coming to the legs. 5 seconds left in round number 1. 3, 2, 1. Oh, nice right. And another one from Pereira at the end of the round, but no real damage done in round number 1 of this co-main event. Pereira kind of breathing a little bit heavy there. Remember, this is his first time carrying all that extra weight. It's humid. I mean, the guy's from Brazil, but he trains in Connecticut, right? But he's on the eastern seaboard, just a little further north, and it's been the same weather there lately. I'm from Connecticut. I know. My family tells me, my friends, but really sweating and breathing heavy is Pereira, and he wasn't moving around a ton like Gane was. This could become a factor as the fight moves on. Again, he's way heavier. Way heavier. It's a big difference, man. Jones took forever to put that weight on. Pereira took a long time to put it on. But, man, you know what I mean? Like, it's tough. Round 2 coming up. Pereira really sweating and really breathing heavy. He's got to get that breath under control. We'll see how Cyril Gane looks. Gane's sweating pretty bad, but not really breathing heavy. You got to feint a lot in these fights, and we'll see. Cyril Gane's really been moving, though. Dancing all over the octagon. He's a physical specimen, man. Looks like he could be a defensive end in the NFL, a power forward in the NBA. And again, he's only 6'4", so no chance that's going to happen. 6'5". He's a shooting guard height, but man, defensive end for sure. Pereira again with a head kick up top. So effortless for him. Just missing. Gane wants to keep on moving. He's got to keep on moving and wear him out. You can see Pereira now chasing him a little bit. He's a little tired, and Cyril Gane knows that this is a really big part of the fight for Pereira. Gane catches him with a left, knocks him down. Pereira holding on to the leg for dear life. Gane elbowing him. I don't know if Pereira went out on the feet there. He's getting drilled by shot after shot. I think Cyril Gane has a chance to finish him here. Alex Pereira takes another big right. Cyril Gane misses with a left hook. Got to be careful getting overzealous coming in against Poatan. One shot, kill shot. Oh, Cyril Gane really had him hurt. I thought Pereira might be done for a minute there. Under 4 minutes left in the round. Cyril Gane better be careful not to overextend here. Lands a big elbow and another combo. Alex Pereira taking punishment here in a big way. Still holding on. I don't know how. 3:40 of round 2. Cyril Gane pushes him off. Still throwing. Pereira can't even defend himself. The big left puts him out on his feet. And Cyril Gane is the interim heavyweight champion again. He stops Alex Pereira in, wow, the second round, and I could see it all over the face of Poatan coming out of the corner. So much for the greatest of all time. So much for all that talk about Cyril Gane not showing up in big fights. So much for the 3-division Alex Poatan Pereira talk. Cyril Gane dominates Alex Pereira and wins the co-main event in impressive fashion here at UFC Freedom 250 on the White House lawn. France going crazy again. Man, I could see it all over Poatan coming out of the corner in that round. Izzy got him at middleweight. Ankalaev got him at light heavyweight. And now he loses at heavyweight to Cyril Gane. But he has not been. I mean, Izzy torched him and got the counters on him. But, man, Cyril Gane made it look easy against Alex Pereira. He hit him with a straight right that knocked him down. Pereira tried to bounce right back up. He took a hammer fist to the back of the head. And as they got back up, Gane hit him with another right hand. And then a straight left and another right to the cheek. And then a left right behind it. The left behind it landed flush. And that was all she wrote for Herb Dean. But Cyril Gane target practice on Pereira. Pereira did not look fast. He looked slow at heavyweight. This dude's got to go back down. He's got to go back down to light heavyweight, man. He just looked slow. He looked just out of sorts. He had nothing left after round one. He didn't even move a ton in round one. He came off the stool in the corner for round two, looking exhausted, breathing through his mouth. And he did, really tired in the corner, and Gane didn't. And, look, these are heavyweights throwing a lot of volume, and there's a lot of sweat. Maybe the outdoor weather at the White House had more of an effect on Pereira than we thought. But, oh, my Lord, did Cyril Gane make this look easy. Poatan dominated in a title fight for the first time. Absolutely dominated. Great job by Cyril Gane. Nothing else to say. Incredible performance by Bongamin. Wow. And we got the main event still on the way. I did not think we'd see him dominated like that, though. I really didn't. I didn't think we'd see him dominated like that. Let's get the official word from Buffer here. And we still got the main event coming. Wow. Pereira is busted up. His right eye, his left eye, he got blasted a bunch of times, took big punishment. 1 minute, 27 seconds of round number 2. The winner by TKO and the interim heavyweight champion for the second time. He's got the Freedom 250 belt and the interim belt. Wow. Those are nice for the trophy case, but they really don't mean squat. So Cyril Gane for the second time, the interim champ. He has that Freedom 250 belt, but what does it really mean? What does it mean? He's not the undisputed champ. Tom Aspinall is locked in a contract dispute. He's got Eddie Hearn and the revenge on his mind toward Dana White. Eddie Hearn and saying Aspinall is not going to fight under his contract, asking for his release. And, there's a mess there. So Cyril Gane's the interim champ. This is fictitious. This is made up. It's not a real title. It's not a real title. Interim. You know what I'm saying? But still, a tremendous performance. The best performance of the career of Cyril Gane. And Alex Pereira looks slow. He looks slow and sluggish at heavyweight. I can't wait to see and read and hear all the things that are said after this to see what happened, because Pereira just ate a straight right, coming out looking tired, couldn't even get the hand up, just getting bombed by shot after shot after shot. He hit him 5 or 6 times right on the screws. A big left, a big right, and then as Pereira starts to fall and wobble, he pushed him back and then hit him with another right straight and another right after that, and then a straight left, another right, and then another left that knocked him down. He's winning the bonus for that. He's got to. Cyril Gane's got to win a bonus. I didn't even want him on this card. He's got to win a bonus. So O'Malley and Gane are the bonus guys so far, with the king of bonuses, Gaethje, and Topuria, who's working right behind him. Look, he's got 7 KOs and 7 subs. Topuria wants to make that 8-8, man. So Glover and Pereira talking in the octagon now. So much for that GOAT talk. So much for that GOAT talk, man. Let's just kill it with that stuff. How long you have to do it for and the level you have to do it at. Come on, man. So Joe's going to interview Pereira as well. Alex, you took a tremendous chance vacating the light heavyweight title to try to win the heavyweight title. What are your thoughts about tonight? I wanted to fight John Jones. That's the only reason I did it. He won't say it. 2-time light heavyweight champion with 3 title defenses. All 5 of them he won by knockout. Unbelievable career for Poatan. No doubt about it. 13 UFC fights, 9 for titles. You fight for titles, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some, right? Daniel Cormier talks about this all the time. He had more than 10 consecutive title fights. Lost twice to Jones, lost twice to Stipe. Man, Poatan really busted up. His right eye is swollen shut on the top and bottom and bleeding from the middle below, and his left eye same, but not bleeding. He says, I don't know, we're going to sit down and take a look at it. Same when I lost middleweight. We sat down with our team, talked about it, figured it out. He's going to have to go back down to light heavyweight. He's going to have to. Oh, a whole bunch of people just crapping themselves right now down there. Because what are you going to do, man? He's not going to stay at heavyweight after that, is he? Aspinall would have to fight Gane again, and that would be only right after the eye pokes. Volkov, anybody want to fight Volkov or Pavlovich or Waldo? And I love Waldo. I called his fights when he was coming up. Cyril Gane talking to Dana White and now Donald Trump. Huge win for Bone Gamin, the biggest win of his career. He did not show up at his best for the Ngannou fight or the Jones fight, but he definitely did a lot of making up for that tonight against Poatan, Alex Pereira. And it's really interesting to see what happened here tonight, man. I did not expect that outcome. So Cyril Gane making it pay. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what Cyril Gane was to win by KO TKO. Oh, man. He was plus 325. So nice win there on that one. The main event is coming up. So Alex Pereira loses for the third time in the UFC, the second time by KO TKO. They got the Kachuk brothers with their gold medals on the lawn, hockey players too. So where are the UFC fighters? Where are the champions? How come they're not allowed on there? But you got WWE people, you got hockey people, you got boxers, you got Max Crosby. I mean, come on, man. This ain't right. You know, sometimes you think that the UFC gets a little too big for itself with the publicly traded TKO and all the media outlets and the people who helped get the UFC there, the fighters, and you got hockey players and WWE people and all these other people taking up spots that could be fighters who got you there. Sometimes I think you can just get too big. Anyway, Topuria 17-0, the longest active UFC knockout streak with 3. Don't forget he's coming off some time off, man. Ilia went through a lot of stuff in his personal life. I bet you he's been really dying to get back in there. You know what I mean? Hasn't fought since June of last year. He's been just on a killer win streak. I mean, you saw him make his debut in October of 2020 during COVID in Abu Dhabi, against Yusuf Zalal, won by unanimous decision. He KO'd Damon Jackson, KO'd Ryan Hall, KO'd Jai Herbert, submitted Bryce Mitchell, who was supposed to be better with the submission game. And that was when I first took notice of Topuria, because Bryce Mitchell had the hype train going then too. And I first really took notice of Ilia as a title type of guy. And I'm like, damn, he just whooped Bryce Mitchell's ass in the only area where Bryce Mitchell could really beat him. But again, he was pounding him out on the feet. Unanimous against Josh Emmett, who's made of steel. Alexander Volkanovski, he KOs him in one punch to win the UFC Featherweight Championship in Anaheim, February of 2024. One of the most impressive performances of his career. Then he KOs the previously not having been knocked out Max Holloway. Couldn't find the word there. That was in Abu Dhabi. Defended the championship there. Then he KOs Charles Oliveira. So think about it. Volk, Holloway, and Oliveira, 3 of the greatest champions in UFC history in those divisions, right? He was a lightweight. He went down to featherweight to beat Volk and then defended it against Max at featherweight and then moves back up and KOs Oliveira. Wanted Islam Makhachev on this card. Islam moved up to welterweight and beat Jack Della Maddalena for the title. Della Maddalena has since lost again. Who knows if we're going to get Topuria and Islam after this? The stuff going back and forth, much like John Jones, how much better would it have been if it was Islam and it was Jones? I wish it would have been Gaethje and Topuria as the co-main, and I wish it would have been Jones and Pereira as the main event. But judging by what I just saw from Cyril Gane against Alex Pereira, John Jones would have murdered him. They'd have been scraping his body off the lawn of the White House. Kind of like those people who used to try to rush in and kill the president I think somebody did back in the day and got killed on the White House lawn. Anyway, bad joke. My point is John Jones would have murdered Pereira in this matchup tonight. That's my takeaway. And if I'm Johnny Bones, I'm sitting there laughing. And, I'm wondering, did he even post anything yet? I got to check this out from our guy. Where's John Jones here on social media? Let me see. 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 Anything from John Jones? Let's see. I don't see anything yet. But he's got to be laughing, right? He's got to be.
Hey, what's going on?
He's got to be. Nothing. Nope, nothing. Nothing on X. Let me see. I got to find this real quick, guys, and see if Jones said anything yet. Let's see. Man, they don't make it easy. There we go. Nope, nothing. Nope, nothing yet anyway from John Jones. I would love to have seen that because there's no way. I mean, like that would have been the easiest. I bet you John's kicking himself now. That'd have been the easiest 30 million you'd ever make in your life. That's my takeaway from that fight. Jones would have made the easiest payday in UFC history after what I just saw Cyril Gane. I don't want to take away from Cyril Gane, right? Cyril Gane was magnificent tonight. But I think Alex Pereira was just tired out. And we saw Cyril Gane in the first round look much more athletic and look much more nimble and everything else than Alex Pereira, who really came off the stool tired to start round number 2, man. He was gassed. He was done. I wonder if fighting outside really had a bad effect on him. Both guys have to do it, but I don't know if that really, you know what I mean? I think it had something to do with it. I really do. The humidity was intense. He was sweating like crazy, had a hard time breathing, but he trains in Connecticut. You know, it's not quite as hot, but same pretty much weather patterns. I don't know. I'm not making an excuse for him. No chance in hell. Man, Gaethje could shock the world here. What do you guys think in the chat? Main event, what do you got? Who do you got? How? What do you think Ilia is going to do? What do you think Gaethje is going to do in this fight? Do you see any path to victory at all for Justin Gaethje in this fight? Anything whatsoever? Man, they're showing highlights and clips from all the previous presidents and things from 9/11. And it's look, it's the 250th birthday of America coming up. It's Flag Day. It's Donald Trump's 80th birthday. Crazy, huh? Donald Trump's 80. I remember being a kid and he wrote his books and he was huge where I grew up in Connecticut. Knew how to get attention and all that. But man, insane how he ended up becoming a 2-term president with 1 term in between. And now the White House is the setting for UFC Freedom 250, and we're about to have the main event. And this card is not disappointed. I mean, you got $400,000 bonuses on the line, and you set up a card like this. I mean, you got Diego Lopez, the KO punches on Steve Garcia. Beautiful performance by Diego. Round 2, 242. Bo Nickel, TKO punches and elbows. First round, 434. Defeats Kyle Dawkins. Mauricio Hufi TKOs Michael Chandler with a spinning wheel kicking punches. Round 1, 429. Josh Hokit TKOs Derrick Lewis. Round 2, 409. Sean O'Malley TKOs Ayman Zahabi. Round 2 at 402. And then Cyril Gane lays waste to Poatan Alex Pereira. Round 2, 127. There is no fight of the night. So remember, Dana said the 2 fighters in the fight of the night and then 2 other bonuses. Does that mean if there is no fight of the night, maybe this one's fight of the night between Topuria and Gaethje, but if it's not, would you give 4 bonuses? And would you give them to Hufi and Nickel and O'Malley and Gane or Topuria or Gaethje? It depends here. But I know Justin Gaethje a long time, man. I met him when he was a high school wrestler. Same with Kelvin Gastelum, my 2 AZ guys. Shout out KG, his fight with Izzy going in the Hall of Fame. Gaethje will certainly be a Hall of Famer. He's been the interim champion at lightweight now 2 times, beating Tony Ferguson, right, when the Tony and Khabib fight fell through in April of 2020 in Brooklyn. I was at the press conference. You cannot fight in the street? That was my question, right? You're an American. I eat you in the street fight. Remember that? Khabib and Tony. Well, that was snake bit right there for Tony Ferguson. That win streak. Never got to fight Khabib. But, man, Tony fought Gaethje. Instead, Gaethje put a beating for the ages on Tony Ferguson in an empty arena in Jacksonville. I can still hear the shots that Tony took that night that probably took years off his life, to tell you the truth. But then Gaethje went over to Abu Dhabi and lost to Khabib and lost the interim, working his way back, fighting Oliveira, losing that title fight. You know what I mean? He's come so close so many times. The Arizona boy lost a title fight in Arizona. You know what I mean? And then at MSG, he beats Michael Chandler. He beats Paddy the Baddy after losing the BMF to Max Holloway. And remember, he took that fight for the UFC and not on the longest notice, right? So that Max Holloway loss at UFC 300, that was for the UFC and it was for the BMF, but it was not, he was coming off a win over Fiziev and a win over Poirier. And then he beat Fiziev again and he beat Paddy. And here he is right back here. The Arizona boy, now fighting out of Colorado at 37 years of age, Justin Ray Gaethje, the highlight. All these years, all these fights, the WSOF fights against the baboon, Luis Palomino. Shout out to Luis. I used to MC those events for World Series of Fighting, and we used to book the girls. He was a two-time state high school wrestling champion and college wrestler who hasn't used his wrestling at all. Coached by Trevor Whitman, one of the best in the game. Elevation Fight Team out of Colorado, and he's got the biggest test of his career. Maybe he fought Khabib. And that was all the way back at UFC 254, Khabib's last fight in October of 2020. But he lost to Oliveira and lost to Max. And again, that Max fight might have cost him at the time what he thought might be his final chance at a title fight. But nope. As luck would have it, he gets another shot. And because Islam Makhachev, for whatever reason and whatever you believe or don't believe, didn't take the fight. And that's what it was all about. And Gaethje ends up with it. And now he's a huge underdog here tonight. He is at plus 365, Topuria minus 475. Gaethje to win by KO or TKO plus 510. You know that's the only way Gaethje's winning. Throw $50 on it before the fight starts. To win by decision plus 1,700. Topuria to win by KO TKO is minus 220. Everybody thinks Topuria is going to knock him out. Everyone. You have to literally, the only worse odds on Topuria are to win outright. To win by decision plus 800. The over-under 1.5 is both at minus 15. And here comes Justin Gaethje. Man, the Arizona Red Rocks behind him on his video board. Man, can you imagine this, right? Just imagine a kid from Safford, Arizona, where everybody ends up in the copper mine. Southern Arizona, tiny little town. They have a giant mural of him on the biggest building in town, and it's not that big of a building. But Justin Gaethje has been a WSOF champ. Justin Gaethje, a two-time interim champ. He's making the walk from the Oval Office right now. Unbelievable to think about that. It's a lot of pressure on this kid to fight who many people think is the best in the world at 17-0 with 15 finishes, 7 by way of KO TKO and 8 by way of submission for Topuria. The unbeatable guy right now in the world, Topuria. He and Islam, but it was supposed to be that fight. But instead, Justin Gaethje finds himself here. Instead, Justin Gaethje finds himself at the White House fighting for UFC gold, maybe one last time at 37. Can he put the bow on a perfect career and win this one tonight? Will it be the end for Gaethje, win or lose? So many storylines here for the highlight. None of them matter except one. He is walking toward the octagon right now to fight for the UFC championship. Can he block out the White House? Can he block out the military, the pomp, the circumstance, the patriotism, the heart for the USA? Flag Day, he's dapping up the heroes who are walking him out. Another Medal of Honor recipient, Sergeant Dakota Meyer and a lieutenant from the NYPD walking Gaethje out. Topuria will make the last walk. That doesn't matter one bit to Gaethje. Is he feeling the pressure to carry that flag and win this fight and win the belt? How sweet it would be. Man, Manifestation is an MFer. I was there in the building in 2016 when he made his UFC debut against Michael Johnson. 10 years later, here he is. Here he is. The highlight, Justin Gaethje. There is no denying a man who will never go away. There's no beating a man who won't give up. He may lose fights, but he never loses the war. The epitome of Americana, the epitome of an American warrior, of an American champion, except he isn't, in his own mind, a champion until he becomes the undisputed champion, which he could do tonight. He's bigger than Topuria. I'm calling the upset right now. I might be crazy, and I'm definitely jaded, and I'm definitely biased, but I'll call it right now for Gaethje. What are you guys thinking in the chat right now? I know a lot of people who put money on Justin. I'm saying Gaethje's second round, maybe the third. There's something about Justin. He's got the chin, you know what I mean? But he didn't look great at weigh-ins. We'll see. He looked a little bit like the weight cut wore on him and was tough as the numbers surge here on the stream. Thank you for being here. MMA Weekly's live coverage. UFC Freedom 250 on a Sunday night from the nation's capital on the South Lawn of the White House. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. We've been number one since the pandemic with these shows, and we are pumped to have you here tonight. MMA Weekly, the number one independently owned MMA and combat sports website in the world and content platform, the longest running as well. 25 plus years we have been here for you, and I've only been here for 6 of them. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, at Jim Grease _ Gries, at Cageside Grease on social media, at MMA Weekly. Give us a follow, and of course, you won't be disappointed. But right now, hit that sub, smash that like, and of course, throw us that bell so you get alerts when we come your way with more content. Gaethje draped in the flag, American heroes everywhere. I hope the emotion of the moment is not overwhelming to him. I doubt it. He's done this a million times, but it's got to be insane to just look around when you first walk out there. It's got to be insane to feel the weight of an entire nation on Flag Day for the 250th birthday, on the president's birthday, and you're headlining the White House. You already won in life. You already escaped the small town of Arizona, Safford, Arizona. You already escaped small town USA. You escaped the copper mine that your family and almost everybody from your town could not escape in Safford, Arizona. You become a WSOF champ, a 2-time UFC interim champ. You fought all over the world. You're one of the greatest and most entertaining athletes of all time. You're a legendary lock of a Hall of Famer. The fame, the money, all that for Gaethje. That's a wrap. That's done. Now he gets a chance at 37 years old, one that he might have thought he might never have again. Here he is with the gold on the line, undisputed UFC gold. Will Justin Gaethje finally have the lightweight title, the real one, wrapped around his waist tonight? We will find out in just a couple of minutes as we build toward this huge fight. The 2-time interim champ, the former BMF champ, the most performance awards in UFC lightweight history, tied with 15, the 3rd highest significant strike accuracy in UFC lightweight history at 58.5%. And now he gets Ilia Topuria, a tall task for sure, number 2 on the pound for pound. And obviously, Ilia's 17-0, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, 10 first-round finishes, 8 submissions, 7 knockouts. Unbelievable with the wrestling as well. And Justin saying he might wrestle in this fight. But man, oh man, is this something. 9 first-round finishes for Gaethje. Will he make it 10? A title unification matchup to headline the White House card. Look at the sparks and the fireworks coming out of the top of the claw above the White House for Justin Gaethje. Man, this is pumping me up. I told you I've known him since he was a teenager. But man, does he have to fight a tough guy tonight, man. Max Holloway couldn't do it, and Max knocked out Justin Gaethje. He's a little quicker and about the same size as Topuria. Justin's got the size advantage that didn't help Derrick Lewis tonight, you know, but someone just put 150K on Gaethje. We'll see. You know, but Topuria is very aggressive. He brings the fight to you. Gaethje loves that with the counters, you know, but man, it's Topuria has focused his aggression before like he did against Josh Emmett, but to think of that row of fighters to drop down and just destroy Volkanovski, and then to stay down there and destroy Max Holloway, and then come up again and destroy Charles Oliveira. But remember, Topuria since then has gone through a divorce. He's had his kids taken away from him. He's moved to Miami from Spain. So you think about a lot of things in his personal life. How much does that affect him with his training? How much does that affect him with his preparation? Nobody knows what El Matador has been through except him, right? He was born in Germany. He's Georgian and Spanish. He's got the best of both worlds. He can grapple. He can wrestle. He can submit you. He can strike. If he gets a KO or TKO tonight, he evens it up 8 apiece with the submissions. And now they have the U.S. Marine Corps band is playing his song coming out with the guitar, the acoustic guitar. But he was a Greco-Roman wrestler, began training jiu-jitsu at age 15. Ilia Topuria, a true savage in this sport, man. A true savage in this sport, making the final walk at the White House, just destroying Volk and Holloway and Oliveira consecutively, man. And before that, it was Emmett and Mitchell and Herbert. And we were saying, oh, he hasn't fought anybody. But how about after Volk and Holloway and Oliveira? Now, did he catch Volk at the right time? Did he catch Holloway at the right time? Did he catch Charles at the right time? Is he really as great as they say he is, or as we think he is? We don't know until we know. Is Justin Gaethje ready to shock the world tonight? Ilia Topuria to win by KO TKO is minus 220. Minus 220 to win by KO or TKO. Almost unheard of, right? To win outright, minus 475. And against an elite striker, an all-time great striker in Justin Gaethje, he is a minus 220 bet to win by KO TKO. The scenery at the White House probably doesn't affect him at all. He's Georgian and Spanish. He probably doesn't care about the White House anywhere near as much as Gaethje does or any of the other American fighters. Sean O'Malley, the only American fighter to beat a foreign-born fighter or representing a foreign country tonight. Josh Hokit and Bo Nickel won, but they fought other American fighters. So the rest has gone to the world, so to speak. Diego Lopez and Mauricio Hufi. And then Cyril Gane beat Alex Pereira, two guys, one from France and one from Brazil, although Pereira lives in Connecticut and trains with Glover Teixeira right outside New York City. Not that close to New York City, actually, in Danbury. But Topuria making the last walk, and the main event is just about upon us for UFC Freedom 250 at the White House on the South Lawn. No matter what you thought about the event or the rain in the forecast or the rain that delayed the event, it has gone off without a hitch. The outdoor placement of the octagon and the weather didn't seem to bother anybody too much until Alex Pereira. But who knows? It could have been the weight gain. He was gassed at the end of round one, had a hard time raising his hands as he was TKO'd by Cyril Gane at 127 of round two. So here's what we've had tonight on the White House card. KO, TKO, 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 TKO. Has there ever been a UFC fight card where that have all ended in knockouts? I don't know. This might be history tonight if this one ends in a knockout or TKO too. No UFC event. This is why you watch me. Hello. No UFC event has ever had 100% of its fights end in knockouts. There were rare fight cards that were perfect, meaning every single bout ended in a finish, either KO, TKO, or submission, and none went to the judges. So this would be the first UFC fight card in history that all the fights would be ended by a KO or a TKO. Again, let me repeat. If Topuria or Gaethje finishes this fight with a knockout or a TKO, this will be the first fight card in UFC history where every fight on the card ends in a KO or a TKO. Now, asterisk maybe only 7 fights on the card, right? Usually there's more than that. There's usually like 12, right? So 7 fights, but all of them. Diego Lopez over Steve Garcia, knockout round 2, 242 from punches. Bo Nickel over Kyle Dawkins, TKO, punches and elbows, round 1, 434. Mauricio Hufi over Michael Chandler, spinning wheel kick and punches, TKO, round 1, 429. Josh Hokit, Derrick Lewis, TKO punches, round 2, 409. Sugar Sean O'Malley on the White House lawn, the Sugar Show, not disappointing. His first TKO or KO finish in almost 3 years, beat Ayman Zahabi in round 2 at 402 with a TKO from punches, and Cyril Gane dominated Alex Pereira. Really quick and athletic, moving all over the octagon in round 1 with Pereira staying behind his guard and moving a little bit, but walking after him that whole round, wore him out. Round 2, 127, TKO'd Poatan, pummeled him, and then TKO'd him. Now you have Topuria and Gaethje. You have Topuria with 7 career knockouts. You have Justin Gaethje, and he's 17-0. You have Justin Gaethje in his career. When you think about the highlight and everything that he's done, he's got 20 knockouts and 16 in the UFC, but one of 11 two-division champs in UFC history, the lightweight and former featherweight champion, the 4th active longest win streak at 9. He's undefeated at 17-0. Hokit's undefeated at 10-0. The 10th highest significant strike defense among active UFC fighters at 64%. That's why the odds are so long for Gaethje to win by KO TKO, because they don't think he can hit him. They don't think he's fast enough. They don't think he's good enough. And this is exactly what's made for Justin Gaethje. No matter what, he's already won on every level, but he's got to win this fight to be the undisputed champ. And to do it, he's got to do the almost unthinkable and almost impossible. So how do you beat Topuria? He's got great calf kicks in his arsenal. His shoulder rolls are amazing. He's really good. I mean, the pull counters, he's got the swagger, like the McGregor-esque. He's saying, I'm going to knock him out now, But, man, Gaethje is a brawler. He's a bull in a China shop, but he's also tremendously accurate and tremendously aggressive and has a great chin. So, man, Gaethje just wants to plant and counter. I don't know if we're going to see Gaethje try to use the wrestling. He's aggressive. Topuria is aggressive. Trevor Whitman's a great coach. He loves the inside parries. He wants to use his hooks. He loves the leg kicks, Gaethje, and he's got obviously a big height difference in this fight. Ilia Topuria has the longest active UFC knockdown streak was 6. 5 have had 7 or more. Garbrandt, Rampage, Liddell, Emmett, and Mike Jackson. Gaethje 37, Topuria 29. Gaethje with a 4-inch height advantage, 5'11 to 5'7. Both weighed in at 155 championship weight. Gaethje with a 1-inch reach advantage, 70 to 69. All right, here we go. The stage is set. The White House lawn is popping. The main event is about to happen. The undisputed lightweight championship on the line. The highlight, Justin Gaethje, 37 years old from small town Arizona, escapes the copper mines, becomes the WSOF champ after a 2-time state champion wrestling career in high school, a college wrestling career, WSOS champ, a 2-time interim champ, including now at lightweight in the UFC, the BMF champion, former BMF champ, and now he gets to fight Ilia Topuria, a 2-division champ, former featherweight and current lightweight champ. Mark Goddard, the referee for this fight. Everything is ready to roll as Buffer makes the intros. First, it's Gaethje, the weight of the entire country on Flag Day, on the president's birthday, 250th birthday of America, and he has got to face, man, maybe the greatest challenge of his career. Tough to say that when one of them was Khabib on Fight Island in 2020, but this is unbelievable. Justin Gaethje, just a crazy opportunity right now. Crazy opportunity. I mean, you almost think that this is a fairy tale being written for the highlight from the small town in Arizona, the mining town. He escapes it. But then Topuria, Georgian, Spanish, born in Germany. Nothing phases him. He's been through his personal struggles, and all of Washington, D.C. is lit up with fireworks right now. And, that whole area where the monuments are and all that, you can see them all. And that whole lawn across the mall or whatever it is across the street from the south lawn of the White House is completely full with fans as the main event is set to happen. And Bruce Buffer calling out the name of the highlight, Justin Gaethje. Gaethje's got a big edge in experience, man. I'll tell you this, man. Gaethje, in terms of title fights, I mean, he won and defended the WSOF belt. I mean, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 title fights in the WSOF. Vacated that to come to the UFC. Took him a couple of years, 4 years almost exactly, to win the interim lightweight championship. Kept plugging away. Lost to Alvarez and Poirier after he beat Michael Johnson. Very close fights. Could have won either one of those. But then Vic, Barboza, Cerrone, and Tony Ferguson won 4 in a row. Lost to Khabib, beat Chandler. Oliveira beat him. Then he beat Fiziev and Poirier. Lost to Holloway, beat Fiziev again, and Paddy the Baddy to get here. And now he faces the man staring across the cage in the red corner in the blue trunks. 17-0. 15 finishes. 7 by KO, TKO. 8 by submission. He's a black belt. He's a wrestler. He's a striker. He's an everything. He's a minus 480 favorite. Originally from Alicante, Spain, fighting out of Miami. Ilia Topuria, undefeated, 17-0, looking to make it 18-0. And another title defense here tonight. Won the vacant lightweight championship over Charles Oliveira after winning the featherweight bout against Volkanovski. Went down to win the title right after beating Josh Emmett, and then won it, defended it, saw a clearer path to gold that way, came back up, won it at lightweight, and now here he is. He's bounced back and forth between the two. He's looking to do something here tonight that would cement his greatness, give him a title defense at lightweight, as well as a title defense at featherweight. Man, Gaethje's a lot taller and a lot bigger, a lot longer. Doesn't always matter. Styles make fights. And oh, baby, here comes the main event. The weight of the world on the shoulders of Justin Gaethje. Can he do it? Can he win undisputed gold at 37 and a backdoor cover of a career. He's got to beat Ilia Topuria to do it. The great Topuria. And here they come. Round number 1 is underway. Gaethje in the white trunks with the blue gloves. Topuria the blue boxer brief style with the red. And Topuria loves to come right at you. He's patient behind his guard. Gaethje ripping the jab and throwing leg kicks early. And then when he gets in tight, he wants to get chest to chest. Gaethje trying to use that length and throw the jab. Sit behind the jab is obviously what he wants to do. Oh, shoots a takedown. Comes in. I don't know if that was just for show because he threw a couple of shots right after it. But Gaethje looks quick. I mean, he's a lot quicker than he gets credit for. His jab is tremendous, and he's working it so far big time in this fight. He throws a lot of leg kicks, and Topuria is going to look to do the same. Topuria's jab's elite. His combos are lethal. He looks a lot smaller. He looks like a featherweight coming up. Gaethje just ate a big right hand off the exchange, but that's nothing new to him. 4 minutes of round number 1. Action-packed. Don't expect these guys to let this fight go too long. Someone is going to sleep before too long in this fight. Gaethje ducking under shots from Topuria. Lands a little bit of a right on the way out. Oh, nice shovel. Uppercut from Gaethje lands. Gaethje, the arsenal to start this fight. Topuria real tight with those hands in the beginning. And Gaethje again with a nice jab. Topuria trying to time the jab of Gaethje and counter. Gaethje mixes in another takedown attempt. Again, is it just for show or is it for go? But Gaethje just landed a nice right to the right eye of Topuria, who's grabbing it like this. Justin Gaethje looking sharp early. And again, Topuria hasn't really let loose with much. Gaethje goes for another takedown. He's showing it, being aggressive, going for those legs. Smart. Oh, Topuria's cut, and he's cut bad. He ate a big shot from Gaethje. Now he lands one. Now remember, Justin has always given one to get one. But Topuria, I don't know if I've seen him hurt like this in a UFC fight. I don't know if he's actually hurt, but he's got blood. He's definitely bruised up there. Gaethje connected with a big shot to the right eye of Ilia Topuria. And right away, he grabbed it, so you know it's bothering him. It's bothering him a lot. Gaethje can see that standing right across from him. This would be the biggest upset win of Gaethje's career, and it would put a bow on his incredible career to be the undisputed champ. But Topuria looks fine. Oh, another uppercut from Gaethje coming straight through. Topuria's got that big black eye, and I see blood. I don't know how much blood. Topuria coming with a right. Gaethje rolls the shoulder and, comes forward with the jab. The jab of Gaethje continuing to be the story of round number 1. That, and he mixed in enough takedown attempts to keep Topuria off balance. Oh, and the jab sneaks through again. Gaethje's jab has been lethal. And again, Topuria now bleeding from the bridge of the nose as well. 2 minutes left in the round. Gaethje dominating Topuria. Can he do it on the home of the most famous address in America, the South Lawn of the White House? Topuria, very dangerous. Gaethje lands a right. He's really having, and Topuria is really bleeding now. From the bridge of his nose, from that right eye, he got rocked a couple of times. Oh, and the big right hand from Gaethje, 2 of them, an uppercut and a big right hook. Justin Gaethje having his way with Topuria so far. 1.5 minutes left. 1.5 minutes left of round number 1. Gaethje with a big overhand right. He is picking him apart from distance. Gaethje's got to keep his cool. With a big left head kick. Just missed. Those arms start coming down. Gaethje takes a big right and now a left from Topuria. Remember, he's been ahead in fights before, only to be finished by strikes against guys like Oliveira. And now he's got that head in the range of Topuria. A couple of big shots landed by Ilia. Under 1 minute left in round number 1. Topuria lands a left, coming hard at Gaethje, trying to steal this round. They're going at it in the middle of the octagon. Big shots landed by both guys. Oh, Gaethje with a big right hand eats another one. They're like literally throwing bombs at each other. 40 seconds left in round number 1. Gaethje throws a punch and then stumbles forward. Topuria is bleeding heavily, but Gaethje has eaten a couple shots as well. 30 seconds left in the round. This is a battle for survival and the light heavyweight championship. Topuria is the champion. Gaethje, the interim, looking to put that undisputed for the first time behind his name. 20 seconds left. They're throwing bombs at each other up against the cage. 15 seconds. This is only round number 1. Topuria rips the body, lands a big right to the head. 10 seconds. Gaethje and Topuria going back and forth. Topuria, blood everywhere. Gaethje landing, Topuria landing. 3, 2, 1. Round 1 in the books. What a round. What a round. That's the fight of the night right there in one round. Ilia Topuria is busted up and busted open. He's got 2 black eyes. He's got blood here and blood there. But Gaethje took a few big shots toward the end of the round. Big shots toward the end of the round. Wow, Gaethje, they're showing replays. He landed big shot after big shot, uppercuts, the jab sneaking through the whole round. And he's got a lot of pop on that jab too. As Topuria's coming forward, throwing punches, Gaethje's reading him and hitting him on the way in, which means you're getting his force coming in, plus your force. Landed a couple of big rights as well. Topuria's got a hell of a chin. Gaethje rolling under, coming back up. But he did take 3 or 4 big shots, and he is breathing a little heavy. Nothing new. This is a Justin Gaethje fight. Round number 1 is in the books, and what a round it was between these two. What a round. Unbelievable. Topuria, busted up here, busted up here, busted up there. He's got cuts. He's got black eyes in both eyes, cuts on both, cut here. I've never seen him beaten up like this. This is awesome. Smash that like, hit that subscribe, hit the bell as they start round number 2. MMA Weekly live coverage, UFC Freedom 250. I am Jim Greasehauber. Call me Grease. This is unbelievable. This is really an awesome, awesome fight so far. Man, 4:30 left in round number 2. Neither guy really throwing much volume yet. Topuria started to find some homes for those hands at the end of the round. The last minute and a half or so landed with some big shots. Now coming forward, I think he wants to be more aggressive here, usually a much more aggressive fighter. Gaethje sees it telegraphing. Topuria telegraphed the punch, and Gaethje saw it coming a miles away. 10-9 Gaethje, round 1. Everybody's saying, and I would agree, he's one step closer to his biggest dream come true, but he's got a game champion in front of him who's a tremendous fighter. And both guys throwing bombs at each other. The one thing about Justin, he gets that head right in there. It's a target sometimes, you know, as he comes forward. But look, that jab's still sneaking through, and he just landed a nice little right with the shovel. And again, we don't know what Topuria went through with his family, right? I mean, that'll change a guy. You just can't always assume because a guy's been dominant that he's going to dominate everybody. Gaethje's been in a ton of title fights and showing the takedown again. Gaethje dropping down, and I don't think Topuria thought Gaethje was that quick on his feet. I don't think he thought he was that quick with the hands. I think he took Topuria by surprise. I also think these guys are getting sweaty, and you might have to worry about some things like slipping here now. But Gaethje to win by KO, TKO at plus 510 was looking good early in that round. Topuria smokes him with a big right. Gaethje's got to keep using, the big right hand from Gaethje. He's got to keep using that jab. Hasn't been throwing the jab as much. Topuria has been countering off the jab a little better. There's a nice jab from Gaethje. It's been the biggest weapon of the fight for either guy so far. Topuria shows takedown, can't get it. And these guys getting more and more sweaty. Topuria lands a big right. Gaethje right back at him. 2:45 remaining in the round. Gaethje throwing volume. Throws a head kick at Topuria. Topuria trying to rip the body. Gaethje loves to drop down and keep the hands over the face. Leaves the body open. He just missed with a big right, barely. Topuria straight right down the center. Gaethje wobbling against the cage, comes off with a couple of rights. Starting to breathe a little heavy. Rips the body. Topuria really bleeding from the 2 eyes and the nose. Not a lot of shots landing here for either guy. Topuria really hitting the body hard now, though. Gaethje's got to watch that. Got to keep him off you with the jab. Topuria really unloading now. Gaethje's on the fence, like, suckering him in the way he does. And the body shot drops Gaethje. He's hurt. He's hurt bad. The body shot really hurt him. Topuria with a body shot ripped Justin Gaethje, and he tumbled down. Now Topuria with the full mount posturing up. This is bad news for Gaethje. Really bad news. Gives up his back now. Topuria, longest knockdown streak in UFC history, now tied 7 consecutive fights. He's an elite jiu-jitsu guy, too, looking for the submission now. Still punching away at Gaethje. A minute and a half left, and he's got the full mount. Gaethje's in big trouble here. His biggest trouble of the fight. As Topuria managed to find homes for those hands And, you just have to give him credit, man. He's an elite champion. An absolute elite champion is Ilia Topuria. And Justin Gaethje on the ground now with a guy who's tremendous at jiu-jitsu. And he's being twisted up like a pretzel right now. And we shall see how this works out for Gaethje. Topuria now in full side control. I don't know if I'm Topuria, if I really want to get back out there and throw hands with Gaethje anymore after all the abuse and shots I've taken in this fight. Gaethje's got 50 seconds to survive. He weathered the storm. The body shot sent him crumpling. Some big shots to the head before that. Topuria is exhausted. He's got both eyes blackened. He's bleeding from both. Bleeding from the bridge of his nose as well. Incredible job by Topuria, though, to the heart of a champion, to now be in complete control. But he's got 30 seconds left in this round. All Gaethje has to do is survive. It'll be just a round apiece is all it is. 20 seconds left in the round. Just don't get finished here, and you'll be all right. Topuria survived round number 1. Gaethje getting close to surviving round number 2. I think Topuria feels like he's got the fight in his control now, and he's just going to ride this out until the end of the round and think he's going to come back in round number 3 and put him away. So Topuria survives round 1. Gaethje survives round 2. Gaethje took some big shots in that round. He's not bleeding from anywhere, but the body shot dropped him. And those things kill, man. I don't care how big and strong you are. Those body shots will get you. Man, what a round for Topuria. Bouncing back the way he has. You should see his nose. It's kind of mangled here. His eyes are both black. I mean, just your sweat's pouring. All these things are happening. Just unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Gaethje's got Topuria's blood all over him, but he's breathing heavy in the corner. Oh, that left to the body. The left hook into the oblique, right where the ab meets the oblique, under the rib cage of Gaethje. No matter how tough and strong you are, man. No matter how tough and strong you are. Round number 3, both guys sweating profusely. I don't know if it's going past this round, guys. Every single fight has ended. The first one with a KO. Everyone after that, TKO. Here they come. Round number 3. To the middle it comes. Gaethje right in on the attack, clenching up with Topuria. He has shown takedown attempts throughout this fight, and he has led with the jab that's been very effective for him. He's landed some big shots as well. Topuria really working those combos, especially in round 2, toward the end of round 1. But round number 2 really did a great job, hurt Gaethje really bad with a body shot, and then worked for submission, couldn't get one. And now they're in round 3, under 4.5 minutes to go. Hopefully they stay on the feet because we want to see the fireworks, as Gaethje and Topuria both with incredible finishing ability on the feet. Topuria, of course, with the 8 submissions and the grappling. But Gaethje a lot bigger, tough to submit, and, an elite wrestler as well. Topuria is timing the leg kicks of Gaethje. Every time Gaethje comes in with a leg kick, Topuria jabs at him and hits him right square in the face. And Gaethje's got a swollen under his eye, and that's about it. No cuts. Topuria is still bleeding from here and completely black and blue and bleeding and swollen through here. But Topuria looks like the quicker fighter. Remember, he's much younger. A lot less mileage on that body. Wear and tear. Gaethje with a nice jab. Got to stay behind that jab. Got to do it. Got to stay behind the jab if you're Justin Gaethje. That's huge for him right now. That was what worked so well in round 1. Topuria, it's the combos. He wasn't real aggressive to start the fight like normal. Didn't look like his normal self. I don't know if he was conserving or if he wanted to wear Gaethje out, and that was the game plan. And it appeared to work a little bit in round 2, but we'll see here. Gaethje is... Oh, big right from Gaethje. Topuria is really hurt. Gaethje takes him down. Gaethje looking to work on the ground. He dropped him with a big right hand. He hit a left and then a right. Now Gaethje, with under 3 minutes left, he's working for a submission. He's got the hands under the throat of Topuria. He's got the left arm locking him in. Topuria bleeding all over the canvas. Gaethje letting him recover a little bit here. I wonder what he's doing. Maybe he's got a little bit of a breather on his mind himself, but he dropped him, man. And now he knees him on the way up. Topuria really bleeding from that left eye. The big right hand of Gaethje doing huge damage. Bleeding everywhere from here, from here, from here. 220 left in round number 3. That was a bomb from Gaethje. A straight jab rocked him and then came right through with a huge right hand. Crushed the left jaw of Topuria. He's literally a crimson mask in a swollen mess, Ilia Topuria. Man, Justin Gaethje can smell it. The undisputed championship is within reach with 2 minutes left of round 3. But Topuria is still game, still coming forward, still dangerous, like any cornered animal clinging to life. And he still looks pretty fresh out there. But his face is busted open and swollen everywhere. You have not seen Topuria take a beating like this for Justin Gaethje, surviving that big body shot and all the submission attempts on the ground. 1:35 left in round 3. Could this be the night of Justin Gaethje's life? Or will Topuria hang on to the lightweight championship? Either way, the crowd treated to a gem of a title fight in the main event. This is the fight of the night by far. These guys are both getting 400 grand, no doubt. Gaethje with 1:15 remaining. Those logos getting real slippery. The shovel hook hits from Gaethje again. They're in the clinch. Topuria rips him with a right to the left jaw. Gaethje coming in, leaning on him. We got a minute left in the round. Topuria with a nice knee to the midsection. Gaethje's got to watch the kill shot and obviously the knee to the midsection that could crumple anybody. Stay behind that jab. Gaethje, 85 significant strikes. Another big right hand from Gaethje. Wobbles Topuria again. 45 seconds left in the round. Gaethje with another right. I don't know how Topuria can see. He is really, really banged up. What an incredible fight. What a warrior Topuria is. Almost anybody would have been out by now against Gaethje. Tony Ferguson comes to mind, but wow, round 3. This is only round 3. A flying knee from Gaethje. Under 30 seconds left in the round. 20 seconds left in the round. Topuria is beaten half to death in there. Gaethje's got to be wondering what he has to do against this guy. That's another thing that makes him so great, right? What a fight. What a fight between these two warriors. I love this sport so freaking much. It belongs anywhere on God's green earth. White House, South Lawn included. 3, 2, 1. Gaethje with a head kick as the round comes to a close. What a round for Justin Gaethje after that round 2 takedown from Topuria following the body shot that crumpled him. 2-1 Gaethje. Without a doubt, Justin Gaethje is up 2 rounds to 1. This would be a 29-28 decision for Gaethje if this were a 3-round fight. Wow. Unbelievable. Gaethje with that combo and the big right hand. I mean, here's a replay. The straight jab, bang right here, and then the right hand as hard as you can possibly get it right here. Man, I mean, Topuria is an absolute mess in the corner. He's the champion. They're not going to stop it. I mean, man, the guy's been in some tough situations in his life, but he's never been pushed like this in the octagon. Are they calling the fight? No. Oh, Goddard's taking the water away. Saying you can't have the water. What's happening here? Topuria is completely swollen here. Blood here. He's got a broken nose. The doctor is examining him. He's following the finger with his eyes. He's okay. He's saying he's all right. Don't call it on the White House lawn. Don't do it. Don't call it. Don't do it. Don't call it. No, not on the White House lawn. No one wants to win or lose that way. He's pleading his case. He wants, you can't take his belt like that. They're talking to the doctors. Goddard having to explain to the doctors what it is that, All right, now the one doctor's changing his mind. Oh my God, they changed his mind. Are you kidding me? Wow, they're going to let him come out for round 4. I thought they were calling it right there and Gaethje was going to be the champ, but he doesn't want to win it that way. He does not want to win it that way. That would have been a TKO between rounds. But they're going to let him continue. One doctor was saying no. Another one came in. Topuria pleading his case. His eyes almost swollen shut. The blood was everywhere. Can Topuria find a way to miraculously hang on and save his title? Or will Justin Gaethje finally have his night and become the undisputed champion in the lightweight division? Round number 5, they're in the center of the octagon. Look at these two warriors, back and forth. Gaethje's got a little swelling, but Topuria is bleeding everywhere, man. Gaethje with 88 head strikes and 30 to the body for Topuria. But Gaethje's winning this fight 2 rounds to 1. Doesn't mean that Topuria can't catch him. Justin's been caught before. Remember the Oliveira fight, the Alvarez fight, the Poirier fight. He had them all rocked, all hurt, knocked down Oliveira. And how about Gaethje throwing Topuria to the ground? As he gets up, he throws a knee at him, but Gaethje's got him in the yoke, leaning over the top of his back with Topuria pulled down into him, throwing knees. And remember, you can knee to the face and to the head till you literally, till the cows come home, as long as you don't have a downed opponent. Gaethje throws a big left and nails Topuria. Man, Topuria is literally destroyed. The jab from Gaethje lands again. I don't know how Topuria can see. He's definitely got a broken nose. And both his eyes almost swollen shut. Blood coming from everywhere. Man, he is being, remember Joanna against Zhang Wei Li? He's approaching that level right now, and Gaethje just continuing with target practice. One of the best performances of his life for the highlight on the White House lawn. The quintessential American boy from Safford, Arizona, fighting out of Colorado. But Gaethje eats a big right from Topuria, and now Topuria takes one back. That right eye from Topuria, he keeps grabbing it now, is really messed up. He does not want to take any more shots to that eye. He does not want to be hit again in that eye. Oh, and he lands a big right of his own, but he eats a counter for his troubles. Every time he throws a right, Justin lands one. So Topuria will land one and Justin will land one. And right now, it's worse for Topuria. MMA Weekly, give us a sub, give us a like, give us a whatever you got to give us on social media. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. So pumped to be here right now for this one. 2:45 left in round 4. Justin Gaethje and Ilia Topuria on an iron will. Topuria is somehow still in this fight at 2.5 minutes, halfway through round 4, way over the over on 1.5, 2.5 rounds. Unbelievable, right? And Gaethje coming back out to the center. He's exhausted, but Topuria is exhausted and mangled by a much bigger man. Gaethje has hit him so many times. And the blood continuing to pour from Topuria as he continues to move forward. And he looks fine other than his face and his bleeding. And now he's grabbing his left eye and his right eye. But man, I don't know how he can see. But he still looks athletic and he's still throwing combos. He was right. He could continue. The doctor was wrong after he went like this and made him follow it. You know, it's like the DUI test. But Topuria completely swollen and blood pouring everywhere. Gaethje with another big right. I don't know how Topuria is still alive. It reminds me of Tony Ferguson in that fight in Jacksonville, except this is for the undisputed. Gaethje trying to finish the job at 37 years old. The young champion, the 2-division champion, number 2 pound for pound, Topuria, showing everything he's got and everything he's made of. Another big right from Gaethje. He's got to watch now, and they're in the clench in the middle. Gaethje's got to watch the knees. He's already dropped from a body blow in this fight. Topuria with the inside trip trying to take him down. Gaethje goes down. 1:15 left in the round, and Topuria's got Gaethje on his back. He's got full mount, postured up now, trying to throw an elbow. Gaethje with 1:05 left in the round. Topuria with blood dripping down, trying to throw elbows at the highlight. This would be the greatest comeback win, or one of them, in UFC history if Topuria is able to pull this off. Gaethje giving up his back to get up, and now they're up. 50 seconds left in the round. Topuria still throwing heat. Unbelievable by the champion. The heart of a lion. An all-time great champion-level performance by Topuria. This is like Gustafsson and Jones in their first fight. Topuria, like Jones, just refusing with the grit to give up. Tries for the takedown of Gaethje. Can't get it. Gaethje with the sprawl. And now Gaethje's got him like this with the head over the back with 25 seconds left in the round. Gaethje now a 74% chance to win. Oh, it just went to 55. It was 74. Gaethje's got him. Topuria just turtled up in the center of the octagon. Gaethje on top of him, throwing knees. A knee to the body. Crumples Topuria. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Topuria taking the beating of his life, and it'll go to round 5. Gaethje looking across at him like, dude, you're not human, and he might not be. He might not be. Wow. Topuria couldn't even find the stool to sit down. He's got blood everywhere, can't see out of his eyes. This is life-altering, the damage. Will they let him continue? No, Goddard's waving it off. Goddard's waving it off. Justin Gaethje's the champion. He's done it, and he's done it in dominating, convincing fashion. Topuria couldn't find the stool. He does the backwards hurdle off the octagon on the White House lawn. And the 37-year-old legend, his 21st career knockout, 17th in the UFC. They're in a frenzy in Washington, D.C. Justin Gaethje is the UFC lightweight champion, and he did it by murdering Ilia Topuria tonight. This was not something that was won softly. This was not something that was given. This was something that was mercilessly taken by Arizona's Justin Gaethje, the lightweight champion of the world. The two-time interim champ becomes undisputed for the first time in his career. I see his wife and his family octagon side. He's over there with President Trump, and President Trump talking to him like a real American hero because he is. What a performance by Justin Gaethje, defeating the seemingly unbeatable champion, Ilia Topuria, and doing it from the jump, the jabs, the big rights, coming, just absorbing that big body shot that put him down in round 2 and surviving all the submission attempts. Got hit with some big shots later in the fight. And listen, all praise to Ilia Topuria for what he did, man. When you see the beating that Justin Gaethje just put on him, the way his face looks, I mean, he talked about how he was just going to destroy Gaethje. It was the other way around. And Topuria still had a chance to win it in the second. Still hit some big combos later in the fight. But Justin Gaethje with his family in the front row. They are miners from Safford, Arizona, small town USA, as far away from the White House as you could ever imagine. And look at him now, with a dream, how far we can go in this great land of ours on Flag Day, 250th birthday, the president's 80th birthday, and Justin Gaethje shows just how far we can take it. He goes to celebrate with his family. They're all hugging him right now. How far we can go in this country with that kind of desire, with that kind of grit, with that kind of determination that the highlight Justin Gaethje has lived his life by. He's the undisputed lightweight champion of the UFC. After 10 years in the octagon, near misses over and over again, he somehow finds his way back in there, and now he's on top of the mountain. What will he do with it? I don't know. But Topuria is really badly hurt. They had to stop this fight. I'm amazed they didn't do it before the last round. One doctor got overruled. He's not feeling too good about that right now by the other doctor. And they let him go. It's a championship fight, but they couldn't let him go anymore. He was dripping blood. He could hardly see. He went to sit down on the stool and missed it by about a foot. But in that fourth round, Gaethje just bombing away at Topuria. Just unbelievable. This is a TKO corner stoppage is the way it's ruled. It was Topuria's corner that stopped it. It wasn't the medicals. Gaethje just pounding away in that fourth round, continuing. And Topuria's camp realizing, hey, man, this dude, he's a legend already, but he's 29 years old and he's got his whole life to live. And, he's been through a lot, and, his wife and the kids. And, it's just, the knee to the rib cage from Gaethje while he was down and turtled up. He just finished the round turtled up, wasn't even trying to do anything. And man, oh man, Justin Gaethje is the champion. But Topuria's cornerman clearly waved it off. And then Gaethje does the backflip off the top of the octagon and did another one, stumbling backward, landed on his neck. That would have been great if he broke his neck. I say that facetiously, of course. But what a win for Justin Gaethje. It's crazy to think about what he just pulled off in the octagon tonight. Sitting behind the jab, throwing combos, showing takedowns, getting inside in the clinch when he got too tight, using that length for the jab, using that power. And what a night. Can you imagine all those years? You go all the way to Abu Dhabi as the interim champ after you blitzed Tony Ferguson in a fight that should have been Tony and Khabib, but it couldn't be Tony and Khabib because Khabib couldn't travel. Don't you remember? It's Tony Ferguson. It's supposed to be Tony fighting Khabib. Justin whips Tony. Then he goes over and loses to Khabib, but he hurt him a little bit. He hurt Khabib early, and then Khabib got him. All that time, he fights Charles, drops him, doesn't go to the ground with him. Charles recovers, beats him. The Poirier fight was close. He beat Poirier twice, but the time he lost, it was close. But he had to beat Dustin twice. He had to come all the way back and beat Fiziev twice. He had to beat Paddy the Baddy. Unbelievable what Justin Gaethje has done. He thought the Holloway loss took away his title shot. Now, if I'm Max and I beat Conor, I say, hey, I want a shot. I don't know if Topuria gets a rematch right away. Justin Gaethje dominated this fight. He's got the American flag around his shoulders. He's got a smile on his face. You know he's exhausted. But wow, Gaethje is the undisputed UFC lightweight champion of the world. He's got the UFC Freedom 250 belt. He's got the undisputed championship belt. So he's the former BMF champ, two-time interim champion, and now the undisputed as Ali Abdelaziz picks him up on his shoulders. You better put him down, man. Ali's not big enough to be holding him up there all that long. But and new for Justin Gaethje caps off an incredible night of fights at the White House with Lopez, Nickel, Hoofi, Hokit, O'Malley, Gane, and Gaethje all winning by KO or TKO. This is the fight of the night. Man, the corner stoppage. Rogan's saying you waited for this moment your entire career, and to win it in such spectacular fashion in a fight where you were in some trouble. 6-1 underdog. How good does this feel? Hey, I'm from America. 250 years ago, we were way bigger than 6-1 dogs. And look at us thriving now. To all the current, former, and future military service members, thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the first responders, the police officers, firefighters, ambulance EMTs. You guys have no idea how grateful I am. And for as long as I'm able to, I will use my name to make money and support you guys. First and foremost, thank you and all glory to God. I prayed so much for this opportunity to do something legendary. And I know that was absolutely legendary because I cannot even believe it. Wow. Gaethje's the world champ. One of the biggest upsets in UFC history. You are one of the most durable and legendary fighters this sport has ever seen, and you proved that tonight. There was moments in the fight where you were badly hurt, but you rebounded, regrouped, and did your damage. His skills are unmatched when he's fresh, and I'm fresh, but my durability, my tenacity, and my heart will carry me through those first couple rounds, and nobody can outwork me. Yeah, round 3, and especially the championships rounds. Yeah, I mean, some of the replays, Gaethje hitting big shot after big shot, the knee coming in, badly damaged him. A big one at the end of that 4th round with the knee. He might have broken a rib with that knee. Definitely broke Topuria's nose, might have broken a rib, might have fractured an eye socket or two. I mean, when you see what happened to Topuria in this fight, Justin Gaethje with a no-doubter. There are title fight wins, and there are title fight wins. You know what I'm saying? This is the only fight card in UFC history to feature knockouts in every fight, all 7 of them. It's on the White House lawn. All of them showing up and showing out. They finally put the graphic up an hour after I said it. You know what I'm saying? That's why you watch us here on MMA Weekly for the best in the sport. I'm not going to be shy to say it. Wow, what a night. I think about the bonuses. I think about O'Malley, Gane, Gaethje, and Topuria's got to get one, man. The heart that he showed, he's got to get one. I think Gane and O'Malley and Gaethje and Topuria deserve the bonuses. I wouldn't give it to Hokit rather. Derrick Lewis, he's 41 years old, didn't look good at all. Chandler didn't look good at all. Wouldn't give it to Hoofi. Nickel and Lopez, no. It's Gane, it's O'Malley, it's Gaethje, and it's Topuria. Gaethje told himself he was going to get embarrassed so he could go to his most primal place, and he said that guy had me rocked. He had my chin. He smoked my liver, and I stuck in it, and look at my face. I got some thick skin. I'll tell you that. Something's wrong with my face. It needs to be studied. Nothing wrong with what's inside and underneath there with that brain and then that heart, Justin Gaethje. All these years later, the former WSOF champ, the former BMF champ, the 2-time interim champ finally makes it undisputed to cap off UFC Freedom 250, the greatest spectacle in UFC history. All knockouts on the White House lawn. Justin Gaethje and new beats Ilia Topuria round 4, 5 minutes. Topuria's corner called the fight. And Gaethje hugging his mom. He's a family guy. He takes care of his whole family. I've met his whole family at the fights over the years. And like I said, I've known him since he was a high school wrestler. So this is a pretty crazy moment for my state, Arizona, and for a guy who literally, joins Henry Cejudo and Cain Velasquez. Sean O'Malley, not from here, but a champion who trained out of Arizona. But when you think of Cain and you think of Henry Cejudo, Arizona born, Justin Gaethje adds his name to that list tonight with a convincing win, an astoundingly convincing win over Ilia Topuria. Again, Topuria beaten, battered, bloodied, his eyes swollen shut, purple, swollen, blood coming here, blood coming there, broken nose, probably a broken rib. And what a win for Justin Gaethje. Wow. What a night of fights at the White House, and with the president and the first lady walking into the octagon with the White House in the background to shake hands with Justin Gaethje. Nobody wants a fighter who's bloody and sweaty to touch them. And now Justin Gaethje's family gets to meet the president and the first lady. And what a look on Gaethje. He's more proud to have his family in there with the president than he is to win the belt. It's pretty amazing to think that, Trump has done this and the sitting president has been to so many UFC fights, and now it's on the White House lawn. And it just is unbelievable when you think of it. Whether you like him or hate him, it's a sitting U.S. president, and it's the UFC. This is our sport. This is the sport that we saw from UFC 1 in 1993 in Denver, where Gaethje lives. This is the sport that we saw Dana White and the Fertittas come in, where we saw the Ultimate Fighter, Griffin and Bonner. Kimbo goes on the Ultimate Fighter, elevates it a whole new level. Then comes Brock Lesnar, WWE fans, whole new level. Then, of course, Rampage and Rashad, you can't forget them. Chuck and Tito, can't forget them. Then you get Ronda Rousey. All the girls become fans, and then Amanda Nunes takes it to a new level, and you get Conor McGregor. Then they sell it for 4.2. Then they sell it for over 7. Then they're on Fox. They're on ESPN, Paramount, and they just continue to rise. The Sphere, the White House. What is next for the UFC? What could possibly be next for the UFC? Incredible, man. Gaethje putting on a show in front of all those wannabe combat sports athletes, the boxers, Roman Reigns and Triple H. No. The highlight, Justin Gaethje steals the show, puts an exclamation point on UFC Freedom 250 with a huge win over Ilia Topuria, the first loss of Topuria's career. Only Josh Hokit remains unbeaten coming off of this card. And Gaethje is walking away with millions plus the bonus. And he's talked about giving a lot of his money and donating it to first responders and using his name to make money for them. And Ivanka Trump's trying to come into the octagon and trying also not to touch Justin Gaethje on the way by. I've been there, man. I've had fighters ruin shirts with blood and sweat. And wow, this is absolutely insane. What a spectacle. What a scene on the White House lawn. It's just crazy when you think about it. Gaethje talking it up with Don Jr. in there now, and 37 years old, Gaethje. I wonder what's next for him, man. I wonder what, he didn't retire in there. But what else is left? He put the bow on the career. He still looks amazing to beat Topuria like that. You can't just, you got Sarukian. What if he's able to defend this now? Don Jr. taking the picture. They don't care if they ruin their shirts, man. Like they're billionaires, right? Me, I had like a $400 Robert Graham shirt. Some dude got blood all over it, and that's like half my monthly budget for clothes. Going, no, but look at the claw. Look at the octagon. Oh, with the White House. Unbelievable. The fireworks going off, the monuments. What a bucket list night for everybody involved, huh? Incredible for the UFC, for Dana White to see what they've been able to do. And now they got to break it all down and pay $700,000 to fix the grass. Can you believe Dana White? He talked about all those times Trump let him have the fights in Atlantic City at his hotels when no one would do it. You see Trump and Dana speaking for him and all the times that he ran and saying he's my friend and he did this for me and I don't care about the politics. And Dana's got a lot of courage for doing that, faces a lot of heat, never cared about the heat. But for Dana White to bring the UFC where he's brought it, under his leadership, they went from a $2.2 million company to $4.2 billion to $7+ billion to the biggest networks to all corners of the globe to being the combat sport and maybe the sport for a while there in the world. Very close, very close. And now to do the fight on the White House lawn. Dana White is to be cherished and revered by people in this sport. So all you people who try to take him down all the time, all you little wimpy people who call yourselves people who are fans of this sport, and you try to take down the guy who made it what it is every chance you get because you're a hater, you might want to look in the mirror. The guy always wins. The guy always wins. And what a major win this was tonight for the UFC. The way that it ended, no one's going to talk about anything else but Cyril Gane wasting Poatan and Gaethje doing the same to Topuria. The exact opposite of what most people thought was going to happen tonight ends up happening. But for the first time ever, all fights on a UFC card end in KO, TKO, and Justin Gaethje punctuates it with an exclamation point, and new for Justin Gaethje. Wow, what a night. What a night. I don't know how much longer we're going to stay on, but what a night here. And I'll tell you what, I am honored to have been here. And I don't know what the numbers look like, but if you missed this, you're crazy. You are absolutely insane in the brain. Because that was an all-time classic UFC fight card, not just the main event. I mean, I think Hokit, obviously Lewis was overmatched, very overmatched in that fight. Tremendously overmatched, to say the least, right? So tremendously overmatched, Josh Hokit. And against Derrick Lewis. Lewis was very overmatched. Michael Chandler against Mauricio Hufi, 40 years old and 41. I don't know if I'd have had those guys on there. Lewis was specifically requested by the president, obviously, after Hokit beat Curtis Blades. I never would have wanted Hokit on this card, I don't think. But Hufi and Chandler, I could have done without. Lopez should have never been fighting Garcia, and the odds should have never been that close. Lopez smoked him KO punches in round number 2 at 242. Bo Nickel overmatched Kyle Dawkins easily. TKO punches and elbows. Round 1, 434. Bo continuing to evolve his overall game. Hufi and Chandler spinning wheel kicking punches. Round 1, 429. Hokit and Lewis TKO punches. Round 2, 409. None of those fights were any good, really. I thought the card was off to a ho-hum start. Didn't really love any of those fights at all. Again, Chandler did his best. He's 40 years old, hadn't fought in a long time. It was more of a payback for the McGregor fight. Lewis requested by the president. O'Malley and Zahabi. O'Malley very patient in round 1. Waited until round number 2. Timed the jab of Zahabi. Countered it with the jab of his own. And as Zahabi was getting up from the knockdown, remember, when someone's coming forward, even the stiff jab, it doubles the impact. Bang, he falls down, tries to get up. O'Malley crushes him with a right, and that one ended at 402 of round number 2. Then Cyril Gane, TKO, round 2, 127 over Alex Pereira. Poatan exhausted coming off the stool after round number 1. And then Topuria's corner stops it at the end of round number 4 after a vicious beatdown by the new lightweight champion of the UFC and of the world, Justin Gaethje. What a night of fights here on MMA Weekly. I'm pumped to have brought them to you, and we do it for every major UFC fight card. So we will be here for International Fight Week. McGregor making his comeback. Sunday night UFC, all the fights end for the first time in UFC history by KO or TKO. Thank you so much for being here for UFC Freedom 250 on MMA Weekly, the longest running independently owned and number 1 independently owned content platform and website in combat sports in the UFC. For Scott Peterson, Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, at Cageside Grease, at Jim Grease _ at MMA Weekly, reminding you to always keep your game tight and your mind right, fight fans. Thank you so much for being with us right here. Freedom 250 is in the books. Gaethje is the champ. America is 250.